Welcome to the 21st annual Make-A-Wish Telethon. I'm Kongursky here with my fellow co-hosts Jade Tall, McAfee Taylor, and Karen Wickline. For the past 41 years, the Make-A-Wish Foundation has been granting life-changing wishes for children with critical illnesses. Thanks to their efforts, a child in need is granted a wish every 34 minutes. The entire Plum community has played a pivotal role in helping Make-A-Wish give hope to families across the country.
Over the past 21 years, our community has come together and raised just over $958,000 for Make-A-Wish. This year, the Plum Borough School District has held several fundraising events for Make-A-Wish throughout our schools. The amount of hard work and effort our devoted community has put forth has led us to be the #1 fundraising school district for Make-A-Wish in the world.
Due to COVID-19 last year, we were unfortunately unable to hold our annual Make-A-Wish Telethon. We are very excited to be back in the studio after a long year navigating through the pandemic. Today, we will be live streaming on Plum TV's YouTube channel, Facebook page, Twitter feed, and district website. The telethon will also be available for viewing after on Comcast Channel 23 and Verizon Channel 30.
The Plum Borough School District started fundraising this year in October. There were many events, including Holiday Park's Jogathon, Pivik's Gobbler event, and the National Honor Society's annual Make-A-Wish dinner. 2 years ago, we were able to raise $42,359 and sponsor 9 wishes. Now over to my other co-hosts, Parker Gable, Tristan Oth, Carolyn Nichols, and Julia Gaudet.
Thank you, Cam. We have nearly 90 guests joining us today, including WTAE personalities Mike Clark and Ashley Zilka, Steelers play-by-play announcer Bill Hillgrove, radio personalities from 93.7 The Fan Chris Muller and Paul Zeise, Dan Kongursky from Pittsburgh Hockey Now, and KDKA radio host Rick Dayton.
Since 1999, the Plum Borough School District, in partnership with the Make-A-Wish Foundation, has granted over 260 wishes throughout our region. With the help of everyone who continues to contribute to our fundraisers, we can only help more and more kids. It is a great honor and pleasure to be a part of this year's Make-A-Wish Telethon.
Here at Plum Senior High School, we are dedicated to grant as many wishes as possible for not only the Make-A-Wish Foundation, but for recipients and their families. Because of your generous donation to Make-A-Wish, every wish that has came out of Plum community since 1999 has been paid for by the Plum Borough School District.
This holiday season, you have the opportunity to donate to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. If you would like to make a donation in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH. Once again, that number is 412-471-9474. Now to kick off the 21st annual Make-A-Wish Telethon, let's send it over to my co-host Jay Taw with our first guest, Plum Borough School District Superintendent Dr. Brennan Hyland.
To begin our 2021 telethon, I would like to introduce Superintendent Dr. Brendan Hyland. How are you doing today, Dr. Hyland?
I am doing great, and thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Can you describe your primary goals this year as the superintendent?
Well, I would think probably the number one goal is to make sure that we have kids here and we can have this wonderful telethon that we're having. And knock on wood, so far this year we've been able to have all of our athletic events, all of our evening events, all of our musical events. So it's starting to get back to normal, and we're looking forward to making it even more normal as the year goes on.
With over 28 years of leadership experience across schools around Pittsburgh, what do you consider the greatest success of your career thus far?
I would probably say two things come to mind. The first one is I always try and, when you're in a leadership position, you try and make the place better than when you found it. That's not for me to decide. That's for other people to decide whether that's the case. I feel pretty good about the work that our team, and that team includes students, includes teachers, includes family, includes my administrators, includes the custodians. The hope is that we have an aligned mission and we're moving in the right direction, and hopefully we've made the place a better place than when I found it. So we'll let other people decide that. I think the other thing, too, is you have the opportunity, when you're in education, it's about building relationships. And I think you said 28, mine, it's actually 30. It feels like 35 maybe. But the relationships that you build with people, whether it's in this district or other districts that I've been in, those are the things that you're going to remember, and those are the people that you go back to. And so those are the two things I'd say I would be most proud of.
Being the superintendent for the last several years, what would you say is the most unique part of your job?
This might be an interesting answer for you. It's the phone. I call it my electronic leash. So it's amazing how often I am on my phone, and sometimes I have to be very, very careful that I'm present and that I'm actually talking with people. My two daughters will tell me that I need to be more present. But being a superintendent, one of the things that you find out is that it's a 24-hour-a-day job.
Yeah.
You could get calls at 1 o'clock in the morning, and it just never seems that you're off. So I think that's the most unique part about it. I think the other thing is that you have an opportunity behind the scenes to really help kids. And a lot of people don't necessarily know all the things that the team does to try and make sure that we help kids. And you go about it quietly, but that's kind of the part that I really like, is that helping kids when people really don't know that kids are being helped.
Mm-hmm. What is the best part about working with the Plum community compared to other districts?
Oh, geez, look at this. This is awesome. The work that the kids in this room have done to make this telethon work, not only this year, but all the other years, and the leadership that Mr. Barat has brought forward to Make-A-Wish. Think about this. We are going to go over the $1 million mark this year. And it's not only Make-A-Wish, it's Toys for Tots. It's Mrs. Klein working in the high school office, and she just donates her time to make sure that kids get things that they may not have had the community not come together. So this year, I think with that one, it was 2,100 toys were given out. That's just tremendous. And then I would also say, I walked past a room the other day, and I saw the amount of presents that were being given to folks whose families were having a hard time making ends meet. And it kind of makes you emotional, kind of makes you choke up that we have a community that just gives and gives and gives. And it's truly amazing. And like I said, I've been in a bunch of other districts, but this one's a little special, especially when it comes to Christmas time. People just, they're very, very generous, I think.
One more question for you, Dr. Hyland. What is your favorite holiday movie?
Can I ask you a question? Is it a comedy or is it like serious? Which one?
Probably a comedy.
I would have to say Elf. I will watch Elf every time it's on. If it was more serious, I also do It's a Wonderful Life. I
like that.
I don't know who would not like that one.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hyland. I hope you have a great day and an even better holiday.
Thank you, and I think you did a fantastic job in the first interview.
Now let's send it over to Tristan Oth with another special guest.
Thanks, Jade. With me this morning, I have Dr. Rick Walsh, our Deputy Assistant Superintendent. How are you doing today, Dr. Walsh?
Very well. Bright and early in the morning, right?
Yep. So my first question for you, Dr. Walsh. What is your background and experience working in the Plum Borough School District?
Well, my background is a little unique. I'd say a little bit more unique because my family moved to Plum in 1978. And I grew up in Plum. I attended school here. I graduated in 1987. And I had the wonderful opportunity to come back about 4 years ago. And it's been, quite frankly, very fulfilling. It's been the highlight of my professional career, being able to come back to my hometown, being able to walk in the buildings and see people that I grew up with, that I graduated with. A perfect example of that is Mr. Barat. We graduated together. So for me, it's been fulfilling, not only personally, but professionally. Professionally, my responsibilities in the district are the day-to-day operations of K-12 schools. So everything in regards to teaching and learning, I'm involved with, and that is also very fulfilling.
Mm-hmm.
So.
You're in charge of the security and safety protocols throughout the entire district. Can you tell me a little bit about the upgrades in our schools to ensure safety for our students and staff?
Yeah, one of the challenges of being responsible for safety and security, and I share this with others, is that sometimes it's the best kept secret in the district, because I can't get on camera and really talk about all the wonderful things that we're doing to make sure that our schools are safe. Mm-hmm. But I will share, some information with you. When I came here about 4 years ago, about a little over 50% of the students here at the high school shared that they felt comfortable that they would know what to do if there was an emergency. And we solicit student feedback every year. And every year those numbers have been increasing, that we're 90+% of the students. So feel safe. Mm-hmm. I also have the opportunity to work with our supervisor of school police, Mr. Hanna, and Mr. Laletta, and our administrative team, Mrs. Sedlak, Dr. Hyland, facilities, transportation, and everybody has a responsibility. If you're a student, you're a teacher, you're a parent, in regards to keeping our schools safe. So let me ask you this question. Do you feel safe coming to school?
I do.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
So if something would happen in schools, do you feel like you would know what to do?
Yeah, I do. I feel like we've had a lot of training and drills and stuff to make sure that that's set in place.
Yeah. So like I said, it's one of the best kept secrets in the district, unless you're a student or an employee in the district. But we all have that shared goal of keeping our schools safe, from our Safe to Say tip line, to the school police that you see in the buildings, to the high school vestibule that you'll see when you come in as a visitor to the building. So, yeah.
My next question. Recently, the district has incorporated Rachel's Challenge into our schools. What are some of the future plans with this newly adopted program?
Okay. Well, I would say that Rachel's Challenge also ties into making our schools safe. One of the challenges was that depending on where you were in the school, if you were at the K4 buildings, there was a sports theme. If you were at HP, it was champs. If you were at the high school or O Block, there was different programs in regards to building a positive school environment. What I like about Rachel's Challenge is that no matter if you're in kindergarten or a graduating senior, we're all under that umbrella of trying to find the best of others. Seeing the students that are around you, being connected. We want everybody to feel welcome and appreciated coming into our schools and engaged. And Ms. Sedlak has been leading the charge with Rachel's Challenge, and we have plans to make it sustainable, not only in our schools, but throughout our community. So I don't know if you had an opportunity to participate in the kickoff, in the assembly. What were your thoughts about that?
I really enjoyed it. I think that I can see it being a really awesome thing, and it's definitely going to change the culture throughout our schools.
Yeah. The assembly, did it? Do you feel like your classmates also have a buy-in to the program?
Yeah, I think during the assembly it was very moving and touching for all of us.
And then you have the Friends of Rachel that are at the high school, and it's really about that connectedness and being engaged and feeling welcome in schools.
Yeah.
So.
You organize the annual surveys that are sent out to the students every year. Why is it important to you to have feedback from the students' perspective?
Whenever you're thinking about any system or operation, you build out an approach, you deploy that initiative out to the schools. And I would say one of the most important aspects of systems thinking is feedback. For instance, I shared with you the feedback that we get from students in regards to safety. That tells me we're moving in a very good direction. Here at the high school, we're starting to build a safety team that it would be one male and one female, 9 through 12, and we're going to meet quarterly and talk about safety and security here at the high school. It's so important to have feedback, not only from the students, but from our parents and all the stakeholders in the community. That will only make us better. So that feedback loop, I don't take it as much as criticism as an opportunity to get better.
For sure. Students' learning habits, especially our younger students, are constantly changing. What is some of the new curriculum that is planned for K through 12th in the future? Okay.
Well, I would start with that there's been significant improvements over the last 3 to 4 years. All the students in the district now have one-to-one devices. We have Google Classroom. 2 years ago, K to 12, everybody received new math resources. Last year, everybody received new English language arts. If you walk into the high school library, you can see the changes that have occurred there. And moving forward into the upcoming year, we're looking at science, K through 12. And we're looking at giving our students more voice and choice in regards to the courses they take, especially when they hit the secondary level. We're looking at including more computer science at O Block, more programs here at the high school, and more hands-on engagement and exploratory activities for our elementary students. We're also looking at health and phys ed. We've added the new fitness rooms at the high school, the cardio room, the fitness room at O Block, and we're also looking at the health and physical education curriculum and materials going into next year. So there's a lot on our plate, and I feel like we made a lot of progress over the years.
Those sound like some awesome changes.
Yeah.
Lastly, to finish up our interview,
Okay.
what is your favorite holiday activity to do with your family?
My favorite activity is just being around my family. I have 13 nieces and nephews, so I grew up in Plum. I'll be heading back here Christmas Day to be with my parents, my brother, my sister, my nieces and my nephews, and then we'll go over to my wife's side of the family and just spending time with my family and having dinner together. It's a little hectic, especially when my nieces and nephews were younger, everybody running around, but it's something I look forward to every year. So.
That's great. Thank you for your time today, Dr. Walsh. Now let's send it over to Cameron with another special guest.
Thanks, Tristan. I'm here with Ms. Denise Sedlak, Plum's Assistant Superintendent for 9th through 12th grade. How are you doing today?
I'm fantastic. It's great to be here with the Make-A-Wish team.
That's good. How have your 30 years of administration experience in southwestern Pennsylvania prepared you for your position at Plum?
Well, I think that all of the roles that I've had, from teacher to assistant principal all the way up to assistant superintendent, has provided me a wealth of opportunities in many districts. So I've been able to learn from some of the best educational leaders in southwestern Pennsylvania that has made me who I am today. And because of their mentoring and their leadership, I've learned how to support teaching and learning in our schools.
As assistant superintendent, that obviously comes with a lot of responsibility. What are some of those responsibilities?
Not only am I the assistant superintendent for grades 9 through 12, I'm also the director of human resources and the Title IX coordinator. So one of my primary responsibilities these last 2 years has been dealing with the COVID pandemic and what that means for staff, for students, for our nursing department, who have just been the unsung heroes during this pandemic. And so with the HR position, it involves hiring, whether it be from a cafeteria worker to our directors. And so we want to make sure that the people that we hire are a perfect fit and really can bring their expertise to Plum to make Plum, the Plum Borough School District, a better community.
I know that your son was a recipient of a wish when he was a child. What was your experience with the Make-A-Wish Foundation?
Make-A-Wish and Children's Hospital are my biggest heroes in my life. Tony's wish when he was 6 years old was to have an outing with his biological siblings. And so Make-A-Wish provided him the opportunity to be with his 9 biological siblings and their families at an outing to celebrate his 6th birthday at Idlewild. Make-A-Wish has just been such an important part of our lives because it makes a difference for children.
Out of any possible position in the education field, what made you want to become an administrator?
The mentors that I've had over the years have really encouraged me to move from teaching to administration. I think in administration, you are the go-between. My job as an administrator is to remove the obstacles and the roadblocks for teachers so that they can provide the best opportunity for our students. In addition to that, it's really making sure that I'm communicating the mission and the vision of the board and the superintendent, and making sure that we're achieving our goals. And so it's a very rewarding position to be able to watch the growth and development not only of our students but of our staff and our overall community.
You were a swimmer at the University of Pittsburgh. What was the most exciting part about being a Division I athlete?
I think the relationships and the opportunity to meet so many people. I competed, fortunately, on the national level. I competed against many Olympians, but the relationships and the networks were most important. The sense of team, really striving toward that common goal of doing your personal best and supporting each other in our effort. The discipline that it taught me has really attributed, I think, to my administrative career over time.
Lastly, to finish up our interview, what's your favorite kind of holiday cookie?
I share my favorite cookie with my father, who's no longer with us, and it's the Russian tea cake, or the snowball, that's made of pecans. And I had the opportunity, as my mother is aging, to spend last weekend making 8 different types of Christmas cookies. She had made 5 other types on her own, but Christmas cookies are near and dear, as you can tell from my waistline.
Thank you for sharing your story with us, Miss Sedlak.
Thank
I
you.
wish you and your family a happy holidays.
Thank you, Cam, and I wish all of the Plumboro School District community and the Make-A-Wish team, thank you from the bottom of my heart, because again, I know how important wishes are to children.
Now over to Parker with some other special guests.
Thanks, Cam. I'm now sitting here with Joe Festa and Brian Maloney from Plum EMS. How are you guys doing today?
Doing well, thank you.
Doing well. All right, so Joe, I'm going to start with you. You've been working with Plum EMS for 24 years. What would you say are the greatest strengths you've acquired throughout your career?
Switching from a role as a field medic to an administrator, it was learning to be a very patient person and respecting your fellow man in the work environment.
All right, so Brian, you're the operations director, so you're in charge of keeping things running smoothly. How are you able to do that day in and day out?
It's got to be the team that we work with. We work with some of the best people. Joe and I work side by side, and so that goes over well. And we have literally some of the best folks this side of the Mississippi. They take great care of their patients. I mean, they always step up to challenges that we have for them. And it's actually, because of the team, it's easy. I ride their success, so I love what I do.
So, Joe, you deal with emergencies on a daily basis. After you receive a 911 call, what is the preparation like heading to an emergency?
It's some mental preparation, but it's also preparing what equipment you're going to be taking into the call. And that's done by the start of your shift. You look your vehicles over and make sure that you have everything ready to go so that when you do arrive on that scene, you're 100% ready, and it's just mental at that point.
So, Brian, obviously last year the pandemic changed how the medical field across the world operates. What were some of the biggest challenges that you had to overcome?
Especially as an organization, some of the toughest things that we had is just the fear of the unknown. We entered into a world that no one was familiar with, that none of us had ever dealt with before. It was the fear of going on calls and being potentially exposed to COVID-19. And at that time, we didn't know how much it was going to affect us, and then where we're going to be bringing it home to our families, what we needed to do to be safe, preparation. Was there a chance that we'd lose a large portion of the Plum EMS family if they all got sick at one time? How were we going to deal with that? And then even regionally, we worked closely with a lot of agencies throughout Allegheny County to try to figure out, okay, if that happened, how can we back each other up so the community continued to still have a good EMS? We also faced challenges with supply shortages. It was the fear of, can we get enough gloves? Because all of a sudden they even cut down our glove, purchases that we could get. So it was an interesting thing, but once again, it was unbelievable to see the amount of people that came and worked together to help for the preparation of this, working together, not just within Plum EMS, but at the same time, just the area. We were going to be there for each other if we needed it, and we learned from each other's mistakes, and overall, it went incredibly well.
Sounds fantastic, especially being able to continue to help all the people. And Joe, after working for over 2 decades, you've helped many people across Plumboro. What would you say is the most rewarding aspect of helping provide the medical attention to those who need it?
I'd really have to say it's touching people's lives that really makes the difference for us. Those people are having the worst day of their life when they call you, so it gives you that sense of humility and respect for somebody else, and it just helping somebody it gives you a different feeling.
Absolutely. Okay, and lastly, what is your guys' New Year's resolution for 2022?
Ooh, I haven't made mine yet. How about you?
Well, that's what I'm going to be shooting to do for running over about 1,100 miles for 2022. Ooh. So that's my goal for next year.
Joe, I'm right with you. I haven't made mine yet, but Brian, I'd like to be right around 1,100 miles. Right. I have some telethon trivia for you guys if you're good to play this. All right, so according to the song, what did my true love give to me on the 8th day of Christmas?
Was it?
Trying to sing out in my head right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. Am I allowed to sing out loud?
That's all you. You got the decision there.
Instead of Maids of Milking or something? I don't know.
It is 8 maids of milking.
All right, I'll take that.
All right, number 2.
This is you.
What do you leave for Santa?
Oh, that's an easy one. Cookies and milk.
Yeah. What are 2 other names for Santa?
Kris Kringle.
That's one.
Père Noël.
Fantastic. The Saint Nick is also one of the other ones we have here.
Alright.
And lastly, what are the 9 reindeer names?
Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, and Blitzen.
One more.
And Rudolph.
Perfect. 4 for 4. That's impressive. That's
Yeah,
really
that was
impressive.
kudos.
A lot of people during our practices did not go 4 for 4. All right. Thank you, Joe and Brian, for answering a few questions today and participating in our trivia. And if you would like to make a donation in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH. Once again, that number is 412-471-9474. Now let's take a look at some of the highlights from our 20th annual Make-A-Wish Telethon from 2 years ago, since we were unable to host one last year due to the coronavirus pandemic.
cannot believe that was already 2 years ago. With me now is Miss Gina Dessel, the life skills teacher here at Plum and co-sponsor of Best Buddies. Welcome back to the telethon. How are you doing today?
Doing well.
Good. The Best Buddies Club is very well known throughout the high school, and you have a large number of students who enjoy participating. Can you tell me a little bit about Best Buddies?
Sure. Best Buddies, we started about maybe 3-4 years ago. Mrs. Piper and myself, we wanted to get the students with special needs more involved and give them the opportunity to be able to interact and have friends outside of school. So this year we have about 120 students that have joined the club. We do anything from activities inside of school, like activity period, or we just like to hang out. We'll host a dance here or there here at school. We'll go snow tubing, movies, just getting the kids an opportunity to hang out outside of school.
That sounds very fun. How have the life skills students become involved with Make-A-Wish this year?
This year, the students decided that they wanted to keep our tradition of wrapping gifts. So this year, the students were able to fundraise $50 to donate towards Make-A-Wish, where we were able to wrap Christmas gifts that teachers brought in for their families.
What made you want to start the Best Buddies Club?
I attended Slippery Rock University when I was in college, and I was a part of their chapter. So when our new director here, Dr. Hershey, came, we got together, and it was just another opportunity to allow our students with special needs to be able to interact and be able to have more friendships outside of our own classroom.
A day at PHS looks a little bit different for your students. Can you tell us your day-to-day schedule?
Sure. So we typically start the morning with our academics. So we have an English and a math. The kids do participate in Partners in Art for half a year and then Partners in PE. So that is also a course where the kids get to interact with their typical peers. They come back for our career lab, which is a period where the kids work on different job skills, and it helps us find what they'll be best at once they leave here at high school. The kids do get to go to lunch. We come back for a study hall, and then we get to do what they love, is cooking. Kids learn different basic skills on how to cook. Breakfast, lunch, dinner meals. They get to go grocery shopping, and then we do our basic science and social studies.
What has been the most difficult aspect about teaching during a pandemic for you?
Keeping the day-to-day routine somewhat normal. Change in our classroom is sometimes a little bit difficult. So when we were virtual, that was a big, huge challenge that we face. The kids being able to even log onto a computer, being able to complete work online. My students are very hands-on and need that hands-on opportunity. But we've managed and we've overcome, and we're back here, which is what we're all thankful for.
And what is your most favorite holiday gift you've ever given or received?
I'd have to say a couple years ago I was able to go back to Italy to spend time with my family for Christmas time. So.
All right, Miss Dessel, we would like to thank you for stopping in today. Before we let you go, would you like to play some telethon trivia?
Sure.
All right. What is the most common ornament placed on the top of the tree?
An angel?
Correct. Finish the line. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. All of fun it is to ride in.
A one-horse open sleigh?
Correct. What caused about 100 accidental fires each holiday season?
Dried out Christmas trees?
How long did it take a Christmas tree to reach the ideal Christmas tree height?
15 years.
4 for 4. Good job. Thank you so much for stopping in today. We would like to send it over to Carolyn with the mayor of Plum.
Thanks, McAfee. Joining me now is Harry Schlegel, the mayor of Plum Borough. Mr. Schlegel, how are you doing this morning?
This morning I'm very well, thank you.
What made you decide to run for mayor over other political positions such as borough or borough council?
Well, I've already held those positions, and this one I hadn't. And so mayor I've got the time, and it's a thing I've always wanted to do.
I'm sure you're extremely busy with executive duties. What do you do to prepare for the day, and what does a typical day as mayor look like for you?
Well, you do realize this is a part-time position, unpaid. Well, I shouldn't say unpaid, but council and school board members put a lot more time in than I do. But I'm in charge of the police department, so my daily routine is getting in touch with the chief and getting a briefing on what has happened overnight.
As the mayor, how do you interact with the Plum community throughout the year?
I'm the representative of this community, both within Plumboro and outside of Plumboro. And one of the things I've got to say is Plum is a fantastic place to live. There's a lot going on, and when I look at how our police are treated by the community, it's phenomenal. The same with all of the EMS and volunteer firemen. They're all the first responders are treated very well, and that I want to make sure that the community is aware of what they do and thank them for what the community does for our first responders.
What prior experiences have prepared you for becoming the mayor?
Well, I've been in management for many years before I retired, and then I was appointed to the municipal authority. I was on Plum Borough Council for a while. So I've got a great deal of training and experience in both management and leadership. And I'm a firm believer. You lead people. You manage things.
During your time as mayor, what accomplishment are you most proud of that has made an impact on the Plum community?
Keeping the community informed about and thanking them for all of the things that they do for our first responders, particularly the police. I've joked with our officers that I'm going to get a scale before they go out on duty, because the community's bringing them, cookies and brownies. One gentleman has brought a birthday cake every month for 18 months for the officers that are having a birthday that month, and he's been doing this, and that's something he wants to do to thank the officers. So I make sure the community is aware of a lot of the good things that are happening here. As I said, we got a great community. There's a lot of volunteers. I met a couple of ladies just recently called Angels in Disguise, meaning the sky above. And they collect toys for families. And I didn't even know they were here. Two sisters and a couple other ladies, and they've been doing this for 18 years. So this needs to get out to the community.
What upcoming events are you excited for in the community?
All of our functions. When I look at the Easter celebration we do, the Summerfest, the movies in the park, I enjoy seeing the people there. I enjoy participating in it. Again, we do a lot more things as a borough than a lot of the other communities in the area. So all those things interacting with the community and the borough staff, I really enjoy that.
I enjoyed those as well. Finally, to wrap up our interview, what is your favorite holiday tradition?
Dinner with the family. The family gathers and have dinner. That's it.
Yeah, I like that too. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Mr. Schlegel. Now let's send it over to Mike with another guest.
Thank you, Carol.
How you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you, Michael?
I'm doing all right. Happy to be here. As a former student of yours, I would say your teaching philosophy is very different from most teachers. Give me a rundown on your ethics and reasoning for teaching the way you do.
So my ethics and reasoning kind of focus on the idea of students learning the whys and hows of how to learn, basically. So it's not just here's the information, it's how do you learn the information, how do you approach it. And a lot of it too is this concept called growth mindset, where you're learning resiliency, you're learning how to approach challenges and take them head on, and learning those types of strategies to make sure that you're not giving up when there's something difficult you have to deal with, the way to work through it, developing those skills and techniques, because those are transferable to anything you do, not just in biology.
In your classroom, you have multiple signs hanging up. For example, one of them reads, "Mistakes are part of learning." What is the purpose of these signs?
So those signs tie right back into that growth mindset and that how and the whys of learning, which is our brains are highly trainable, so we want to train them to think in positive ways and supportive ways. And what's involved with that is those signs, whenever somebody has a thought that has a negative connotation, it helps redirect them to the positive connotation so they can start retraining their brain to make sure that they're thinking positively about themselves and their work and their efforts.
I probably have mistakes are part of learning seared in my brain for the rest of my life for the amount of times that you've used it on me. You've now been a principal for over a month. What do you enjoy most about this position, and is there anything you miss about teaching in the classroom?
You know, it's interesting because the part that I thought I was going to miss the most about being in the classroom was all the connections you could have with the students and, you know, all those day-to-day interactions. But as a principal, I actually get to have more of them. I get to meet with more students. I get to interact with more students. And so the thing that I was afraid of missing out on the most, I actually have more of. And so to me, that's actually really exciting because I'm getting to make those connections. I'm getting to talk with students and help them find their way just like I was as a teacher.
Why do you believe self-reflection and positivity are so important to learn, especially at such a young age?
I think self-reflection and positivity are important because you have to be your biggest cheerleader, so to speak. You have to be the one that's going to go to bat for yourself. And if you don't believe in what you're doing and you don't believe in yourself, it's going to be difficult for others to believe in you. And especially at a young age, learning how to do that is going to pay dividends down the line. Because when you come across that difficult thing, you go, you know what? I've dealt with challenges before. I know how to face them, and I'm going to be successful at it.
Who or what is your reasoning for wanting to become a teacher?
That's actually really interesting. I would have to say my biggest influence were my parents. My mom was a teacher. My dad was a teacher here at Plum and then became a principal here at Plum. When I left high school and into college, I swore I'd never be a teacher. I think that was a little bit of rebellion on my part. So just hearing them talk about their educational experiences, and then when I started working at the Pittsburgh Zoo for their zoo camp, really getting to work with kids that way really showed me that this is what I wanted. This was my passion. This is where I wanted to have the impact on the world.
Guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Does not.
You are the new assistant principal here at Plum High School. Why were you qualified for the job, and why did you want to change positions?
So I had been looking for a way to make a greater impact. I had earned my principal certification through the University of Pittsburgh, and I wanted to find a way to help do more for Plum. It was one of those situations where when the opportunity was presented to me, I saw it as a way to be able to do more for this school because we have such fantastic students here. We have such tremendous individuals that are trying their best every day, and I saw it as an opportunity to say, how can I give back more to these kids to make them get even better and even accomplish greater things?
Oh, Lacey, I think you're doing a fantastic job.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Finally, a festive question to wrap things up. If you have to be trapped in any holiday movie, which one would you choose and why?
Oh, so you saved the hardest question for last.
I know.
Is that what you did? Movie I'd want to be trapped in the most. I think I'd want to say The Grinch because like all the food in there is like so different. Like I'd want to see like how the food actually tastes in there. Plus it does end happily. So like even though the stuff disappears, it all comes back and there's the giant feast at the end.
Yeah.
So I'd be all about that.
Even the town is just so...
It looks fun,
weird.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You always say in your class you like a challenge. Now I have a challenge for you. Would you be willing to try your hand at some trivia?
Absolutely.
All right. So, who did the Pittsburgh Penguins beat in their first Stanley Cup championship?
Their first one. Was that the North Stars?
Correct. Only thing I'm a big Pittsburgh Penguin fan. I don't think I have another one. Which Batman movie was filmed in Pittsburgh?
Is it The Dark Knight Rises?
Yep. The Penguins have scored. The Penguins have the record for the most goals in 2 minutes and 7 seconds. How many did they score?
I'll go with 5. I'm just picking a round number.
Oh my god. Which famous rapper grew up in Pittsburgh and has a song named Black and Yellow?
Is that Wiz Khalifa?
4 for 4. Wow. That is extremely impressive. Thank you so much for joining us today. Congratulations on the new assistant principal job. I couldn't think of a better man for this position.
Thank you, Michael. I really appreciate that. It was a pleasure being interviewed by you.
Thank you. Now over to Julia Gilday.
Thanks, Michael. I'm here with our other assistant principal here at Plum High School, Dr. Adam Zarmac. How are you doing today, Dr. Zarmac?
Good. How are you today?
Pretty good, thank you. Our first question for you. Having 4 little girls at home, how do you balance your work and life?
Well, at home, my wife runs the ship, so I just kind of listen to her and make sure, we do everything to keep the girls afloat. And here at school, when I'm at work, it's time to work. When I'm at home, I focus on my kids and my wife at home. So that's the best way to balance that, having 4 little ones.
Good way to balance it. Over the past 2 years, the pandemic has impacted the way all schools function. How do you think COVID has affected our school years and your outlook on it?
I do. I mean, obviously it has affected your school years, unfortunately, but I do think that there's been some positives that came about it to build on for the future. But, the way that we used to see education has definitely changed a little bit. But I think in the long run, I'm hoping in the long run that it'll definitely benefit you guys and the other kids to come.
I agree. Who inspired you to pursue a career in the education field?
His name was Mr. Orban, Harry Orban. He was the athletic director here at the high school whenever I was a student here. And I was talking to him, and I used to be his hall runner, so we would hang out all the time, and he kind of got me started, along with Mr. Nonnenberg too, back in the day.
As most of us know, you recently received your doctorate degree. Congratulations on taking that extra further step. Why did you choose to further your education to the doctorate level, and where did you receive your degree?
Well, I chose to for a couple reasons. One, I think it sets a good example for my children. We, as educators, we always tell you kids, and I tell my kids, learning's important. You always have to learn. So I think it's important to continue that myself, and that's why I chose to do that. And I went to CalU to earn my degree.
Oh, nice. All of the students at the high school, including myself, see you constantly throughout the halls every day. Walk me through a day as an assistant principal.
Every day is different. I had a whole schedule today that already is not going to work out. But, you come in first, the most important thing to do is greet the kids, let them see you, try to talk to them, build relationships, connect with the kids, and then help the teachers, whatever they need help with, the students, and whatever other projects or initiatives we have going on, work on that continuously.
Sounds like a busy day. Going back to those 4 little amazing girls that you have at home, what are you and your family's plans this year for holidays?
We've been busy with our holiday plans already. Last night we did gingerbread houses, glitter everywhere in the kitchen right now. But we'll spend a lot of time with family. We went to see all the lights around Pittsburgh already, so
nice.
We just continue that. We're melting chocolate tonight for Santa Claus, and just hang out with family a lot.
Sounds nice. I have one very important question to ask you. Would you rather be Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer or Frosty the Snowman, and why?
I think Rudolph.
Any reason why?
I mean, he's just hanging out, and he goes from, he's the leader.
He's the best friend.
Yeah, who wouldn't want to be Rudolph?
Exactly, I agree. Before you leave us today, would you mind playing some telephone trivia?
Sure, Mr. Rosaro put the pressure on over there, though.
Gotta see if you can top his. In the movie It's a Wonderful Life, what happened when a bell rang?
An angel got his wings.
What makes Frosty come to life?
His hat.
Who said I love you 3000 in Avenger Endgame?
Morgan, Mr. Stark's daughter.
And last one, what flavor of Pop-Tarts does Buddy the Elf use in his spaghetti in Elf?
Chocolate.
444, just like Mr. Lazaro. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Zarmac. If you would like to make a donation in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH. Once again, that number is 412-471-9474. Now let's watch some highlights from the first annual Make-A-Wish Telethon.
That telethon looked like a lot of fun to be a part of. Now I'm here with play-by-play broadcaster for the Pittsburgh Steelers and Pitt Panthers, Bill Hillgrove. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm just wonderful. Thanks for the opportunity to imitate the Lone Ranger on TV.
It is honestly a pleasure.
You're probably too young to remember the Lone Ranger. It's a generational thing.
In 1994, you were handpicked by Steelers owner Dan Rudy to succeed the retiring Jack Fleming as the Steelers play-by-play broadcaster. Describe the feeling you had when a Pittsburgh icon personally picked you to broadcast for his team.
Gosh, I was overwhelmed. I couldn't believe it. And then when I finally said the voice of the Steelers, I got real nervous because it put me on a big stage. You know, being a play-by-play man for the University of Pittsburgh for all those years, there are, how many, 127 division top-level football teams in the NFL. There's only 32. So being one of 32 was a great honor.
Well, speaking of being the voice of the Pittsburgh Steelers, you have been the voice of the Steelers for a long time. Tell me how broadcasting now has changed from when you first started.
I think the internet has changed it. Also, replay wasn't there when I first started, so those are the two big changes. The internet's a good thing because now, instead of having to wait by the mailbox for the release to show up from the visiting team, I can just go on their website and get all the stuff I need, so it's a lot easier. Replay has really muddied the waters. It's made it not only tough on broadcasters, you sit and wait. To wit, Mike, that spot against, the last opponent, the Titans. Joe Hayden tackled that guy short of the 10-yard line, and all of a sudden the ball's not only touching but over the 10. I'm going, and so that, like I say, muddies the waters, but I guess it makes it more interesting for fans.
Yeah, I don't know. That Joe Hayden call by the refs, the spot of the ball was just horrible to me. I don't know if it's horrible to you, but
somebody should have seen it and corrected it. That's the problem, and it wasn't corrected. So instead of the Titans missing, the line to gain by 3/4 of a yard, they missed it by, I don't know, how much is that?
I don't know.
Crazy.
It is crazy. Being on the radio and being a well-known figure in Pittsburgh definitely draws some attention and buzz, whether that be positive or negative. Do you receive any criticism or negativity thrown at you? And if so, how do you handle it?
Mike, when you're in this business, you have to accept constructive criticism. But the negative stuff, you're going to see that on the internet. So I don't do social media too well, and I know that's part of your generation. But pick and choose. Only accept positive constructive criticism because the other stuff's going to be there, and like Mike Tomlin says, you don't blink.
Absolutely.
Do what you think is right.
Steelers fans are one of the most diehard and loyal fan bases in all of sports. A poor result of a Steeler game can make a beautiful Sunday turn into what seems like the end of the world. I assume you fall into that category, especially growing up and living in Pittsburgh. How are you able to bite your tongue while on the air and stay calm after a frustrating play of the entire game itself?
I wouldn't be there if I didn't bite my tongue. You have to be professional, and you know that. You owe that to the audience, especially in a situation where I'm the eyes of the audience. Most people are listening on the radio and not watching on television. And so for you to sit there and complain or try to coach the team, do your job. Your job is, where's the ball, who's ahead, how much time is left, those type nuts and bolts, I call them.
Mm-hmm.
So, dwell on that. Don't dwell on your personal thoughts because they don't count anyhow.
You're right. Ben Roethlisberger has been the Steelers starter ever since I was born. Not only does he have over 60,000 all-time passing yards, over 400 all-time passing touchdowns, and 2 Super Bowl rings, but he has been the face and leader of the Steelers franchise for what feels like forever. How do you think the city will react when the Roethlisberger era is over?
I think, I guess the statue would be too much, but I think they ought to have a parade for Ben because he has been for 18 years Mr. Pittsburgh Steeler, Mr. Black and Gold. And obviously will wear the gold coat one day and probably be a first ballot Hall of Famer. But he means a lot to this city. Yes, there will be an absence, and I feel bad for who's going to take his place because, you talk about criticism, that guy will be set up for criticism. But no, Ben is just so special. And, I think we witnessed it in Super Bowl 43. When Larry Fitzgerald scored, Cardinals went ahead, 2 minutes and change, you have a holding call. Ben put the ball on Steelers' hands every single pass of that drive. And Santonio should have caught the one in the left side of the end zone,
right.
But instead he caught the one in the right side, and Ben went right back to him. Ben's just one of the greatest quarterbacks I've ever seen.
I could not agree more. Over the years, you have seen some Steelers legends play like Hines Ward, Troy Polamalu, Heath Miller, Big Ben, and the list just goes on and on. But who is a non-Steeler player that you love to watch and root for, and why?
Peyton Manning. I know he's no longer active, but one of my favorite quarterbacks, Hall of Famer, one of my favorite people. And you see him on this Monday night telecast with his brother. He's just got a terrific sense of humor, a very human man, a guy who appreciates good play. And, I like Peyton Manning. Always did.
Bill, how hard is it for you to balance your schedule with Pitt football, Pitt basketball, and Steeler football all going on?
I'm busier than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. But that's a good busy, believe me. Being not busy in our business is not a good thing. I find a way to do it. When I took the job for the Steelers in '94, I said, I'm going to need travel help here. So I think Art Rooney, the chief, and my dad are up there looking down, supervising my travel. And so far, knock on wood, it's been good.
That's great to hear. Pitt football is in the Peach Bowl. How excited are you, and what does this mean for the Panther fan base?
To be in the New Year's Day bowl game is very important for this program. Pat Narduzzi's done a terrific job, and I think, the stability that he's brought to the program is now evident, and they can move upward and onward thanks to this Peach Bowl situation. And I know Kenny Pickett's not going to be there, but I do remember a post on Facebook where somebody criticizing Kenny's decision said, "There's no I in team." And the next post was, "Yes, but there are 2 I's in millions."
Kind of building off of that, I did see the O-line and then the Belindikoff winner Addison is coming back. I also saw a high recruit was going to Pitt too. What are your expectations for next year, you think?
Like I say, this has been a springboard, and you just watch it blossom into something that hopefully is sustained. And I think if Pitt's ever been guilty of anything, not sustaining success, the pendulum just swung too wildly. But I think now the people who are in charge, Heather Like, Pat Gallagher, the chancellor, they understand the value of a great sustained athletic program, and I think you're going to see it.
Now, a festive question to wrap this up. Would you rather spend your holiday at home or in a new destination? Which would you choose and why?
There's no place like home for the holidays. Believe me, family's first. And to be at home, with your loved ones, Christmas time, New Year's, it's just so special. And I know, having had to do bowl games and travel with basketball during holiday periods, sometimes it's been tough on the family, but this year I'll get a chance to spend part of the Christmas holiday at home and all of the New Year's holiday, and that's a blessing.
Couldn't agree more. This has been Pittsburgh icon Bill Hillgrove. I appreciate you coming in and joining us today.
Great job, Michael. Thank you.
Keep
up the good work.
I appreciate that. Everyone here wishes you a happy holiday. Now I'll turn it over to Tristan for another special interview.
Thanks, Michael. Joining us now is television production teacher, Mr. Rick Barat. Normally you do not make it on set till the end of the show. What brings you out so early?
Well, I'm going to try to follow up the icon Bill Hillgrove. I don't know if I'll be able to do that. But, something a little different. It's a landmark year, Tristan, so we'll try.
Yeah. So, Mr. Barat, the first telethon took place 21 years ago in 1999. Explain how the legacy of the telethon started.
Well, actually, Tristan, it was a little bit of my wife. We were doing video yearbooks at the time. We sold well into the high 70s and 80s, but we were always editing and doing a ton of work after Memorial Day. And my wife said, "Hey, why don't you try something different?" And one of my mentors at the time was a teacher at Fox Chapel High School, and they were getting ready for their 10th annual Make-A-Wish Telethon. But they did it a lot differently. It's like we show highlights of all the buildings and the fundraising that occurs. They do it all live. So they had the capabilities back in the late 90s. They can hit a button and go live to one of their elementary buildings or their junior high. And so they had their video students camped out at all the buildings. And they had big fish tanks. And the community would just drive up and drop money. So they never collected until the day of. So they had like money counters, just counting the money. And I'm like, well, there's no way we can do that. I mean, we don't have the technology to do that. We still don't have the technology to do that. I mean, we're real good with our live streaming. But I'm like, hey, we're going to have to videotape fundraising activities. And ours is totally different. But that's where it got started. And true story, we went over to Fox Chapel High School, 2 of my former students, Mike Evans and Tony Benora. And we got in the car. And at the time, I was allowed to drive students, and they got in the car afterwards, and they're like, boy, that was awful. That seems like a lot of work. Thank goodness we're not going to do that, right, Mr. Barat? And I'm like, I think we might do that. Now, Mike Tardio is going to go on next. He's laughing because I just brought up 2 students, and I didn't bring up his name. But, yeah, Mike Evans and Tony Benora. So that's where the 3 of us went over, and that's where it started. So.
Cool. In 1999, when the first telethon took place, none of the students working here today were born yet, including your own 2 children, Zach and Emily, who are here today. How does it feel to see your children grow up with the telethon and now be a part of it?
Well, I feel bad for Zach, and, we have over a dozen seniors that have come back to help out. They missed their telethon last year because of COVID, so, that stunk. It was real empty leaving here last year at 3 o'clock. It's first time on the last day of school before the holiday break I saw daylight, because we come in at 5 a.m., it's dark. We leave at 5 p.m. and it's dark. And there's no windows in the studio. Yeah. So, no, it's nice. There's a picture of Zach Barat in my office. Jen brought him up after the telethon when she was on maternity leave. He's 6 months old. Now he's walking around like he owns the place. But no, all kidding aside. And Emily's over here. She's one of the ones in charge of telethon trivia with Alyssa Warner and Danica Susko and Zach Miller. And she's already positioning herself like she asked last night. So what do you think I'd be good at? Should I be what Julia Chapkiss does? Maybe what Matt Diss does? Or should I be a host like Tristan Oth? I'm like, well, definitely not like Tristan Oth. No, I'm kidding. So Emily's already positioning herself. So it's kind of cool. Like Zach and Emily came up. They watched it as freshmen and sophomores, and they kind of knew some of the students. But now they're like friends, like with you and Jade and whoever else. So that's cool. I asked Parker, who's in 8th grade, to come up. He's like, no, it's movie day at O Block. We're watching The Grinch. I'm like, okay, that's fine. So yeah, it's nice.
So the telethon this year is over 8 hours long. How do you prepare for this production every year?
Well, Tristan, we started off, we met here as hosts, you, Parker, Jade, all the hosts, and we met and, for a 4-hour meeting. Yep. Chick-fil-A, you brought up the wrong iced tea for me. I'm not going to say that again. Yeah, I know. And so, and then all the hosts had to write up all the questions and stuff. So it started in the middle of November, and then over Thanksgiving, interacting with Julia Chapkiss on Google Docs and Matt Diss putting together the script. Over 10 hours, each of us individually, just doing the transitions, like you're looking at your script now, making sure it's grammatically correct, putting in telethon trivia. And Matt Diss is real organized, and we have 100 different production documents, one for times, one for segments, which is really good. So, it's a work in progress, and, now we're here for the telethon. We went through practice, and it was like, oh my gosh, we're here till 6 o'clock, and then we're here at 5 a.m., and before you know it's going to be over. I actually, true story, I had a host that broke down and cried seconds before my ending interview about 5 years ago, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what's wrong? She's like, I can't believe it's over. Yeah. Because it happened so fast, because it's something she was looking forward to doing since she entered high school. I'm like, don't cry right now, like you're going to throw me off.
Yeah. What classes do you teach here at Plum High School?
I've taught college writing here before in English, but I have the television production 1 class, which is a semester, and then TV 2 and TV 3, TV 3 being the college credited class, Duquesne. So with all my students here, just so you know, when we get back in January, you'll have a Duquesne application for college credits. So.
Yes. You always quote the TV department and yourself as being kind of a big deal. Where and how did this start?
It's funny. Now, it did not come from Anchorman, even though I saw the line in there. And it's just a little like Mike Tardio probably doesn't believe me because, he knows I'm a big deal. Mike's a big deal now with East Suburban as he's getting ready to come on now. But we interviewed R.J. Umberger when the Columbus Blue Jackets came to town. R.J. Umberger's a former student, and we interviewed him. And the way it works with the Penguins is the Penguins practice. They have more time to eat, take an afternoon nap for a home game than the visitors practice. We interviewed R.J. ahead of time, and the Penguins were finishing up practicing. And I told the TV production students, let's just pack up the cameras and we'll go. And they all immediately just took off and went right down to the bottom of the stands where the Penguins leave the ice. And I'm like, terrific. thank goodness you're acting like you've been there before. And so, and it was right after one of our lift up videos, the second one, I believe, and Brent Johnson, who was the former Penguins goaltender, and Max Talbot came out, and they stopped. They're like, hey, you guys supposed to be in school, right? And they're like, yes, you know, but we interviewed one of our teachers, former students, R.J. Umberger, and they're like, oh, okay. And they said, you know, where are you from? We're like, oh, we're from Plum High School. And Max Talbot didn't even miss a beat. He's like, the Lip Dub School. And so we're like, oh, okay, so he knows about us. And they talked to us for like 30 seconds, and Brent Johnson goes, hey, does anyone here play hockey? And we're like, no. He's like, it's okay. Here's my goaltending stick. So we walked out of practice with Brent Johnson's goaltending stick. He's like, hey, great job. Keep up the good work with the Lip Dub videos. And so sure enough, that was it. We came back with a goaltending stick, and everyone's like, wow, Mr. Barat, you're kind of a big deal. The Penguins know about you, and it just stuck.
Yeah, that's a really cool story. Lastly, a festive question to wrap things up. What is your favorite holiday cookie?
Favorite holiday cookie, it's an Italian pastry. It is the Pizzelle.
Good choice.
Yes, thank you.
All right, are you up for some telethon trivia?
Yes, I'm not going to be like other guests. I don't know the answers, so we're just going to go. I mean, if we have to give Mike Tardio the answers, that's okay, but go ahead, fire away.
All right,
I'm looking straight at not looking at the answers. I'm looking straight onto the camera.
All right, your first question. In the movie A Christmas Carol, what is Scrooge's first name?
Ebenezer.
Correct. Second question. How many fingers does Mickey Mouse have on one hand, including thumbs?
That would be 4.
Correct. Name 2 of the many franchises that Disney owns.
Obviously, Disney owns everything, really, but ESPN and Star Wars, Hulu, I can keep on going, so.
Also correct. Last one. In Finding Nemo, Dory suffers from what?
Dory suffers from memory loss. And let it be written to all my former students, especially the next one that's coming on, that is 4 for 4, Mr. Tardio. Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us today. It was a pleasure to hear the backstory. Thank you. Now let's send it over to Jade with a familiar face around the Plum Borough School District.
Thanks, Tristan. I'm now joined by Mike Tardio, a physical therapist at East Suburban Sports Medicine. How are you doing today, Mr. Tardio?
I'm doing good, Jade. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. What led you to pursue physical therapy?
So my dad's a physical therapist, so my whole life I've been around it. Actually, as a kid, I wanted to be in the CIA, and when I got to high school, realized that really wasn't what I wanted to do, and saw all the lives that my dad impacted throughout his career, and just felt that that would be a great profession to get into.
How did you become involved in this occupation?
So to become a physical therapist, you have to go to PT school, which is a graduate program. So I went to Pitt for 7 years. Once I graduated from Pitt, I took the state boards or the national boards, and then was licensed to be able to start treating patients.
What are some conditions that you frequently treat or see on a daily basis?
So I'm an orthopedic physical therapist, so I treat mainly anything that involves the muscles and the bones and joints of the body. So things like shoulder pain, back pain, post-surgical things like a rotator cuff tear or an ACL repair, ankle sprains, pretty much anything that anyone could injure, I can treat.
How has the treatment for concussions changed from when you were a high school athlete to now?
It's definitely changed, mainly brought on by what has occurred in the NFL in the past, 10 some years. A lot of it is the recognition and the awareness of what the symptoms are, so the athlete can report to us what the issue is. And then from there, if someone's suspected with a concussion, we don't let them return back into playing. Back in the day, people would go back in and play all the time. And then they have to be cleared by a physician to return to playing the sport. We have to run them through a bunch of tests and protocols to be, make sure that they're ready to return to playing. So in the end, it's all for the better of the person's brain.
You played on multiple soccer teams with Pat McAfee when you were younger. Do you have any funny stories from playing with him?
I have a lot. What I would say is the Pat that is on the internet now is the same Pat that walked the halls here. So just the character, for our soccer banquets, him and our other friend, Chris Larman would go to Goodwill and find the craziest outfits to wear to every single soccer banquet. And the one story I always like to tell people, because I think it's kind of funny and ironic, me and Pat traveled, played on Beadling. We were the only two from Plum, and so we shared a room along with our parents, our dads, for a lot of away games. And my dad's a big snorer. Pat's dad's a big snorer. I have no issue with sleeping through their snoring, but Pat's a pretty light sleeper, so he spent many of nights sleeping in the closet of the hotel room, the bathroom, inside the bathtub, just trying to get some sleep. And so it's kind of ironic, a guy who's a millionaire and sleeping in a big mansion was, sleeping in a bathtub for a lot of the time in his youth.
Mike, you were on the soccer team here as a student. What are some of your favorite memories about those years?
Countless memories, really. For me, probably, the friendships that I made. I'm getting married this summer, and 3 out of the 6 guys were on the soccer team with me. 2 other ones were my high school friends. So, just all the memories that I made with my friends that have lasted me a lifetime. We were a pretty successful soccer team, just like your team. Yep. So anytime you win a lot, it's fun and you make a lot of memories. Obviously, we were the last team to win a Whitfield championship in Plum. And so, that was an awesome day. Celebrating after the game, getting a police escort back to the school, just all those things that happened after that were, things that we still talk about to this day.
Mm-hmm. For over 35 years, East Suburban Sports Medicine has been the provider of athletic trainers for athletes of the district. What is the most rewarding part of being able to help athletes prevent and recover from injuries?
So for me, being an athlete myself, I know how much a sport means to someone. Soccer is my life. And so when someone gets injured and you lose that ability to play the sport that you love, a big part of you is missing. And so for me, the part is being able to play a role and a big impact on getting that athlete back onto the field. And then it's just rewarding to be on the sideline, like in your case, watching someone that was a former patient of mine be able to go out and enjoy the sport that they love. Mm-hmm. It's just fun to, see people enjoy the sport that they love just the way that I did.
One more question for you. What's your favorite holiday treat?
I would definitely go with chocolate-covered Oreos and chocolate-covered pretzels from Sarah's. Those are pretty good. So.
And then I heard you have one more thing to present.
Yeah, I have 2 checks on behalf of my family, my parents, my dad and my mom, who's a retired teacher here at the high school, and my sister, who's a kindergarten teacher, Mrs. Pfeiffer, down at Pivik. We'd like to donate $100 to Make-A-Wish, and then on behalf of East Suburban Sports Medicine Center, we'd like to donate $200 to Make-A-Wish.
Well, thank you very much
You're
for
welcome.
that. Thank you for your time, Mike, and thank you for the donation. Now let's send it over to Parker with another special guest.
Thank you, Jade. I'm now sitting here with former television production students Fran Begley, Sammy Stewart, Sydney Linhart, Megan Franzi, and Caitlin Schmidt. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So where do you all attend college, and what are you studying?
I go to Teal College, and I am majoring in criminal justice and minoring in journalism.
I go to Carlow University, and I'm studying nursing.
I go to Slippery Rock University, and I'm majoring in psychology.
I also go to Teal College, and I am majoring in secondary education for mathematics with an English certificate.
I go to Clarion University, and my major is speech pathology, and my minor is athletic coaching.
Awesome. So since you guys were unable to have a telethon last year, how are you guys helping out this year?
We all came back as floor directors, and we're just kind of helping around too, but honestly, we're just happy to be here and have the opportunity to come back and be a part of a great program.
Well, you guys are doing a fantastic job, I can tell you that. So what have you guys learned at PHS that you were applying in your freshman year at college?
My senior year, I took Dr. Bahambri's forensic science class, and so because I'm a criminal justice major, I've used a lot of what I've learned in her class to help me in those classes as well.
I would say just being a part of so many different activities and classes has helped me with my time management in college.
I took Mr. Magnuson's class in high school, and I basically applied everything I learned in his class in all of my major classes in college.
Along with Fran, I would say time management is the best skill that I learned here at high school, especially since I am on the cheer team at Teal, so is Sydney. So managing our time is super important.
As an athlete in high school, I learned, like Fran and everyone else, to time management, and with being on the soccer team, it's really important to keep my grades up and just make sure my time's managed correctly.
So how has the college experience been so far, even though we're still in the COVID-19 pandemic?
It's been really good so far. Of course, having to wear masks hasn't changed, but other than that, nothing is really out of the ordinary than past years. So I would say that obviously it's an adjustment from being in high school. I'm living by myself for the first time. So that's new, but it's been really good so far.
I would have to agree with Sid. Not much has really changed other than wearing masks and maybe some online classes. I'm just kind of hoping that we are in person for the spring semester.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely an adjustment going from living on your own to sharing a room with a person.
Like everybody else, living alone, it's definitely different, but nothing's really changed. We still wear masks, but we can do more activities, especially this fall that I know that the class of 2020 didn't really get to experience their first freshman fall semester.
Living on your own is definitely a adjustment from living with your parents, but when you meet the right people in college, it's easy to move around and have the right people around you to make it easy.
All right, and lastly, a holiday question for you, given we're 2 days out from Christmas. What is your favorite holiday memory?
My favorite holiday memory is just getting to be with my family throughout the entire season. Obviously, now that I'm in college, it's a different experience because I get to come home, but just being able to make cookies and spend time with my family, that's what I cherish the most.
My favorite memory would have to be the 7 Fishes dinner that my family has and just getting to spend time with my family.
My favorite tradition is driving around on Christmas Eve and looking at all the Christmas lights in Plum.
My favorite tradition is baking cookies every year with my grandma. This year, since I was away at college, I didn't get to as much, but we still had that bonding time, made some cookies.
My sister and I always run down the stairs on Christmas Day to see the Christmas tree and the presents and everything, and probably my favorite memory of those is her always pushing me down the stairs to make sure she gets to see everything first.
No, Sam, my sister does that to me too, so it's okay, even now. All right, thank you, ladies, for taking time out of your busy day and especially coming back for this telethon. Remember, if you would like to make a donation in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH. Once again, that number is 412-471-9474. This time, let's take a look at how our local bowling alley, Nesbitt's Lanes, helped fundraise for Make-A-Wish.
Hello everyone, my name is Carl Rotano and I am here with the owner of Nesbitt's Lanes, Rich Nesbitt. How are you doing today, Rich?
I'm fine, Carl, and how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. So you are a very generous person and you give back in actions and you give back a lot of money to the community. What is your motivation behind that?
Well, thank you very much for the compliment. I personally feel blessed to be in Plumboro. It's a great community. I was brought up to be an asset to the community and support the community, and the community has definitely supported us. My family, my father, his 2 brothers, and myself, we've been here since 1946, and we couldn't have lasted that long without the support and help of the community. So I'm just blessed. I'm very thankful.
And 2020 was a really bad year for all businesses. Now that we're coming to the end of 2021, how has Nesbitt's kind of recovered from the pandemic and everything that happened?
We were fortunate enough to make it through the pandemic. We had, again, a ton of help. We had a number of donations from other businesses, league bowlers, people in the community. The outreach was overwhelming. It bridged some difficult gaps that all businesses faced during the COVID situation. And right now things are up and running to a more normal point. And our league base is back and our open bowling base is starting to come back. So I think we're going to be okay. It was stressful, but I think we're going to be okay.
All right, that's great to hear, Rich. Well, thank you for your time.
You, appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Nesbitt's Lanes with my favorite worker, Carl. Now, Carl, what's it like working here?
It's really great working here. It's really nice to see all the familiar faces that come in when the leagues bowl, and making friends with everybody and just getting to know a lot of new people.
Now, your boss, Rich, what's he like?
Rich is honestly a really great guy. It's a privilege working under him. He treats me and everybody that works here and everybody that bowls here very well, and he also does a lot of stuff for the community.
Now, with your 4 years of experience, what has changed since then?
Well, physically, not much, except for the ball returns and the computers. But everything else is kind of the same as I remember it from when I was bowling here at kindergarten from after-school bowling.
All right, thank you.
It's great to see our community outside the school getting so involved with Make-A-Wish. Joining me now are 2019 Plum Make-A-Wish hosts Liza Lobick and Josie Zumo. How are you guys today?
I'm good.
Good. Liza, how would you say having the opportunity to be a host changed your outlook on Make-A-Wish?
Well, when I was a host, we talked about how Plum sponsors all of the wishes that come out of Plumboro. And that was something really special to learn and to learn about how much of an impact that Plum High School has on the community through the Make-A-Wish Telethon.
I agree. Josie, if you could give one piece of advice to the high schoolers now, what would it be?
I would just say enjoy it while it lasts. It's really fun, and I look back on high school and I think, oh, that was so fun. And it gets a lot harder, so I would just enjoy it while you're here. Don't take it for granted.
Liza, when you had the opportunity to interview a few guests a few years back, who were you most excited to interview and why?
Well, I actually got to do the same thing that you get to do today. I got to interview the past hosts, which was really fun for me because they were my friends from past years, so getting to catch up with them behind the set was really fun.
Josie, what was your favorite part of the telethon in 2019?
I just really liked working with all the other hosts and with Mr. Barat and the producers. It was just really fun, and it went really well because we all got along, and the guests were really nice too.
Yeah. I agree. Liza and Josie, what is the most special gift you've ever given or received?
Well, a while back, 8 years back, we got 2 cats for Christmas, Jingle and Bell. That was my special gift.
Oh man, this is hard. If my parents are watching now, they know what their Christmas gift is, but me and my brother got them Penguins tickets this year, so
that's nice. Thank you so much for coming back for this special event. It's always good to see you guys. Now let's send it to Carolyn and see what she's up to.
Thank you, McKaylee. Here with me now is my cheerleading coach, Mandy Anderson. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. As the varsity cheer coach for the Mustangs, how have you been preparing the competition team to compete at Whitfields?
This year we've been preparing by practicing 2 to 3 times a week. The girls have been extremely dedicated, and their passion and drive is really what motivates them. I continue to motivate them with positivity, but each routine we've upgraded our routine, and the girls are really making a big push this year for Whitfields.
I think we're ready to compete. Not only are the varsity cheer coach, you're also the student government sponsor for 5th and 6th grade. Walk me through the planning process of the Jogathon fundraiser that student government runs.
Student government runs the Jogathon yearly at Holiday Park. This year was my first year hosting the Jogathon, and it was extremely fun. Once we picked the dates and had all of the paperwork ready, the students did all of the work. They collected the sponsors and the donations and then brought that back to me. But in reality, the students did all the hard work. I just had to collect some paperwork.
What other fundraisers did Holiday Park participate in to raise money for Make-A-Wish?
This year, we had a few dress down days for the staff, along with our jogathon. Since the jogathon was a huge success, we just decided to have a few dress down days for the staff.
As a student government sponsor, what do you believe is the most rewarding part about working with the students at Holiday Park?
The most rewarding part about working with the students at Holiday Park within the student government is they have the most amazing and creative ideas, and it is just a blessing to have the opportunity to try to make those a reality and give them a voice within the student body and help them build the community that they want at our school.
One final question. What is your funniest holiday memory?
My funniest holiday memory would be when I was probably about your age. Our dog was super excited that year and ran around the Christmas tree in the midst of Christmas morning, knocked it over, and our ornaments were all over the place.
Thank you for joining us today, Ms. Anderson. Now it's time to take a look at the bustling halls of PHS with our first segment of Deck the Halls.
Hi, I'm Ben Pittman, Junior at Plum Senior High, and I'm here with
Mrs. Bell.
All right, Mrs. Bell, is it all right if we ask you some questions?
Sure.
Okay. Do you have a Christmas tree?
I do. I have two.
What do you decorate your Christmas tree with?
I have two. One is in like muted earth tones, and then I have a traditional one that's red and green, but I have ribbon and bows and traditional ornaments.
Okay, that's nice. Now, what is the best present you've ever received?
One that made me really happy was from my childhood when I got roller skates. We'd go roller skating on Friday night, so that's the one I remember as a child.
Nice, that's awesome. And would you rather spend the holidays with your family or 3 celebrities of your choice?
Oh, definitely family. Definitely family.
All right, well, thank you for the interview, and now let's head back to the studio.
All right. What's the best present you have ever received?
Oh, the best present I've ever received? There are so many. I have absolutely no idea what the best present I've ever received. I think I did receive a football when I was 12, and I remember that being a great gift.
All right, the football when you were 12. Would you rather spend the holidays with your family or with 3 celebrities of your choice?
Holidays are for the family, so I got to stick with my family.
Family, man. Love to hear it. Thank you, Cam, for answering the questions.
Hi, I'm Ben Pittman, Junior at Plum Senior High, and I'm here with
Brandon Shovel.
All right, Brandon, is it cool if we ask you some questions?
Of course.
All right, the first one we got for you is, do you have a Christmas tree?
Yeah, of course I have a Christmas tree.
What do you decorate your Christmas tree with?
So usually just like regular ornaments. We had a big topper, but we lost it. I don't know where it is. So.
Oh, that sucks. What is the best present you've ever received?
My PlayStation 4.
That was a good present. That was probably the best present I've received also.
All right. Last question. Would you rather spend the holidays with your family or 3 celebrities of your choice?
My family.
Family?
Yeah, I love my family.
All right. Thank you for answering the questions, Camille. Let's get back to the studio.
Thanks, guys. I'm joined here today by KDKA radio personality Rick Dayton. How are you doing today?
When you say personality, that's using it quite loosely.
What is your favorite part about delivering the news to the city of Pittsburgh?
One of the things is that obviously when you live here, you get a chance to know the people, right? And so as you know people, you get a sense for the things that are important to them. So to be able to do the news, you kind of have to look through a filter of what are the things that really matter to people, whether it's a story about Amazon coming into the area, whether it's a story about the Steelers, whether it's a story about what's going on with our schools. You have to be able to put it through a filter of why does this matter to people? And that's one of the things I love to be able to do.
Yeah. How have you felt since your transition to radio?
Radio's been a lot of fun. I started in radio when I was a sophomore in high school, and I worked for a radio station in my hometown of Grove City. I did that all through high school, all through college for summer jobs and things like that. And then even after that, I worked in radio for probably 11 or 12 years in North Carolina. And so to be able to get back to doing that after doing television for probably 20 years has really been enjoyable because you don't have the pictures that go along with it, right? All you have is your voice. All you have is the ability to tell a story and to relate to people that way. And so it's really been a lot of fun for me to sort of go back to something I'd done before, but to do it in a different way, doing news talk has been great.
Your career has brought you in the presence of many legends, such as Mean Joe Green. What is it like to be surrounded by big-time celebrities?
They're just people. And I think that's the biggest thing that you learn in this career is that, Joe Green puts his pants on one leg at a time, just like you or I did when we got dressed and put a suit on this morning, right? It's just that he happens to be a Hall of Fame football player. You talk to him and you're saying Mean Joe, and everybody's got this thought about this was the #1 draft pick and he played for Coach Knoll and they only won one game that first year and he got kicked out of his first game. You've got all these stories in your head that you want to talk to him about, but before you know it, you just realize you're talking to a guy whose name happens to be Joe Green and played for so you don't elevate it to a point that he is some superstar. It's that you're talking to somebody else and you're just having a conversation. And I think that's really the only way you can do it, because if you feel starstruck, then it's not going to come across as being genuine. It's going to feel disingenuous, and nobody wants that.
That's a really cool perspective on it. Who is your favorite person you've been able to interact with because of your connections at KDKA?
Probably you right now. No, in all seriousness, in all seriousness, I say that because if you are not just in the moment of the person you're talking to, and if you're thinking about, well, I've got coming up next, or the one that we had a little while ago, then how can you possibly give that 100%? And so the idea is that every person who I have on as a guest, every person who I've had a chance to interact with and things like that, that has to be the most important conversation that you're having in that day. Because if not, then it all just sort of ends up being a wash, and you can't say that this is more important or less important than something else. So in all sincerity, right now, to be able to be here, to see what you guys do, to see how you do this, I don't think people realize how much goes in to doing this telethon. And I've been here a lot of years, and so it's just amazing to be able to see how it's grown, how it's gotten better. The amount of money that you've raised is absolutely incredible. I love being able to be a part of that. And so in all seriousness, right now, this is as good as it gets.
Well, I and we all really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What inspired you to pursue a career in broadcasting?
I don't know what else I'd do. I wasn't probably smart enough to be an engineer. There was no way that I was going to go to medical school. I tell people all the time that my wife is probably 18 or 20 times smarter than I am, and she has a PhD in pharmacology. We have a son in med school, and he's 25 times smarter than I am. We have another one who's in finance, and he's a lot smarter than so it just goes right on down the list. And you just have to be able to do what feels right and what feels good. And for me, communicating with people, talking with people, being able to interview people and disseminate that information, that was something that just felt right. And so when I started in high school and I started doing that and working for a commercial radio station as a kid, one thing leads to another. And I went and I tried to do other things. I did sales for a while, and I was good at it, but I didn't like it. I just didn't like the ups and the downs, the fact that you're really, really good this month and maybe the next month isn't so good. And that wasn't where I wanted to be. I wasn't motivated by money that way. And so, how many commission checks you got wasn't a big deal. To me, doing the ability to share people's stories and tell their stories and help them get that information out, that's what it came back to. So I found myself back in radio and back in television, and one thing led to another, and it's been a career.
The television industry is one of the most challenging yet rewarding industries to work in. What is the biggest challenge you've had to overcome in your career?
I think the biggest thing is that you look at it. Many times people will look at a television career and say, okay, if you're going to be very, very successful, you have to be in a big market. That's just sort of their definition of success is. And by a big market, I mean New York or Los Angeles or Chicago or Pittsburgh or big cities. That if you're going to be successful, that's where you have to be. I know a tremendous number of people who are wildly successful working in Huntington, West Virginia, working in somewhere in Raleigh, North Carolina, smaller places, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be working at ESPN or at Fox or working for CNN in order to be successful. If you are able to do what makes you happy and you're able to make a difference in your community, regardless of where that is, if it's Youngstown, Ohio, which is market 105, or if it's New York City, which is market number 1, what matters is what you do, not necessarily where you do it.
How has the rise of social media changed television and radio?
I won't say whether it's better or worse, but I will say this. It used to be in my career that it would take a $500,000 satellite truck in order to get a live shot from even right here where we are, okay? Now I can reach in my pocket, I can pull out my cell phone. You and I can be live in a matter of probably 15 seconds. Whether we do it on a Facebook Live, whether we use Twitter, whether we use Instagram, whatever it is, we can be live doing video in a matter of 15 seconds, right? That's just on my phone. You have that capability. He's got that capability. They've got that capability. Everybody around us has the ability to do that right now because of social media. So people can get information much more rapidly than what we ever could before without the enormous expense of a satellite truck. Oh, by the way, and a camera operator and an audio person. And you see what I'm saying? It just goes right on down the line. So we can get information much more rapidly, much less expensively, but sometimes the quality is not the same. It's not the same as having a satellite truck and a trained, videographer and having somebody who's running audio and those sorts of things. So it's changed a lot. Sometimes for the better, sometimes not so much for the better, because I think there's a certain snarkiness sometimes that comes along with social media too that makes it a challenge.
Social media being an example, the news is constantly innovating and evolving. How do you keep up with the changing technology?
You have to, because if you don't, then you're sort of a dinosaur. I mean, you have to be able to, during the course of a show, I've got a computer that's got probably 5 or 6 different tabs that are open. So I've got email in one of those tabs, so anything that comes through in email. If I get a press release from the Penguins saying, okay, our game against the Devils was postponed on Tuesday, you've got that immediately as soon as it hits. I've got my phone out. Other tabs that are there have to do with company email. I'm dealing with 3 or 4 different websites. You can check and see sort of what's going on from a news standpoint and be able to follow those sorts of things. And oh, by the way, you're still doing your show, right? I've got my phone that if I get a text message from somebody saying, hey, this is a tip on this particular story or this is what's going on, you've got that. Plus you're dealing with your producer and all those kind of things. So you're using that to sort of, again, to compile information. It may not be something that you want to go with right away because you haven't confirmed it, right? But if you get a tip that something has happened, perhaps then during a commercial break you can go from that, whether it's a tip that somebody sends you a message in Instagram or somebody sends you a Twitter direct message, whatever, you can use that to then say, okay, what do we do as far as getting that story?
What advice would you give to someone who wants to be where you are?
Sitting by you mean?
You could say that.
Okay. The one thing I would say is just you've got to be yourself. I mean, because if you're not yourself, at some point it's going to come across as being disingenuous. And everybody is going to be able to see through that. So if what you are is lighthearted and fun, you can't necessarily say, all I'm going to do is just be diehard serious all the time. If what you are is a really serious journalist and that's sort of who you are, yucking it up probably isn't going to come across necessarily as being genuine. So you've got to sort of be who you are and be true to yourself, because if you're not, at some point, it just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't seem normal. And again, to come across as being funny, the only thing you have as a journalist is your credibility, right? And if they can't even say, okay, who is this person? I don't know if this is, you can see where it goes from a credibility standpoint.
For someone like me who really does want to be in your position, I can really appreciate that.
Good.
What does Make-A-Wish mean to you?
Make-A-Wish is awesome. I mean, I do a lot of different charity work and things like that, but Make-A-Wish is one of those, when you see the reaction of kids who have an opportunity to do something that they never, ever would have been able to do. When you see the reaction of their parents to be able to do something for their kids that maybe the family wouldn't be able to do. For them to be able to say, we're going to take our minds off whatever else is going on. And if we're able to do that and say, we're going to make a trip and we're going to go to the Outer Banks because we always wanted to go there together and see if we could find dolphins. If we're going to go to Arizona because we wanted to see a cactus, whatever that child's wish is, this brings it to life. This puts it in a situation where people can do those things in a way that maybe they couldn't provide that for their child. And that's the thing about Make-A-Wish. It's just so powerful. It's so personal. It's so unique. But at the same time, it really gives people a chance to say, hey, we're going to do something together as a family that otherwise we might not have been able to do.
Lastly, what is one holiday tradition your family has?
Holiday tradition. We got into the habit, and this actually came from family generations back. My grandfather on my mom's side was a Presbyterian minister. And because of that, he oftentimes would have church obligations even on Christmas Day. So they always opened their presents on Christmas Eve. So when my mom and my dad got married, They weren't going to necessarily open them all on Christmas Eve because my dad's family would do it, like most of us do on Christmas morning. So what they decided to do was that they would open one on Christmas Eve and then the rest of them on Christmas morning. And so then that's what we did as kids growing up. We've done that with our kids. And so now you get home from church after the Christmas Eve service, you open one present before we all go to bed, and then the next morning would be sort of the time when we'd unwrap the rest of the gifts and give the rest of those gifts.
Rick, before we let you go, we would like to bring out another very special guest from a local business, Robert Thomason from Spitzer Toyota. Come on in, Mr. Thomason.
He's a good man. How are you?
All right, great. How are you?
Good to see you.
Mr. Thomason, what brings you into Plum High School this morning?
Well, Spitzer Toyota would like to donate $18,500 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Thank you. So hopefully, obviously, this is a catalyst to get you guys to $1 million. So any local businesses that are out there, please support them. And when Rick called me, or we spoke kind of later in the summer about what things are special in his mind, Rick's a great person that brings people together. So that's kind of how this collaboration started.
This is great. A donation of $18,500. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Thompson and everyone from Spitzer Toyota.
He's the best.
He is. Big thank you to Rick Dayton and Mr. Thompson for being a part of our telethon. Wishing you and your families a happy holidays.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, too. Now over to Julia with another interview.
Thanks, Cam. I would now like to introduce the Plum Lady Mustang soccer coach, Jamie Stewart. So, Coach, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Jules. How are you?
Pretty good, thank you. What an incredible season we had this year. We went undefeated in the section, made it to high mark for Whitfield Finals once again. Also, for the first time in Plum soccer history, we made it past the first round of states into the semifinals as we were beaten by the Mars Planets. This is a huge accomplishment for players, but what does all this mean to you as a coach, especially by making school history?
Well, Julia, when you look at it as a coach, right, my success is based on the players on the field. And that's what I enjoy to see is the girls stepping on the field and having the success that they have. That means as a coaching staff, we're doing our job of preparing them for the situations that they're going to face when they have. Unfortunately, we ran against the Mars Planets twice this year and came up on the short end of the stick both times.
Yeah. You've been head coach for the Lady Mustang soccer team for 3 years now. What has been your favorite part of your time at Plum?
It's the girls. Knowing most of them for a lot of their lives, coaching a lot of them, it's nice to get to see them at this level and be able to have the success that they've had and prepare them for what comes after high school.
Mm-hmm. That's good, though. As your girls have made it to Whitfield Finals 3 consecutive years in a row, being all those times by the Mars Planets, what are your plans for next year? Specifically, what will you do differently to try and defeat Mars?
So the joke there would be is, right, score more goals than them?
I agree.
That would be the joke. But honestly, I think we had a pretty good game plan going into the state game. Mm-hmm. I think we did pretty well there. I think we just have to generate some more opportunities. And so we'll figure out a way to do that next year.
I agree. Can you tell us a little bit how your coaching career started?
Yeah, it's actually a funny story. I was at work one day, and a good friend of mine asked if I would come help him because he was a basketball guy, not a soccer guy. And he knew that I played soccer growing up. Mm-hmm. And he asked me if I'd come help him coach his daughter. And that was 22 years ago. I coached all 3 of his kids, and then I started coaching my kids. So,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
You have been coaching soccer for many years now. What made you want to coach high school for coaching all those years in youth soccer?
Well, I got to coach at Gateway with a good friend of mine. And it was an interesting change from youth soccer into the high school level. And so when Mrs. Schuckert stepped down as the coach, I thought it was a good opportunity to come over here, leave Gateway and come over here to Plum, and it's been great ever since.
Definitely was a good choice. Describe to me how it feels to see some of the girls that you've watched grow up play their last games, including your daughter, Sam Stewart, who graduated last year.
Well, it's bittersweet, right? The bitter part is you're sad to see them go,
Mm-hmm.
but the good part is you're preparing them for life after high school, and it's fun to watch them grow as people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always nice to see and talk to them after they've left and come back and see you. So that's the bittersweet part of it, right? That you hate to see them go, but happy to see them move on with their lives.
I agree. Last question for you, Coach. It's a tough one. If you could be one reindeer from Santa's sleigh, which reindeer would you be?
I think I'd say Comet, and the reason for that, there you go. You're wondering, right?
Yeah.
So at Hershey Park, there's a roller coaster, and the name of it's Comet, and I went to Hershey Park a whole bunch as a kid, so that's the one that I'd go with.
Interesting. That's pretty cool. Before you head out, would you like to play some telephone trivia?
Sure.
All right, first question. What famous condiment brand was created in Pittsburgh?
I'll go with Heinz. Ketchup.
What dessert has the jingle, "What would you do for," originated in Pittsburgh?
Klondike bar.
You're on a roll so far. What makes a salad a Pittsburgh salad?
Fries.
3 for 3. What was a PBP Paints arena called before it was rebranded?
That was Console Energy, right?
Wow, 4 for 4. Thanks for coming in today, Coach. So nice to see you again. I wish you and your family a happy and safe holiday.
Same to you, Jules.
Thanks. Now let's send it back to Michael for another interview.
Thank you so much, Julia. Congratulations to Coach Jamie and the girls' soccer team on another historic season. I'm here with Emily Bologna, Danica Susko, and Kate Thomas here, who all visited Center Elementary to film their Make-A-Wish events. How you guys doing?
I'm good. Pretty good.
Good. Cade, can you give me an overview of the events that were held at Center Elementary?
Yeah, sure. But first things I want to say, the kids at Center, they did a great job on all their events. They all really went all out. They all dressed up really well. I think the first event we went down for was the superhero event, and all the kids looked great. I saw a lot of kids with Spider-Man shirts on, which was surprising because the new movie hadn't even come out yet, but Spider-Man was definitely the most popular out of them all. And then the second day we went down for, I believe, was PJ Day, and all the kids dressed up in their PJs. It's one of my favorite things that we do at school is dress up in PJs. And then lastly, we had Disney Day, and Disney Day, it's good. Lots of princesses that we saw, a couple dresses, but nothing too crazy. All the kids did a great job though.
Sounds amazing. Danica, being back at your former elementary school was definitely exciting, and I'm sure the memories came flooding back. Describe how you felt when you went back to your old school and a favorite memory from when you attended Center.
It was definitely a very nostalgic feeling going back to a school that I spent 7 years at. I was there since kindergarten to 6th grade, and definitely the best feeling was seeing all my teachers back and their faces light up when they saw me. And as for my favorite memory, I would have to say it's the play we did when I was in 4th grade, and I got to play the part as Taylor Swift.
Do you still listen to Taylor Swift?
Oh, of course.
Emily, one of the themes when you guys went to film was superheroes. Tell me about how the school was decorated and what the kids were wearing.
All the kids really just dressed in like their favorite superhero clothes and pajamas and costumes. The biggest superhero we saw though was Spider-Man. Like Kate said, everybody just loves Spider-Man, and all of them were down the hallways just like imitating all the superheroes. And the teachers did a really good job also participating, especially on Superhero Day. They all just wore capes and they were having fun. And the school had a lot of posters and banners of just superhero slogans, and it was really cute and fun.
That sounds amazing. Thank you guys so much. I wish you all a happy holiday. Now let's see how Center supported Make-A-Wish.
Hi, I'm Lauren Gracie, and today we're at Center Elementary School for Make-A-Wish. Alright, what's your name?
Eva.
Eva? Alright. Are these your favorite pajamas?
Yeah.
Alright. What are your plans for Thanksgiving?
We are going to our cousin's house, and our cousins and Grandma are going to make food for Thanksgiving.
Oh, that sounds fun. Do you like to take a lot of naps?
Not all the times.
Yeah. All right, do you know why we dressed up today? Why we wore pajamas?
To make a wish.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Danica Sesko, and I'm here with
Sadie Roseland.
Hi, Sadie. It is pajama day here today, so are these your favorite pajamas?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I love dogs very much.
I love dogs too. What are your Thanksgiving plans?
I'm gonna see my cousins today, and I'm gonna see them tomorrow.
That's so fun. I'm going to see my cousins too. And do you know why you're dressed up like this today?
For Make-A-Wish.
That's right. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Hi, I'm Emily, and today I'm here with...
Granny Avocado.
Today it's pajama day at Center, so what's on your pajamas?
Dodo.
Do you like her?
Yes.
That's good. So what are your Thanksgiving plans?
Have a silly spring competition.
Silly string competition?
Yeah.
So do you know why we're dressed up today and why we're filming?
No.
It's for Make-A-Wish. Have you heard of Make-A-Wish?
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Hi, I'm Greg, and I'm here with
Isaac.
All right, Isaac, now what are you doing for Thanksgiving tomorrow?
I'm going to my grandma's house.
That sounds really fun. What is your favorite dish to eat on Thanksgiving?
Turkey legs.
Turkey legs are really good. Personally, my favorite are the mashed potatoes. Now, I really like your pajamas, buddy. Do you like to take a lot of naps and sleep a lot, or not really?
No.
No, not really. All right, Isaac, and do you know why you're wearing pajamas today?
For Make-A-Wish.
That is right, for Make-A-Wish.
Hi, I'm Emily, and today we're here at Center for Pajama Day. So here I'm with...
Jet.
Do you like to take naps during the day?
No.
Why is that?
Because I like to get more done in the morning.
That's cool. So what are you doing for Thanksgiving?
I'm going to play with my cousins and probably eat.
That sounds fun. Do you know why we're filming today?
For Make-A-Wish.
Nice. Have a good day.
Hi, I'm Danica Sesko here at Center Elementary, and I'm with
Mrs. Venanzi.
We are here for one of the Fun Fridays, and today is Disney Day. What is your favorite Disney movie?
I love all the Disney movies, but recently it would be Frozen because it's about sisters.
That's one of my favorites too. Have many of the kids been dressing up for these days?
Oh, the kids absolutely love it. I'd say most of them dress up, and You know, you can see their excitement down the halls and in the classroom. They're very excited about Make-A-Wish.
I've definitely noticed that too. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Caden Thomas, and with me today I have
Evelyn.
And we're going to be asking her some questions about Disney. So for starters, what's your favorite Disney movie?
Frozen 2.
Frozen 2? Oh, I like Frozen 2. From that movie, who's your favorite character?
Anna.
Anna? I like Anna too. Thanks for letting me interview you.
Hi, I'm Lauren Gracie, and today I'm at Center Elementary School for Disney Day. Okay, what's your name?
Addison.
Addison. What's your favorite Disney movie?
Princess Aurora.
That's my favorite too. I love your outfit.
Thanks.
Okay, that's all we have. Bye. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Danica, and I'm with
L'Oreal.
Hi, L'Oreal. Who's your favorite Disney character?
Minnie.
I love your outfit.
Hi, I'm Greg, and today we're here at Center filming. Now, I'm here with
John.
All right, John, now you have Mickey on your shirt. I have Mickey on your shirt. Pretty cool, we're matching. Is Mickey your favorite Disney character?
Yes.
All right, awesome. And now, Bud, do you know why we're dressed up today? That is correct, for Make-A-Wish.
I'm Kay Thomas with the high school, and with me today I have Mr. Bechtold.
Hello.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi. I'm Mr. Bechtold, Mr. B to most students. I've been teaching elementary art for Plum School District for the last 11 years. I've been here at Center for a good portion of that, and we're currently working on some winter projects. I was talking to Caden. He was asking me what my favorite grade level to teach is, and I was just trying to explain to him that is such a difficult question for me, given that just depending on what I'm teaching, whether it's blending charcoal or painting or drawing, that's what's so great about teaching so many grade levels or ability levels, because it changes every single project, every single day. I'll fall in love with a certain lesson for, little first graders, but then, fourth grade will walk right in, and then we'll, create something that's, rather challenging that really pushes them, and they, get super inspired. So, like I said, it changes all the time, and that's what's so great about teaching art at the elementary level.
Hi, I'm Amelia. Welcome to Center Elementary School. We were honored to once again participate in many fun activities this year to donate all proceeds to the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Hi, I'm Gabby. We sold raffle tickets for 2 baskets full of goodies. It contained a blanket, gingerbread house, fidget spinners, and much more.
Hi, I'm Joey. Penny Wars was one of our big fundraisers. Students brought not just pennies, but quarters, nickels, dimes, and dollar bills as well.
Some other activities the students participated in were Cama Day, Hat Day, Plum Day, Neon Day, Black and Gold Day, Ugly Sweater Day, and Disney Day, just to name a few.
So far, our total is $1,575.92. 1, 2, 3.
Happy holidays from Center Elementary!
Thank you, guys.
Great job, Center Elementary, for raising $4,719.34. That brings our total to $23,219.34. A big congratulations and thank you to all the students. Please remember, if you would like to donate to Make-A-Wish, you can do it now through Plum's name. Please call 412-471-WISH. That is 412-471-9474. Now let's learn a little bit more about Make-A-Wish with our regional representative.
Wow, great job, Center Elementary. Today I'm with Pittsburgh's Make-A-Wish representative, Stephanie Puglies. Hi, Stephanie. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's wonderful to be here.
Thanks for coming. So Stephanie, how and why did you become involved with the Make-A-Wish Foundation?
Well, I have actually been with Make-A-Wish since 1992. It's been a really long time. I'm the Director of Development, and I just love helping people. And right after college, I majored in communications and worked for quite a few other nonprofits and found that Make-A-Wish is the best. And I will be here forever, the way it's going.
So I know you already explained it a little bit, but what is your role at Make-A-Wish again?
I am the Director of Development, so I work with groups and organizations that are holding fundraisers, which are raising money to make our wishes happen.
Awesome. So how does a child become eligible to receive a wish?
Okay, well, anyone can refer a child, which means a school, the students around a child who they know is sick. We get a lot of referrals from school nurses. Their doctors, social workers, neighbors, the families themselves. So when the child is diagnosed with a life-threatening critical illness, and they then are referred to us. And then once the referral process starts, we have to talk to the doctor to confirm that the child does have a critical illness. Once the doctor says, yes, they do, then we send in our team of volunteers. We have close to 750 volunteers that work with us to go in, and they are the liaison between the Make-A-Wish staff and the Wish family.
Some wishes are very involved, whether it be a trip to Disney, meeting celebrities, or installing a swimming pool. These wishes cannot be planned overnight. Can you walk me through the process of granting a wish?
Sure. Again, as you said, some wishes can be done in 24 hours. Some wishes take many months. So it really does depend on the wish and the family. We want to do this on the family's timeline. So if, let's say, the family is traveling and they want to go during the summer when the children are not in school, that is totally fine. If they're meeting a celebrity, that's a little bit different because we're now on the celebrity's timeline. But in most cases, the child and their family do understand that. If the celebrity, let's say, is filming a movie and they want to go to see the movie being filmed, they have to go when that is happening. When it comes to a shopping spree or a gift type wish, then we can do it as quickly as we can get the items for that wish. So it really depends, but we try to do a wish within 7 to 10 months if we can.
Cool. So along with Plum's Make-A-Wish Telethon, what are some other popular fundraisers for Make-A-Wish in the greater Pennsylvania and West Virginia region?
We have quite a few various fundraisers. One of my favorites is Will's Wings and Wishes. It's held out in Moon Township in June, and it's a massive car show. It's hundreds and hundreds of cars that come out. Sometimes thousands of people. It raises about $30,000 to $35,000 each year, and the team of people behind it are just fabulous. Just like the Plum Telethon, they really take Make-A-Wish to heart, and their world is Make-A-Wish. We also do quite a few golf outings. We have. I know Miss Duquesne, Duquesne University holds Miss Duquesne pageant. So we have fundraisers going on at schools, at colleges, and at various businesses. Could be cause-related marketing. Right now we're working with Subaru. And if you go to buy a Subaru car, and you choose Make-A-Wish, $250 will go to Make-A-Wish.
That's awesome.
And we're also working with Macy's right now. So there's so much going on. It's a constant raising funds because we're always granting wishes.
Yeah. So over the years, what is the most unique or memorable wish you have seen granted?
Well, one of my most favorite wishes is the wish of Zach. Zach's wish was, he was about 7 years old, and he wanted a dinosaur in his backyard. And that, to me, is one of the coolest wishes. And the way we did this was we had him on a scavenger hunt all over the city of Pittsburgh. He started at the Pittsburgh Zoo and PPG Aquarium, where he was told an egg had been hatched, and the dinosaur baby was now running around the city of Pittsburgh. So he started at the Pittsburgh Zoo, where he saw the egg had been hatched. We got him in a car, and then he drove to the Carnegie Museum, where he got to meet with a paleontologist and actually see bones. And while all this was happening, we were putting the dinosaur in his backyard. And that dinosaur has followed him wherever he goes. Zach is now graduated from Duquesne University. He is a nurse, and he's working in Baltimore right now. And he is one of the most amazing wish kids, and is doing so well. And a lot of it has to do with the impact of a wish and how much he has the wish has just been for he and his family.
That's a really cool wish. So, Stephanie, Plum has a long history of fundraising for Make-A-Wish. What was it like when you were introduced to Plum and their fundraising efforts?
Well, I have to say that I've worked with Rick for many, many years, Mr. Barat, and the enthusiasm of the students. I'm actually from this area. I live in Penn Hills. So I am out and about in the community, and I will see a Plum t-shirt from the telethon, and I go running up to that person saying, oh my gosh, you helped Make-A-Wish out. So I just know how much this telethon means to the community of Plum, the community around Plum, and the students and the parents and the whole family, and then all the wishes that you have granted. So it's just a fantastic thing that you all are doing here.
Thank you. Okay, my last question. What does the holiday season mean to you?
Well, for me, especially now that we're in the midst of COVID, it's just nice to be able to be with family. My daughter just bought a house, so we are all going to her home tomorrow night for the Italian fishes dinner for Christmas Eve. And it's just a wonderful time to be together and relax and give thanks for what we have and enjoy time together as a family.
Of course. All right. Well, before you go, would you like to do some telethon trivia with us?
I suppose so.
All right. Your first question. What is the most famous quote in Jaws?
We need a bigger boat. Is that correct?
There you go. Second question. Who got paid more, Toto the dog or the Munchkins in The Wizard of Oz?
I'm going to say Toto the dog.
Also correct. What is the highest grossing Christmas movie of all time?
It's a Wonderful Life.
That is not correct. It's actually Dr. Seuss's The Grinch.
That was going to be my second one. Okay.
And your last question. How many times did Ross Geller get divorced in Friends?
Twice?
So close. It was actually 3 times.
3 times. I was trying to think of all the wives he had. He was very popular.
Yes, he was. Thank you for coming out today, Stephanie. Let's now hear from Jade with our next special guest.
Thanks, Tristan. Joining me now is Vinny Sima from Say It Once Dog Training. How are you doing today, Vinny?
I'm doing great. I really appreciate you guys having me out here. Mr. Barat, thank you guys for bringing me down. It's a great day.
Yeah, thanks for coming. So, you have a business of your own called Say It Once Dog Training. Can you tell us a little about it and how it all got started?
Yeah, so I was 19, and my uncle was a dog trainer, and it fascinated me to watch dog behavior change and how people can literally change what their dog is feeling based off of what they do with their dog. And it was really interesting to me, so I just got started with him and branched off, and here we are now.
What is the best part of running your own business?
The freedom. I think being an entrepreneur, and I hope more young kids try to start their own business because you don't always want to work for the man. You know what I mean, right? So the best part about running your own business, you get a lot of freedom. But there's a lot of cons as well, like working 90 hours a week. But running your own business is one of the most important things you could ever do in your life. So I mean, give it a shot.
What made you want to work with dogs?
Well, my hand modeling kind of went out the window early on, so that was one of the only things that I had left. But no, I just love them. I love working with them. I love how much they help people. So people in a really bad time, they depend a lot on their dog, and their dog is the one thing that's always there for them, no matter what, right? So it's they're just the coolest creatures on the planet, if you can ask me.
What would you say is the most difficult part about being a dog trainer?
I would say it's like the same issue that nutritionalists have, is getting people to buy in. Because you got to remember, I'm not training a dog. I go to somebody's house, and who am I mainly working with?
The person.
Absolutely, right? And our habits create dog behavior, and it's hard for people to break their own habits because we love our dogs so much. But our perception of love can sometimes taint what is necessary for the dog.
Which training techniques do you consider the most effective and why?
So that's a great question because there's so many different type of techniques, and I would look at it as more of like a kitchen sink technique. And what I mean by that is you never say this is the only thing that is going to work for this dog. I'll throw the kitchen sink. I'll try to figure out what is going to work for that particular dog, because what motivates you is different than what motivates me, than what motivates your classmate. And that same thing is hold true for dogs. So every dog has a different version of motivation. Like your dog might like tug toy or playing. My dog might like affection or food. And you have to find what makes them tick and use it to your advantage.
What are the most common mistakes you notice pet owners making with respect to disciplining their dogs?
Well, yeah, that's a great question. I would say there's a few. Number one is people, when their dog pees in the house, they get upset and they want to put their dog's nose in it, right? A lot of people, I don't know if you guys are old enough to have heard this, but you yell at your dog after the fact. But this animal has a correlation timing of about 1.5 seconds, which means that if my dog did something right 5 seconds ago or something wrong 5 seconds ago, I cannot reward or correct that behavior. Does that make sense? So you only have a few moments in time to tell your dog yes or no. And I think people wait too long. So that would be my number one thing on that.
Lastly, a festive question.
Yeah.
If you had to choose your favorite reindeer, which one would you choose?
I'm a pretty good dancer, so I would say Dancer is going to be my all-time favorite. That's for sure.
I see you brought a friend with you today. What is their name and what type of breed is he or she?
So this is Zena. She's a St. Bernard. Zizi, up. She's a St. Bernard. She's the sweetest dog in all the land. And she's a rescue dog. I got her about 9 months old. And if it's possible, can I teach you something about dogs? Do you mind? Awesome. So my man, can I go over this way? Yeah. Do I take the mic? Yeah. So my man, I'm going to borrow you for a sec. You're going to come back with me and then hang out right there. Okay. So the biggest mistake that people make with a dog, like she's cute as hell, right? Yeah. I was going to say, if you said no, I'm getting somebody else, right? So she's a really cute dog. And what's the first instinct that we have when we see a dog?
Go pet it.
Yeah, the problem is that dogs are a very nose-oriented animal. They need to smell things to feel comfortable, where we like to process. We see something to believe it, right? And you hear that saying all the time, you need to see it in order to believe it. But for a dog, they need to smell it in order to believe it. So when you bum rush a dog and we go, my babies, like this, it doesn't really give them the opportunity to feel comfortable. Now, when you have a dog who's confident like this, it doesn't really matter. But the average dog isn't comfortable with getting a hug because that's not something that dogs do, right? Now, this is a great time to pet because she's clearly asking for affection. But let me show you something. Zizi, I'm going to bring you on this side so we can see. Oh, God, blessed. Don't step on the mic. Come here. Thank you, baby girl. So if I were to come up here and I had my dog with me and you went to reach, go ahead and try to, you can pet her now. Don't touch my dog, right? So I have to start advocating for my dog because clearly somebody putting their hands in a dog's face is not going to be good. And I would much rather block you than my dog go, oh my God, this is threatening. My dad really let me down here. Does that make sense? Yeah. I want to get my dog to understand that I'm going to take care of everything in this entire world. You don't have to do anything on your own. And then once my dog's calm, comfortable with you around, Zizi, up, then you can give her all, come on. Then you can give her all the affection in the world, but at least she had the opportunity to gauge the situation. Cool.
Yep.
Awesome, brother. Thanks for your help today.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Vinny, for your time today. And now let's send it over to Parker with another guest.
Thank you, Jaden and Vinny. Joining us now from 93.7 The Fan is Paul Zeise. Good morning, Paul. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Pretty good. So I got a couple questions for you. My first question is, Paul, you have been on the radio for a long time. Is there a segment or interview that is the most rewarding to you?
Well, I've just about a month ago, I had Ivan Mazel on, who's a longtime sports writer from ESPN, and it was an important interview because his son, who was in college, committed suicide about 5 or 6 years ago, and so he wrote a book about his family and the journey they went through with their son, and trying to move forward because obviously it's a very traumatic thing, and that's the kind of interview you do where it's more than just about sports. Obviously, we talked a little bit about college football. He's a longtime college football writer. We talked a little about his career, but mostly we talked about the book, and we talked to people basically about the whole situation of how a family can move forward in their grief in that situation. And, we talked about some things that, maybe beforehand that they, there were some signs that there were some things that maybe they ignored that, so that is the kind of interview that's really rewarding. Is I know, especially right before the holiday season, where there's a lot of people that suffer from depression, and there's a lot of that goes on. I felt like it was a great interview because it was helpful to the public, and it provided a really good message, and he's a great guy.
That does seem pretty rewarding. So my second question is, on the flip side of that, is there an interview or segment, without mentioning any names, of course, that you would like to forget, so to say?
Well, I can mention names. This was actually, believe it or not, this was actually another 3 weeks ago. So I have both sides of it within the last 5 or 6 weeks. Devin Bush, who's a linebacker for the Steelers, who was a first round draft pick, who's really not played very well.
Yeah.
And he's been criticized a lot. And I said something critical about him on Twitter. And his dad, who actually was a football player himself, he played at Florida State.
Yep.
He's a coach at Ole Miss. His dad sent me a direct message, and basically told me I'm a loser, I'm an idiot, I never played. So I told him, I said, well, listen, why don't you come on and explain to the city of Pittsburgh why your son is being unfairly criticized? And sure enough, he called in, and it was great radio.
Yeah, it was.
It was like 15 minutes of the most mind-numbingly dumb conversation I've ever had, because he just was going on, and he basically kept saying, well, you're not sitting in the meetings, you don't watch film, you don't know what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
To which I kept answering, well, you're right, I don't know exactly what he's supposed to do, but I do know when he gets to the guy with the ball, he's supposed to make the tackle, and he doesn't. So, and then he went on and on. I know Devin Bush came back from an injury, and he tried to he tried to say that, oh, well, he hasn't lost a step, which anybody that's watched him can clearly see he's still not 100% healthy. Yeah. Anyway, it was great radio, but it was really 15 to 17 minutes of my life I'll never get back.
That seems like a pretty crazy interview, if you ask me. So my third question for you is, the Pitt Panthers are your 2021 ACC championships. They play Michigan State on this upcoming Thursday on November 30th. What do you think Pitt has to do to win that?
Well, I mean, it's going to be an interesting game because both teams are without their best player.
Yep.
So, I mean, is it really Pitt against Michigan State? It's next year's Pitt against next year's Michigan State, I guess is what you would say. I mean, I think they just have to do what obviously they don't have Kenny Pickett, so their offense won't be as explosive. Right. And, they won't be able to make probably as many big plays as they do down the field with Kenny Pickett. But by the flip side, they've got Nick Patty, who's an experienced kid, has been around the program for a long time. When he's played well for them. He's made plays for them. Their offense is good. Their offense is really good. The guys around Nick Patty, I mean, all the focus was on Kenny Pickett, which it should have been because he was great.
Yep.
But the guys around him are really good. Jordan Addison is one of the – actually, he was a Blitnikoff winner.
Yep.
So he's the best receiver in the country. They've got 3 really good running backs. They've got 2 great tight ends. The offensive line is experienced and is good. I expect the offense to be able to move the ball and do well against Michigan State. And, Michigan State's without their top running back. I don't know. I still think Pitt's going to win the game.
It should be a pretty close game if you still ask me. So my next question is about the Steelers. Right now, the Pittsburgh Steelers are in 9th place in the AFC. What do you think they have to do to try and get into that playoff contention and try and get into the playoffs with a couple games left in the season?
Well, I mean, I think if you look at the math, I mean, the Steelers might have a math problem from this perspective. The Ravens and the Bengals are playing this weekend, which means one of them is going to get to the 9 wins this weekend, unless there's a tie, which I don't think there'll be a tie. So one of those teams will get to 9 wins, which means if one of those teams wins one more time in their last 2 games, which they're likely to do, that means there will be a team in the AFC North with 10 wins. For the Steelers to get to 10 wins, they got to go 3-0. I've seen no evidence that this team is going to win their last 3 games. I could see them going 2-1. But going 3-0 is a really big ask for them. So I kind of feel like it's a long shot. It's not impossible, but they're going to need a lot of things to happen and fall their way. I mean, I think the first thing would be the Ravens have to beat the Bengals this week because the Steelers do play the Ravens at the end of the year.
They do.
And they've lost twice to the Bengals. So, I mean, if you're rooting for something this week, that would be it. Just the Ravens win. And then you hope that the Rams beat the Ravens next week, and then, who knows. But, again, I just think it's a math problem because the Steelers got to go beat the Chiefs, which I don't know, if they're going to be able to do that. And if they lose this week, I think it's almost – I don't want to say it's over, but it's going to be really, really hard.
I was going to mention that they do play the Chiefs. It's going to be a tough game.
Right.
So my next question is going to be about the Pittsburgh Penguins. Right now they are 4th in the Metro, and they have an upcoming game on the 27th against the Boston Bruins. What do you think they have to do to try and reach the Stanley Cup Finals again?
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is they've won 7 in a row. I think they've won 12 of their last 14. But
Correct.
The biggest thing with them is they still are without Rust, and they're still without Malkin.
Yep.
So they're going to get 2 really big pieces of their offense back. The toughest thing about that is when you bring those 2 guys back, you're going to have to shuffle lines that have been very, very successful here in the last 3 or 4 weeks. Now you're going to have to move some guys around and figure it out. So there could be a little transition. But the big thing is, and I hate to say it, but it always comes down to this, can Tristan Jarry play well in the playoffs? I mean, I think the Penguins, they're playing a style of hockey that's different than what they've played in the past. It's far more conservative, far more defensively accountable. That's the style you have to play in the playoffs to win. But it still comes down to, can your goalie make saves at key times in games? He didn't last year in the playoffs, but who knows? Maybe he'll do it this year.
Yeah, Jarry has been playing pretty well in the past couple of games, as he's one of the top goalies in the NHL right now. So my second and last question for you is about Pitt basketball. Right now they've been struggling. They're looking to get more competitive. What do you think they have to do to increase their chances of getting just a little more competitive, be a little more on the edge when it comes to ACC play?
Well, I mean, I think the biggest thing with them is they can't shoot the ball. They're one of the worst shooting teams I've ever seen. Now, the other day, they made a bunch of threes, and they were able to beat who did they play?
Jacksonville University.
Jacksonville University, who, by the way, was missing their best player. But that's a different story for a different day. If you can't shoot the ball, it's great if you want to be the team that is, gritty and tough and defensive, and they are. They play great defense at times. They are tough. They're physical inside. They do what you have to do on that side of the floor. At some point, though, you got to put the ball in the basket. And I think, if they can get Ethiel Horton back, apparently there's a chance now he might be able to come back by mid-January. He would help a lot because he's a guy that puts the ball in the basket. But they've got to get better on offense, and they've got to get better at consistently making shots, because that's really what the college basketball, that's really what basketball has become. You've got to make shots, especially from outside the arc, if you're going to win games. So they're not going to go into the ACC and win games 58-55. It's just not going to happen.
I was going to mention, I think one of Pitt's pros is their defense, and they just struggle at times just to put the ball in the back of the net, in the basket.
Of course, they just can't score.
Yeah.
Right.
So my last question for you is, it's a holiday question. What is your favorite holiday movie? What is it and why?
Holiday movie. I mean, I'm a guy that believes Die Hard's a Christmas movie, right? And so, I mean, if since Die Hard's a Christmas movie, my actual favorite Christmas movie is Trading Places, which is similar to Die Hard. There's Christmas elements to it. I hate Christmas movies. Just straight Christmas movies. I don't watch them.
Yeah.
But Die Hard and Trading Places, I watch them both every Christmas day. I sit on the couch and watch both of them. That's my contribution to watching Christmas music, Christmas movies.
Thank you, Paul. Now I'm going to turn the show over to Parker Gable, who has a new host for us, Mr. Dan Kongursky.
Thank you, Zach and Paul. I'm here with Dan Kongursky, owner of Pittsburgh Hockey Now. How are you today, Dan?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Fantastic to hear. Okay, as a now editor-in-chief, how did you get into the reporting business?
Oh, geez, it was completely by accident. I was working with that guy, Paul Zeise, over at 93.7 The Fan. I started blogging a little bit. I started writing, and it really became something. It kind of took off. One thing led to another, and 15 websites later, 15 cities later, here we are.
I can tell you really do enjoy reporting, too. What type of challenges did you face in making the Pittsburgh Hockey Now website and then growing your brand to where it is now?
Well, I think when you get anything off the ground, when you start anything from zero, first you have to figure out everything, right? You can copy other people or you can do it your own way. There's also, people don't realize there's competition. Not everybody is your friend. Not everybody wants you to succeed. And so you go through that process as well, where some people put some obstacles or roadblocks in your way that you didn't see. And so fighting through all of that is kind of fun, but it's also exhausting, and that's just all part of the process to to take something as far as it can go.
With the NHL going on pause now, do you think it's going to be an extended pause? Do you think they're going to ride it out till after Christmas break and then go right back?
You know, as much as the NHL said, oh, we're coming back on the 27th, you're going to send all of these players home with their families. All of their kids who were at school, everybody's going to go into the same house to celebrate Christmas or Festivus or whatever it might be. You're going to have another wave of positive tests in later December in that final week. So they might get another game or two in before you see even more teams start dropping. I don't think we're going to see a regular NHL schedule until we kind of clear this up, get more protocols or less protocols in place, and then the schedule can probably find its rhythm in early January.
I mean, that's really unfortunate, too, that we're getting this pause. It's been a very good season just around the league. A lot of entertaining games, a lot of parity. So how did the COVID-19 pandemic affect your coverage of the Penguins, though?
Oh, geez, you know, you're writing every day, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day with nothing to write about. You know, we wrote a lot of top 5 lists. We got to interview. In fact, I did a few interviews with Scotty Bowman, who was, you know, Hall of Fame legendary coach who coached the Penguins to the '92 Stanley Cup. So he filled days on end with us, but just telling old stories, and you really get very creative. Just what might people want to read about that can even be tangentially associated with the Penguins, and we did that for a solid 6 months every day.
What do you think of the Penguins being bought by the Fenway Sports Group?
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, because they don't buy nickel and dime teams. They don't just buy, I don't want to insult the Jacksonville Jaguars, but, you know, let's insult them a little bit. They're not going to buy the Jaguars. They buy Liverpool. They buy the Red Sox. They buy the Penguins, teams with a bit of cachet. And they don't always follow the same old-fashioned script. They do things a little bit differently. Fans of Liverpool will know they tried to start a whole new league for Liverpool to be in. But they're also successful. That's probably what Penguins fans want to know. They're successful. It might not be the way we expect them to get there, but they don't seem to make a lot of mistakes.
I just find it nice that they're keeping Lemieux in there, too, because being sort of savior of Pittsburgh, he's got to stay in somehow.
Yeah, you can't have the Pittsburgh Penguins without Mario Lemieux. The thought is almost incomprehensible.
Exactly. But speaking on that, so throughout the 55 years the Penguins have been in the NHL, they've been a prominent competitor and have always really had at least one standout player. Who do you think stood out the most to you?
So I can tell you're young, because the first 25 years of their existence, oh boy, they were not very good.
No.
But no, who stood out? Look, I'm in my 40s now, so I grew up with Mario Lemieux. He brought hockey to all of us. Before Mario in 1984, it was the Steelers, the Pirates, and maybe you watched indoor soccer or the Penguins at night if there was nothing else on TV. When Mario came, it was an explosion. It was like a revelation for all of us to see hockey and what it could be.
Since the Sidney Crosby era started, the Pens have always really been a consistent lock for playoffs. But do you think they'll continue to stay a playoff lock after Crosby and even Mull can hang up their skates?
Well, that's a lot on Ron Hextall, isn't it? You know, they're going to have a lot of money to play with here this coming summer. They're going to have just about $24 million to either re-sign or replace Chris Letang, Evgeny Malkin, Jeff Carter, Brian Rust. Where they go from there, you know, if they go for a rebuild, no, they're going to have a few lean years and get those high draft picks to replenish for the long haul. Or if they try to retool, they're going to have a little bit of money to do that. And you could see a playoff team for the next 5 or so years if they hit on a couple of the free agents.
So Tristan Jarry had some trouble early in the season, but since then he's really turned around, been basically one of the best goalies in the NHL. Do you think that's a fluke and he's going to level back down, or do you think he's a true number one in the NHL?
Well, no goalie is really going to stay at .935 save percentage or wherever Jarry is today, .932. But no, he's good. You know, I think people held that playoff meltdown against him a little bit too much. There is a long list of goalies in the NHL who have all-stars, Hall of Famers, who just flatlined in their first playoff experience. It's a whole different world when you flip that switch from regular to playoffs. And Jari got a sour taste. There's no question, but he's the real deal. He's tall. He's 6'3" ish, maybe 6'2", kind of. Knows how to use the stick. Very athletic. He's a good goalie.
Do you have any advice to give any younger people who are looking to get into the reporting business?
Don't. No, look, I get that question a lot, and what I say is find something you're good at, and then do everything you can to become great at it. If you feel like in your heart reporting is it, do it, but understand you're going to start at the lowest levels. You're going to start at some small paper in the middle of nowhere, or you're going to start with a crappy job overnights covering, high school board meetings. No offense to Plum, but that's where a reporter starts. And don't take it as, oh, I'm on the bottom, I don't have to work very hard. That's when you have to work the hardest, is when you're on the bottom. And accept every job that you don't want and just do it to the best of your ability. Learn everything you can from smart people who have been there and done that, and be a sponge. And then begin to put a little bit of your own stamp on it. Before long, before 5 years goes past, before 10 years goes past, you start to get a little bit of gray hair too. You become good at it, and then you begin to kind of write your own ticket and go in the path you really want to go.
So really just be like you then.
Yeah, I'm a grinder. There's no question. I'm a guy who, I started in radio as a first semester freshman in college in Williamsport, PA, doing weekend overnights. So it means there was no partying my freshman year. It just, you had to sacrifice.
And lastly, I know we touched on it before it came over to us, but would you prefer to spend your holiday season at the beach or in a winter wonderland?
Neither. This body is not made for the beach, and I'm not made for the cold weather. So drop me into someplace fun. Maybe you'll call it Manhattan. I'll just eat my way through the middle of Manhattan, pizza and diners for a few days, and I'll call it even.
All right, thank you, Dan. As a hockey guy, I could talk hockey with you all day, but we got to move the show along. So I'd now like to turn it over to you with a Q&A session with some of Mr. Barat's former students from last year. They've returned since their telethon was canceled last year. Joining us now is Caden McCrory, Evan Smith, Ryan Pisani, and Garrett Susko. Take it away, guys.
Hi, Dan. I was just wondering, with injuries plaguing the Penguins all season long, how do you think their season would have gone differently had they been at full strength the entire time?
It's difficult to say because their winning percentage, whether they're healthy or injured, is about the same. So I honestly don't know that things would be very different if they were fully healthy.
So yesterday you put out an article talking about how the Penguins could be preparing to move on from Evgeny Malkin, Brian Rust, and Chris Letang. Can you just dive in a bit on how you expect the situation to play out this offseason and what you think would be best for the franchise?
Yeah, it's really interesting, and I don't think we know the final answer yet. I'm not sure they know the final answer yet. But all the writing is on the wall that everything is in place to, in fact, move on from the Penguins' championship core. How they do it, you just take that money and you reinvest it into there's a whole crop of potential free agents next summer who are 28 and younger. You land a couple of those, and I think people might be a little more forgiving.
Dan, with a trade deadline coming up, what do you expect the Penguins to do?
I think the Penguins have to address their right side, third pairing defense. Chad Ruhwedel's a solid depth option. I don't think he's a guy you want to go into the playoffs with. I think they can improve there. I think they can maybe add a little more physical punch in the middle six. Kasperi Kapanen is frustrating as all get out for everybody. Jason Zucker is not producing. So I think if you can find somebody to fit in the middle six, I think that would be an upgrade too.
Dan, my next question for you was going to be about Jason Zucker and Tristan Jarry. What do you think Hextall is going to be trying to do once the trade deadline's over with Tristan Jarry and Jason Zucker?
Well, Tristan Jarry is here for a couple more years. It's not until summer of 23, I think, he can begin to negotiate a new contract. The Penguins are very lucky to have him at kind of an affordable $3 million contract. With Jason Zucker, he's got one more year after this one. I just don't think it's clicked for whatever reason. He plays the game a lot in the right ways, but it's not producing results. Maybe it would somewhere else, but you have to have two partners to dance. And I don't know that it's entirely Ron Hextall's decision what to do with Jason Zucker.
Hi, Dan. First off, I'm a huge fan. I love your work.
Well, that's your fault.
I notice a lot on Twitter and both in your articles, you do mention a lot of your sources. How do you get those sources over time, and how do you know if they're reliable or not to be trustworthy for your readers?
You know, that's a great question because we have been burned a couple of times, and I think every reporter has. You trust somebody who should be there in the know, and they give you a bum rap. So I think, you know, you just hang around long enough, you shake enough hands, you talk to enough people, you have a few elevator conversations, and for whatever reason, people like to talk. If you give them that opportunity, or if they want something to be made public, you're their conduit. It's not something I'm very good at, but I think that's maybe where I have to improve as a reporter, if I'm being quite honest.
Who is your favorite hockey player of all time and why?
Oh, cool question. I feel like it would be too cliche if I said Mario Lemieux. So I would probably maybe veer towards Jaromir Jagr. And why is because when he was here in Pittsburgh, he just did whatever he had to do for the team, played on one leg. He couldn't skate. You're too young to remember, but 1998 Game 6 in the playoffs that the Penguins lose to New Jersey, the franchise probably folds. So they taped him up, they shot him up as best they could, and he goes out and scores a game-tying goal in the final couple minutes of regulation. He's just a character who loves the game, and I appreciate that.
With the Penguins at 17-8-5 right now, do you see them as Stanley Cup contenders? If not, why?
Not yet. I think they're playing very well in the first part of the regular season. We'll find out what they've really got, I think, in March and April when the schedule becomes more intense, when the games become more intense. And why I don't think they're Stanley Cup contenders just yet is I'm not seeing enough from the blue line. I'm not seeing enough offensive push. I don't necessarily like the physicality level of the blue line as well. And I think Kasperi Kapanen has to be on his game, playing really well before they are in that conversation to win the Cup.
Who do you think will give the Pens the most trouble in the Metro Division?
Well, I think the Capitals are certainly really good, right? Carolina is a playoff team. They're at the top of the Metro as well. I do think the Penguins can handle the New York Rangers if a playoff series comes to pass. Those, obviously the Capitals and the Hurricanes are the two best teams in the Metro, and the Penguins have to knock them off.
Okay, Dan, history lesson for my students. They have no idea, and you and I have talked about this before, they have no idea what the 1987, when I graduated high school here, Canada Cup was like, with Lemieux, Gretzky, Messier, Coffey, and Bourque on the power play. Now, there's a ton of hockey fans here. A lot of, Parker knows hockey that interviewed you. Sam Pine just came up. He's a goaltender for the Plum hockey team. They have the 87 Canada Cup, I thought, in my opinion, is the best hockey ever. Let's talk about the Canada Cup for a little bit.
Oh, you're just going to drop it like that? There's no
yes,
question?
Yes, I was going to come in, but I didn't want to throw you off. I didn't want to come in on your camera or anything.
It is mine.
Yeah, you're in your set, but yeah, I'm just going to drop it like that. 87 Canada Cup.
Yeah. There have been three great hockey tournaments in the history of the game. The 1972 Summit Series with Canada and Russia playing a best-of-9. The 1980 Olympics became a great tournament because of the result, and the 1987 Canada Cup. Lemieux was just a 3-year professional. He was a kid, and here's Wayne Gretzky, who had a handful of 200-point seasons coming into it. You have these great Russians at the end of their career. They were still feared. I don't think people realize how feared the Soviet army was and what kind of movie villains they were in the process. You had two of the three greatest players of all time, and they still needed to score a couple of goals at the end of the third period to win that tournament. I don't think we've ever seen quite a rally with such great players. And by the way, I think it was Larry Murphy that fed Mario and Gretzky for that little 2-on-1 to win it.
He actually hooked the Russian defender to create the 3-on-1.
Yeah, it was. I think that was part of the awakening of Pittsburgh as well, because look, that was 1987. We were still discovering hockey. I was all of 10, 11 years old. We couldn't exactly watch it on television at night. So we were getting reports and we were getting newspaper articles, and then we got to see the highlights the next day on SportsCenter or wherever it was, and it was like, wow. It was. Get on camera or get a.
I actually think that might have been, I don't want to steal your thunder, Dan, but I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think then later on that year, that's when the Pens made the trade for Coffey, because they wanted Mary to play with a world-class player.
Yeah, and Don Cherry, from whom this jacket is a little
looks nice, by the way.
That's when he said Mario grew up in that tournament. He learned from Gretzky and those professionals, and so that changed Mario's career too. And I wish we could go back and watch it live, right?
Oh, yeah, it would be outstanding.
To understand the significance, importance of what we were seeing. It was the best, yes.
Thanks for letting me come on.
Yeah. Can I eat some Oreos yet? Oh, no, we got more questions.
One more for you. Dan, how do you think that the Penguins' schedule and record are going to change to reflect the recent personnel changes due to the COVID restrictions?
Well, I think the Penguins play very hard and play very structured and play very well, regardless of who's in their lineup. They actually went through the COVID before everybody else did, so you have to think maybe they have a little more immunity in their locker room. The other teams are now acquiring. I'm no epidemiologist, obviously. So I think the Penguins will have a pretty good lineup going forward. Malkin comes back, hopefully, in January, and Brian Rust and Jake Gensel. I think the record is going to continue to improve. I think they're solidly in the playoffs now, and I don't see that changing.
Hey, Dan, another question for you. With the Penguins doing so well on a 7-game winning streak, what do you think they should do to secure a playoff spot?
Well, I think they already have. I think what you've seen in the Eastern Conference especially is that second and third tier of teams are kind of falling by the wayside. The Flyers have gone sideways, and the Boston Bruins are beaten up, and they're kind of going sideways. The Bruins are really the only team that will compete with the Penguins, and the Penguins can take the first wild card, the Bruins take the second, or vice versa. I think the biggest thing is to continue to play as they have, and I don't see any of that changing. Obviously, the playoffs are going to be very different, because when they start playing the top-tier teams, then we're going to find out. But otherwise, I don't see the Detroit Red Wings, who are right there with the Penguins in the wild card race. I don't see the Red Wings and some of those softer teams hanging on for the next 50 games. Is it Oreo time? It's Oreo time. Can we leave that here? Okay.
And then you can come around this way.
All right.
There you go.
Okay, so what are we doing? What are we doing here, guys?
We're stacking Oreos.
We're stacking Oreos. Do you need all of them?
You can definitely eat that one.
Mm-hmm.
Take your time.
Do you need a countdown?
I believe we do.
Okay. And how long do you get?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay. In 3, 2, 1, go. They're still good. They're still good. Oh, that's a shame. No one said this was no defense league. Oh, man, that's a tough one. I think our man here, what's your name?
Landon.
Landon, I think Landon won, although
No, that's okay.
it's pretty cool. Was there a prize? Just Oreos.
I think Oreos. Just Oreos.
All right, do me a favor, everybody. Which camera are we on here? Straight ahead here. Do me a favor. I'm having some fun with these guys, but they're getting close to $1 million for Make-A-Wish. You can't imagine what a great cause that is. To put a smile on a child's face. Do me a favor. I want you to call right now, 412-471-WISH. That's 412-471-9474. Just make someone happy. It's the holiday season. The government gave us all kinds of free money. Give some of it back to the kids. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dan, and thank you to last year's seniors. I'm here with a very special guest, Emerson Henry, and he's accompanied by his sister, Briley, mother, Jamie, and father, Bob. How's everyone doing today? Good. All right. Emerson, what special wish did Make-A-Wish grant for you?
Make-A-Wish granted me a complete bedroom makeover and a Penguins game in the Sidney Crosby suite.
Oh, that's so nice. What advice would you give someone your age going through a similar situation?
Just try to stay as positive as you can and make the hospital like home.
Exactly. Jamie, how did you stay positive throughout the treatments, and why do you believe it's important to stay optimistic through this troubling time?
We stayed positive by the outpouring love and support from all of our family, friends, the community, the outstanding staff at Children's Hospital. And, being negative was just not an option. We knew that going through this journey, we were going to have a lot of ups and downs, and being positive got us through that.
Yes. Bob, how has the diagnosis impacted your family?
I think a couple of things, and they're both kind of related. I think one of the things, and it kind of reminds me of as a kid, you grow up and you hear your parents or you hear your aunts and uncles say things like, if I could go back and do it over again. And I think that suggests that to a certain extent people take things for granted, and that's something that I just don't do anymore. I don't take things for granted. I think I try to be present in the moment, kind of seize the moment, because the current moment is the only thing that we have control of. You can't control what happens next week or next month or next year. So just not taking things for granted. And the other thing I think was just kind of an awareness of the outpouring of support, like Jamie said, from the community. People buying T-shirts, Team Emerson, Nobody Fights Alone, or Emerson bracelets and things like that. People that never met Emerson, never saw his face, never heard his voice. It's probably the most kind of positive, unexpectedly overwhelming thing I've ever experienced in my life. So I'd say that's what it is for me.
Briley, what has been the hardest part of your family's journey?
So the hardest part of my family's journey had to be just seeing Emerson not doing well and sad, but we had to stay positive all the time and make the best of things.
Yes. All right, Briley and Emerson, what is your favorite winter activity?
Mine is sledding or snowboarding.
Same with mine.
That's also mine. Thank you so much for coming here. We all at the Zoo are wishing you all the best and a happy new year and a wonderful holiday. It was great to see you. We're going to send it over to Carolyn and see what she's up to.
Thank you, McKaylee. Please welcome back a few more 2019 Make-A-Wish Telethon hosts, Gia Tavella and Nick Nardo. How are you doing this morning?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Gia, what is your major in college and what are the classes like?
My major is healthcare administration on a track of occupational therapy, and my classes are definitely a lot of work, and a lot of healthcare classes, anatomy, science classes, like that.
Sounds like fun. Nick, what was your favorite part of the telethon and why?
I think my favorite part of the telethon was just like the interviews with some of the people I interviewed, and the preparations for the interviews, getting the questions together, that kind of stuff, doing the research on the people beforehand, just kind of getting to know them a little bit, and then, yeah, I think that was it.
Gia, how was the college experience altered during the COVID-19 pandemic, and how is it different from this year?
It was definitely different. I stayed on campus, so all the classes were online. It was definitely a change from going from high school and then being a freshman in college and having all my classes online. It was definitely hard to meet people in my classes, and it's different from this year because all my classes are in person now, and it kind of feels like I'm a freshman again, honestly, but definitely better, definitely a change, and a good change.
Nick, how does it feel to come back to Plum and see your old classmates?
It feels good. My two sisters, they're younger than me, so they still go here. I know a lot of people that are in their grades, and it's just nice to see everybody again. Some of them work for me too, so it's kind of cool.
Would you rather decorate a Christmas tree or a gingerbread house?
I'd say definitely a gingerbread house.
Probably a gingerbread house too, yeah.
I agree. Are you guys ready for some telethon trivia?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Who wrote the famous song, All I Want for Christmas Is You?
Mariah Carey. Yeah.
What Christmas song was originally written for Thanksgiving?
Feliz Navidad. I don't know. I don't know.
Jingle Bells. The right answer is Jingle Bells.
Oh, okay.
What is the most popular day for holiday shopping?
Black Friday.
Yeah, Black Friday.
Miracle on 34th Street centers around what real-life department store?
Target.
Marshalls.
The correct answer is Macy's. Thank you guys for coming back for our 21st annual Make-A-Wish Telethon. If you'd like to make a donation, please call 412-471-WISH. Once again, that number is 412-471-9474. Now I'd like to send it over to Cam.
Thanks, Carolyn. I'm here with our next special guest, Dana Ayera. How are you doing today?
I'm well. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing good, thank you. As district psychologist, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
On a day-to-day basis, that's really a tough question. I work with students a lot. I consult with teachers. I'm in a lot of meetings, a lot of paperwork. I really work with a lot of stakeholders in the community and in the district.
How do you believe the pandemic has changed teenage mental health?
Yeah, so the pandemic has certainly been challenging, I think not just for teenagers, but for even our younger kiddos as well. School has been different. It looks different in many different places. I think we're learning a lot about how much mental health is just so critical and so important, and really looking at the whole child and really to make sure that our students are performing academically where they should be. It's really, we got to look overall at the whole child.
What do you believe is the most rewarding part of your job?
Oh, the most rewarding part of my job, besides being a part of this wonderful program every couple of years, really working with students, working with parents and teachers, and really coming together to come up with a plan to support our students. That's probably the most rewarding.
What was the reason you chose to pursue a career in psychology at the educational level?
I do have an older cousin who is a school psychologist, but I really have always loved working with children. Wasn't completely sure I wanted to be a school teacher, in the classroom. But this is a unique way to help students and work with them individually. I think that's mostly what drew me to this profession.
You helped lead the newly adopted district-wide Rachel's Challenge initiative. Can you tell us about that program?
Yeah, Rachel's Challenge, it's really exciting. I'm so proud that Plum has decided to adopt this program for our district. It's a really, really great program. It's based on Rachel Joy Scott, who was one of the first victims in the Columbine shooting. And really, in most simplest terms, it really just promotes kindness, being nice, going out of your way to give one small act of kindness, how that can change somebody's day, and then they then can forward that kindness on. I'm really proud of it, and I'm already seeing such wonderful things that are happening because of this program. We had a new student at a school, and our Friends of Rachel Club at that school welcomed that student. We're already seeing such positive things, and I'm really just so proud of it, and I'm so thankful that our district has decided to go that route.
Last question. What's your favorite holiday movie?
My favorite holiday movie, I do love the old school Rudolph, but I'm probably going to have to say The Grinch.
I love that movie too. Now, are you up for some telethon trivia?
Yeah, I can't say I'm great at trivia, but we'll do our best.
3 of Santa's reindeer start with the letter D. Name all 3 of them.
Dasher, Dancer, Donner.
How many reindeer pull Santa's sled?
12?
The correct answer was 9.
I'm under pressure. I count that fast.
What food is often strung up on a Christmas tree?
We don't do this. Popcorn.
1 in 3 men wait to do their Christmas shopping until when?
Christmas Eve.
Sadly, that is correct. Thank you, Dr. Ayera, for coming out today. I hope you and your family have a great holiday.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me. This is wonderful.
Now joining me under the lights are members from the Pivik film crew, Lauren Price, Emily Barat, and Alyssa Warner. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing good.
Lauren, what were some of the fundraisers held at Pivik, and which one was your favorite?
So my favorite fundraiser was definitely the gobble contest, where students bought paper turkeys and hung them up on their teacher's door, and then they could buy gobbles and gobble other teachers, and they canceled each other out, so the classroom with the most turkeys won. And it reminded me of a fundraiser I did for Make-A-Wish when I was at Pivik, so it's definitely my favorite.
Emily, having previously attended Pivik, what did it feel like to revisit your old school?
It was very nostalgic, as it would be for anybody going to their old school. It was very nice to see like the kids so eager and excited to donate to Make-A-Wish, and like how they're available and they can do that, and they're so willing to do it. And it was nice seeing my old teachers, and it was weird because some of them didn't even recognize me, and that's just crazy.
Alyssa, how did your experiences with the students impact you?
Well, it was so great seeing all the kids participating in these fundraisers and raising so much money for such a good cause, and seeing all their excitement for these events was so nice, and it was just such a great time.
Thank you guys for your time. Let's see some highlights from Pivik Elementary.
My name's Alyssa, and I'm here at Pivik Elementary with second grade teacher Mr. Satterfield. So, what is the fundraiser today?
Today's fundraiser is the kids are allowed to wear a hat to school today, and they're making a $1 donation. And I noticed that some of the kids in my class made a little bit more than a $1 donation, but it's fun to see a lot of the kids wearing hats to school. I was saying, or what I was noticing, is a lot of kids, a lot of sports, a lot of school themes. Kids won some football tournaments or championship over the weekend, so they're all wearing their football hats, and a lot of kids are wearing their baseball hats. But that's what I've noticed with the hats too.
That's amazing. What's your favorite hat that you've seen?
Well, the most favorite hat that I've seen today is the kids wearing, their sports and the school spirit. But there's a little girl in my class right now that's wearing a hat that it's something that you would want to wear on the beach, and it says "Do Not Disturb" on it. And I would love to be in that hat right now on this November 10th day. So, but that's the coolest hat that I've seen. Do Not Disturb.
That sounds like a really good hat. Thank you for the interview today.
Absolutely.
Hi, I'm Lauren Price, and I'm here at Pivik Elementary with Emberly. Emberly, what day is it today?
Hat day.
Oh, and what hat are you wearing?
Shark Swim Club hat. A moose. A Life is Good hat. A pilot's hat.
A unicorn that the ears flop.
My lucky hat.
That's amazing.
I'm Lauren Price, and I'm here at Pivik Elementary with Mr. H, where they're raising money for Make-A-Wish. How are you today?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm good, too. Good. So what's today's fundraiser?
Today's fundraiser is Crazy Sock Day.
And how does that work?
Each kid gets to bring in $1 and make a donation to Make-A-Wish, and they get to wear crazy socks.
What's the craziest socks you've seen today?
The craziest ones were definitely Cora's, and Cora had on socks that made her look like she had on chicken legs. They were cool.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Emily Barat, and I'm here with
Audrey
and
Karis.
So Audrey, what kind of socks are you wearing today?
Unicorn socks.
And what about you, Karis?
Unicorn socks and puking socks. Soccer socks, and they have unicorns on them. Ducks. School socks. Christmas socks.
Are they your favorite socks?
My favorite Christmas song.
That's awesome.
High or low socks?
High. High. Low. High. 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 Low. Low. Low.
Hi, I'm Emily Barat with Mrs. Kemmer, first grade teacher at Pivik Elementary. How are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful.
That's great. So we heard that you were the person who thought of the Gobble Contest fundraiser. How does it work?
Well, we spent 2 days. The kids each got to buy turkeys, paper turkeys, for $1 each, and they're worth 2 points. And they would put them up on their own homeroom door. And then on Wednesday, they could buy the word gobble, and those were 50 cents each, and they would take 1 point away from that homeroom's total from the turkeys. And then whoever has the most points at the end is declared the winner per grade level.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. And did your class get a lot of gobbles?
We did. We filled up our buckets. Everybody was having a good time getting their gobble on.
That sounds great. Thank you so much for this interview.
Thank you. Have a nice holiday.
You too. Hi, I'm with Matthew. Matthew, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good.
That's great. So, did you have a lot of gobbles today?
Yep.
And what classes did you spend them on?
DeMarco and H.
Mr. H and Mrs. Bradfield. I gobbled Mrs. Schoen and Mrs. Halzowski.
Miss Bradfield, Miss DeMarco, and Mr. H.
Brian, who do you think is going to win the contest?
Us. Us. Us.
That'd be really cool. Can't wait to find out.
Hi, I'm here with second grade teacher and my mom, Mrs. Barat. How are you doing today?
Really good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, thanks for asking. So what were the 2 fundraisers today?
So we had 2 fundraisers today at Pivik Elementary. One was dress as your favorite star and with a small donation. And the second was we were wrapping up Get Your Gobble On.
That's great. So how does Dress Like Your Favorite Star work?
It was amazing. So all these little boys and girls were coming in and they were dressing up as a famous celebrity, a famous singer, or a famous athlete for a small donation. They look so cute.
That's great. And what was your favorite star you've seen today?
Oh boy, that's going to be a hard one because we saw a lot of athletes dressed like Sidney Crosby and Malkin. I saw some football players, but I really didn't know who they were because I'm not much of a football fan. I saw lots of actresses and beautiful girls dressed up as singers.
That's great. So you mentioned to Get Your Gobble On. How does that work?
Oh my gosh. We raised so much money with Get Your Gobble On. The numbers are not officially in yet. But on Monday and Tuesday, kids brought in money to purchase turkeys for our classroom doors. So it was like a competition to get as many turkeys on their doors. Mondays and Tuesdays. On Wednesday today, we got our gobble on. So kids came in today and they were buying gobbles, not for our door. The kids in my class were getting gobbles for the other doors, and they kind of like canceled each other out. It was crazy. The kids were going crazy today. And on top of that, they wanted me to stand out front of my door trying to to protect them from gobbles. But I wasn't allowed, of course.
That's so crazy. So how many gobbles did you have on your door?
So we had 73 turkeys, 116 gobbles.
Wow, that's a lot. That's crazy. Well, thank you so much for the interview today.
Thank you, Em, and I'm so glad you made my whole day coming today.
Thank you. I'm here with Dominic. So, Dominic, what star are you dressed up as today?
I'm dressed up as Devin Booker, Patrick Mahomes, Taylor Swift. I'm a soccer player. Lisa Fernandez, a soccer player. Sidney Crosby, Billie Eilish.
That's really cool.
I'm Sophia, and I'm here with the money that we donated.
Hi, I'm Paxton.
Hi, I'm Aubrey.
Hi, I'm Max, and we raised $9,962.11 for Make-A-Wish.
Great job, Pivik Elementary, raising $10,287.11. That brings our total to $33,506.45. A big congratulations and thank you to all students. Please remember, if you would like to donate to Make-A-Wish, you can do it now through Plum's name, using the number 412-471-WISH. Once again, that number is 412-471-9474. Now over to Julia with our next interview.
Thanks, Cam. Wow, the total is rising very quickly. Joining me right now is a familiar face in Plum, Jake Chappa, also known as Coach Chappie. Jake was a punter and kicker for both the Plum Mustangs and Slippery Rock University. Jake, how's your Thursday going so far?
It's going well. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Barat, and everybody here for having me today.
Well, we're lucky to have you here. First question, have you ever became nervous before a game at Slippery Rock? If so, or what, who or what helped you calm your nerves?
I definitely did become nervous before games. The one that comes to mind for me is my senior year. We were playing Notre Dame College in the NCAA playoffs for Division II, and I didn't come out on the field until the opening kickoff. Your brother, Jackson, was kind of freaking out because nobody could find me. I was still in the trainer's room. I don't know if I was having like an anxiety attack. I was just having a lot of injuries my senior year, and just something got to me that day where I wasn't ready. And all of a sudden I got a thing of oxygen from the trainers, and something hit me like, I have to go. Like, this is my last ride doing this. And I ran out on the field, took the opening kickoff, and went from there. Had one of the best games of my career that day. I think what just helped settle me was my head coach came running in, just asked what's going on. I thought of my uncle, who he'd always come down when I was in high school on the sideline and say, just pretend I'm the only person in here when I'd be struggling. So I just went back and remembered things like that to help me get through that day.
That's some good advice that you got, too. Being one of the coaches for our football team here at Plum, what is the main piece of advice you give your players?
I just tell them, control what you can control. There's a lot of outside factors that go into the game. You students are going crazy in the student section, chanting things. Parents screaming and yelling because something might not be going the way they want it to. I just tell them, control what you can control. You can't control what the refs do during a game. And just play to the best of your ability. Don't ever quit because there's, I say 60 minutes, but in high school it's 12-minute quarters. So just give everything you got when you're out there on the field.
I agree with you on that one. Who is your biggest influence or motivation when it comes to football or just life in general?
For me, I have to say Pat McAfee. He's somebody I looked up to when I was a kid. He was going through college football and then into the NFL. He's one that I just always looked at, that he set the standard for Plum kickers. He set a tradition here that I try to say Plum has a kicking tradition. It started with him, and then obviously there was Dylan Condis, who went on to have a good career at Mercyhurst. I followed suit from him. I went to Slippery Rock. Your brother then coming to Slippery Rock to kick. Reed Martin, who's now at Edinburgh University. And now we have a great one, Angelo Bellino, that I'm very fortunate to help every single day with coaching. So I just like to think we have a tradition here that I want to see continue for a long time.
Me too. I hope it does too. You kicked in high school and at Slippery Rock with my oldest brother, Jackson Gilday. You were and still are a true mentor and inspiration to him. How does it feel to have such an impact on someone's life?
I don't think that truly hits me until like it's all said and done. I just want to give back any way I can. The knowledge that I have in the game and what I do, I just want to be able to give that back to the younger kids like Jackson, like I was able to, and now I'm doing with Angelo, his progression has been absolutely incredible. From this past summer, him showing up, and there was some structure there, but it needed work. And the work ethic that kid has, it's going to get him a lot of places, and I'm really excited to see how it all pans out if he keeps putting the work in.
Awesome, sweet. I'm sure you have some great memories here with Plum football and want to come back and coach, maybe even play. What is your favorite high school football memory that you have?
It has to be that Halloween night my junior year when we went to Penn Hill's first round of the playoffs. It was the first time the Mustangs had been in the playoffs since, I can't tell you the last time they were in the playoffs from then, but the last time they won a playoff game was in the 90s, way before anybody in here was born. Our head coach, Matt Morgan, they went into Penn Hills and upset the number one team technically in the state then, Penn Hills, and we did the same thing. We went in there and upset them and shocked the world. I say shocked the world, but we shocked the Plum and Penn Hills communities with that upset, and that's definitely the most memorable game of my life.
That's a great accomplishment too. Seeing you kick for all these years, I can just picture 5-year-old Jake kicking a football that was probably bigger than his head. What inspired you to start kicking and punting in the first place?
I had a lot of people when I was younger. I was always a soccer player, but people always told my parents when I was young, make sure he knows how to kick a football. So even way before I started playing football, I would go up to the junior high football field. My parents would walk the track. I had one single football, and I would put it on a little kickoff tee when I was in 4th, 5th grade, and I'd just kick the ball, kick, chase, and then if I was lucky, my parents were on the turn, they'd throw it back for me. So I always just knew how to kick a football then. I always watched college football, NFL football, so I would just pick up things from them and just try to do that when I was at the field. My mom never let me play football until I got to junior high. That was the deal. She said, you have to wait until junior high to play football. I didn't want that. I wanted to be a linebacker and a kicker when I was younger. She wasn't letting it happen. I finally get to junior high. She says, okay, are you going to go out and play football? I said, no, I'm going to stick with soccer. So I didn't play football until technically my sophomore year of high school. Oh, wow. It was my freshman year when Plum had hired Coach Morgan, and I was at a track meet, and my mom said, there's a new football coach. Why don't you go run over and introduce yourself? So I ran over. Scariest moment of my life, for sure, because he's a very big, intimidating man when you first meet him. But he is a big teddy bear now that you know him. I ran over, introduced myself, and that next day I went to workouts, and it was probably the hardest workout of my life, but it was worth it. It all panned out for me.
That's awesome. That's a good story. Plum has been doing Make-A-Wish Telethon for 21 years now. What does Make-A-Wish mean to you?
I try to tell the people, like, from outside of Plum, like, this is a huge deal in the Plum community, and that's why I like to give back and be a part of it. Like, I'm fortunate to be a part of it. It's just a very big deal in the community. The things that you have all done throughout the years here, it's truly incredible. Mr. Barat has built a dynasty in Plum for Make-A-Wish.
I agree with that 100%. All right, one last question for you, Chappie. What holiday song from your childhood do you still have memorized? Extra points, no pun intended, if you can sing the song.
I'd have to say Jingle Bells.
Can you sing?
I will give you a one-liner. I'm not going to give you a full song.
Hey, at least that's better than nothing.
If you want to help out, you can. We're going to start with Dashing Through the Snow in a one-horse open sleigh. Over the fields we go, laughing all the way.
Ha, ha, ha. Get that part in there. All right, you ready for some trivia?
Yeah, we can do some trivia.
All right. What vaccine was created at the University of Pittsburgh?
Oh, I might have just looked at your answer sheet. So
I saw that.
Polio. The polio vaccine.
All right. In 1971, the Pirates won the World Series. In how many games did they win?
They won that in 7 games. So they won 4, obviously.
Yep, there you go. How many Super Bowls have the Steelers won?
Oh, my goodness. Come on now.
Come on,
6.
you gotta know this. There you go. What is one of the 3 rivalries in PA? You can just name one.
Pitt, Penn State.
Yep, and the other 2 were Penguins and the Flyers and the Steelers and the Eagles. Wow, good job. At least you got some right.
Yeah, I got some right.
So nice to see you again, Chappie. It's always a pleasure. Thank you for coming in today, and I wish you and your family a happy and safe holiday.
Thank you for having me, and happy holidays to everybody, especially to you and your family.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to send it over to Michael with another special guest.
Thanks again, Julia. I'm here with Plum Boys soccer coach Kolankowski. How you doing today, Raph?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right. Congratulations on another successful season. Your boys made it to the semifinal as well as winning the section for a third consecutive year. What do you think has contributed the most to the program's continued success?
Well, I think we have great kids here. I've been with the program as the head coach for 3 years, and we've run the same style of play, so the kids get accustomed to it. And I think overall, just like I said earlier, we have great kids here in Plum, great players, and it's just a matter of once the seniors graduate, we have the younger ones stepping up and continuing the tradition that we started.
The team started off very slow, especially against West Allegheny, giving up 7 goals in a single game, then losing to Franklin in overtime after leading for the majority of the game. How were you able to put the team back on track after these 2 losses?
Well, the game against West Allegheny, it was over 10 minutes in. So it was actually good just to see where we stand. That was our second game of the year, and it was kind of good where we're at. And then the game after, we lose to Franklin, which I thought we totally dominated them. You make 1 or 2 mistakes against a good team like that, it's going to make you pay. And but you know what? After that game against West A, I said to the coaches that we're probably going to play West A against in the finals. Unfortunately, we played them in a semifinal, but you know that was the plan. They were a very good team, and I thought we were also. So it was a good experience to see where we were at, because after those 2 games, we didn't lose to our last 2 games, so it went well.
Well, going back to West Allegheny, the team showed a lot of resiliency when we played them in the playoffs. What was the mindset and game plan going into this game?
Well, I knew we could play with them. Obviously, they had all seniors, 18-year-old men, and we have a lot of younger underclassmen, so there's going to be a difference there. But I know skill-wise, we're pretty much one of the best skilled team in AAA. So I know if we played our style of game that we could hang with them, and we showed that we did. I mean, we hung with them until right at the end when they got the PK and the game was over. But I thought the boys played well. They listened to everything I wanted them to do. And I guess you could say I was pleased.
We got little Aldi Flowers running around with them, 18-year-olds over at West A.
Yeah, I mean, Aldi just turned 14 years old, and he's playing against guys that are 18. Physically, it was a huge difference.
Yeah.
I knew we couldn't play with them if we played their style, so we had to try to play the way we play, and it almost worked. So
absolutely. During the first Franklin game, Ben Pittman unfortunately broke his fibula during the game. How do you think this impacted the team in both a positive and negative way?
Anytime you see a player go down that way, it can mess with you mentally, especially for kids that are 14, 15, 16, 17 years old. From a negative perspective, it was tough to start the game half hour after it happened, and the emotions of him getting, taken off on a stretcher into the ambulance and not knowing what's going on. So I'm sure a lot of kids' heads, they got a little emotional. But from a positive perspective, one, he's back playing. Mm-hmm. So everything went well with that. I think the kids rallied around him, and he was almost like our inspiration to try to win one for Ben. He would come to all the games, and I think he would get you guys emotionally and physically ready.
I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do next year.
Yes. Yeah, so am I.
Being a player on your team, I know that our play style is mostly different from other high school teams. How and why are we different from other teams, and why do you choose to play this way?
Well, unlike some of the bigger schools where you can have, 14, 15 seniors, we do play a lot of underclassmen, so we do have to play possession-style ball. If we try to get in a racetrack with the older teams, physically they're going to beat us up. So. And again, we have skilled players here in Plum. I like to play that style of game. This way we keep the ball a little bit more, be a little bit more creative. And it lets the guys that are more skillful be able to express themselves on the field.
I feel like some of the high school teams we play don't really know how to defend because they are so used to that kickball and direct. We just kind of surprise them a bit, and they don't really know how to defend against us.
Yeah, well, basically, when you keep the ball, the other team chases you the whole game, and it's tiring and it's frustrating. Going back to, I think it was 2 years ago, you were a sophomore. I think we might have played Latrobe, where their players were asking the coaches to get pulled out of the game because they were exhausted, and we kept the ball, I think, for 10, 15 minutes, it seemed like, and their coach just put his hands up. There's nothing I can do about this, so You know, when you see a team play that well, it's a good feeling, and knowing that you guys listen to what I say to you guys.
I know you've had a lot of accomplishments, but that might have been my favorite memory from high school.
Yeah, it really was, and you were a big part of it. So
thank you. You've been my coach for as long as I can remember, and many of my teammates can say the same. How does it feel seeing the kids you have coached from the time that they have started with Plum's youth travel program to see them play in their last game as high school seniors?
Well, it's rewarding seeing kids come in at U5 that you can't do anything. You run around, trip over the ball. Half the time you're playing with the grass, Michael, right?
Yeah.
Picking the grass. But seeing you and the rest of the guys evolve over the years, it is rewarding when you guys listen and over the years just get better and better and better. So from a coaching perspective, it is a great feeling when you teach somebody and then you see what they can do at the end. So it worked for us, right?
Yeah.
You guys came in, your class. A lot of you guys played as freshmen, started, and they just continue to build the Plum tradition to what it is now.
Finally, I knew you are a very Polish guy. How are the holidays in Poland different from the holidays in the United States?
Well, yeah, I am from Poland. I was born there, so I'm on an extended vacation. But I don't know if they're different. I grew up with the traditional 7 fish.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I guess it's more of a Catholic thing.
Yeah.
But that's how we grew up. In Poland, growing up, too, we had a little bit more snow. So, it's a little bit nicer when you see a couple feet of snow and Christmas, Santa Claus is coming. You know, we lived on the 3rd floor, so it took him a while to get there. But he eventually got there when we were little, so I would say that's the main difference.
That's fantastic. Now we have some trivia for you, Raph. Are you up for the challenge?
Well, just make sure they're easy, because
I don't know about that one.
It was a long night. But go ahead.
What famous rapper grew up in Point Breeze, Pittsburgh, and died in 2018?
Well, that's for me. That's easy. I graduated from Taylor Alderdice. I live 2 miles from Point Breeze. It had to be the guy they called Mac Muller.
Correct.
There you go. I get lucky once in a while.
What is one of the many nicknames given to Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh. Well, I've heard somebody said that it's like a European city, but I think nicer. We have the 3 rivers. When you come through the tunnel and you come in and see the city light up at night, it looks like a little small miniature Paris. Maybe not. Nah.
Well, you were kind of close. Yeah, you were close.
Okay.
We'll give it to you.
Close.
Paris
Right.
of Appalachia.
Well,
I've never called it that personally, but
yeah, I don't know what. Well, yeah, we'll go with that. But there's mountains. Go ahead.
What is Permane Bros known for?
Well, the first time I was there, don't quite remember what I ate, but there was a lot of coleslaw and French fries. So I think it was the sandwich that they put a lot of stuff in between. You squeeze it together, and it makes you feel good afterwards. Permane Brothers, right?
That is correct. Yeah. Finally, what 2 gas stations are known to be rivals?
Well, most of the Plum kids here are Sheets people.
Yes.
And most people in Philly go to this little place, Wah, I guess. Wah. So I would say those 2.
Well, thank you for coming in today, Coach Raff. I wish you and your family a happy holiday. Another thank you for being an amazing coach and mentor throughout my soccer career.
Thank you. No problem. It was great being here, and it was great coaching you guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Now over to Tristan with Maddie Nisley.
Thanks, Michael. Today I'm with student and professional wrestler Maddie Nisley, also known as Nikita Knight. Hi, Maddie. How are you?
Good. How are you, Tristan?
I'm good. So, Maddie, how did you get into wrestling?
So when I was younger, my dad was a big wrestling fan, so I grew up around it a little bit. I was a gymnast for a while. I cheered, and I really felt like I was missing something in my life again. So I was scrolling through Instagram one day, and I saw WWE pop up, and I was like, that's definitely something I want to try to do. Like, it seems like something right up my alley. Flipping, being in front of a crowd is something I've always enjoyed, and it had that aspect. The big costumes, the big makeup, I just loved. So when I was 17, I found a training site in Pittsburgh, and I began training, and then it took off from there.
Cool. So how did you come up with your name, Nikita Knight?
So since my entire gimmick is based around my family from Sparta, Greece, I felt like there was no other way to do it rather than pay an homage to them with my name.
So my entire Greek side all have names that start with Nick. And I felt kind of left out. My mom named me Maddie, and I was like, I need a name that starts with Nick. So Nikita was one of those names that I fell in love with. And then my grandfather always said that he worked for the king, and his name was Knight Tuesday. So I pulled Knight from there. So Nikita Knight was born.
What message do you want to send through wrestling?
It's a good question, Tristan. You know, what I do is very out of the box. Not a lot of people would think of becoming a professional wrestler, especially in high school. And I think the message I want to send is to anyone that has a dream and to anyone that wants to do something that's a little bit out of the ordinary, that it's completely possible. And you don't need to fit the mold that society wants to put you into. Everyone has a dream, and I think the only way your dream can be accomplished is if you put everything and anything into making it come true.
Yeah, that's very inspirational.
Thank you.
What was your first match like?
Well, my first match was a little bit different. I was in Orlando, Florida. I was wrestling for a company called All Elite Wrestling, which has a bit of a following, it was a lot of pressure. I was with a lot of big names. The girl I wrestled is an extremely influential person in wrestling, so I was very fortunate to get to have the experience with somebody who I could learn so much from and gain so much knowledge about not only wrestling but life from, who just still to this day is somebody that I'm in contact with and has helped me so much in this business. But I mean, the match itself was a little stressful. It was a lot of pressure, a lot of people were watching, and I was nervous. I was definitely nervous, but I was with a lot of great people down there who helped get me through it and made me feel confident, and I wouldn't have changed it for the world. It was very, very cool and very eye-opening.
And you did an awesome job.
Thank
I also
you.
watched that match.
Thank you.
Recently, you had to try out with WWE.
Mhm.
What did you gain from this experience?
That was the best experience of my life. I can't take anything away from that. Like, it was the coolest thing I've ever done in my life. But it was the people that were down there that made it such a great experience. The coaches, the staff, the people I was trying out with were just such amazing people. And it was so humbling. Like, I learned so much. And what they kept reiterating is we were trying out to make people happy for a living. And that's what stuck with me through the entire thing is I want a job where I can make people happy for a living, because that's just different. That's cool. But I mean, the tryout itself, it was mentally and physically demanding. We were pushed through some medical checks. We did a promo class the first day, and we did some athletic tryout kind of thing. And then the second day we did a bunch of cardio and just basic wrestling. And then the last day we did a big promo. And we did some matches if you had wrestling experience, and then we did a big blow-up drill at the end, which is probably one of the hardest things I've ever done. But it was amazing. Like, that I took away so much knowledge and so many new friends and so many great connections, and I love WWE.
That sounds like a really cool experience. So how do you juggle training and school since you're constantly in and out?
I mean, time management has always been something that I've had to have. Growing up in gymnastics, practicing 20 hours a week was a lot. So I've always kind of been around making school and a sport work. But this has been a lot harder since I've been traveling every weekend. I've made sure I've stayed on top of getting my work done in class as much as possible. And then when I'm traveling, if I have a minute just sitting in the hotel room, I'll try to work a little bit ahead just so I'm not falling behind, because I think falling behind is probably the most stressful thing.
My last question, what is your favorite thing about wrestling?
Probably the people I've met. Like, I've been around probably some of the most influential people in the business, like I said, and all of them have made me feel welcomed, safe, comfortable with everything I've done. I'm extremely young in the business. It's extremely stressful sometimes whenever you're around people that are in their 30s. You feel very, very young and inexperienced. But they've all done an amazing job making me feel comfortable and making me feel appreciated.
Yeah.
So it's definitely the people.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Maddie. Would you be willing to play some telethon trivia with us?
Yes.
All right, your first question. What is the name of Riley's imaginary friend in Inside Out?
Bing Bong.
That is correct. Which Disney princess attends Elsa's coronation day in Arendelle?
Rapunzel.
Also correct. What high school did Troy and Gabriella attend in High School Musical?
East High. You gotta make these a little bit harder when it comes to Disney.
Which animal in Grandmaster Oogway in Kung Fu Panda?
I don't know this one. It's not Disney.
The correct answer is a turtle. And last question, which Marvel character said this line, "I can do this all day"?
Captain America.
Correct. Well, thank you, Maddie, for sharing your experience in wrestling with us. We're now going to send it to a past year telethon video. Let's take a look at this. Welcome back, everyone. Today with me, I have psychology teacher and National Honor Society advisor, Mr. Matt Magnuson. Hi, Mr. Mag. How are you doing today?
Good, Tristan. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. So, being a Plum alumni, what was it like for you to be able to come back and teach at the high school you once attended?
It was an interesting experience the first few years because I'm calling my former teachers by their first names, which is kind of a strange feeling, but you adjust pretty quickly and realize, like, okay, it's, these are just normal people who happen to have taught me in class.
Mm-hmm. How was teaching through the pandemic last year different from a typical year, and what were some of your biggest challenges you had to overcome?
Other than everything, I don't know, just having it feel like anything close to being normal, being able to communicate with students on any normal level was difficult, let alone like first period where if I had them have their cameras on, everybody's room was pitch black because they were still in bed and usually asleep. And so like that was difficult, but yeah, I mean, just getting any semblance of a relationship, and also like, oh, I have to teach content as well, and hopefully they're paying attention. It was really challenging.
Yeah. So there are obviously criteria that students have to meet to be inducted into NHS. As the advisor, talk me through the selection process for a student to become inducted.
Well, after the first semester of their junior year, we get a list of students who are qualified GPA-wise, and we send out our application, and they have to show on there that there was volunteer work and leadership and an essay and everything. And Mr. Barat and I go through those, and sometimes you can tell like, okay, this is not real. I'm sure we've missed some that students maybe exaggerated the truth a little bit on, but we've seen some interesting answers as to what qualifies as leadership. Like organizing a video game with your friends doesn't count as volunteer work, surprisingly. But, we've seen things like that.
Yeah. So what are some of the events that the National Honor Society hosts throughout the year?
Well, I would have to ask Mr. Broad because I don't really do anything for it, as he'll tell you. No, I'm kidding. But, we have all the fundraisers and everything, and, the Make-A-Wish dinner. No, I'm not by a guy anymore, but the 11th period competition. So, just so many really feel good things that we do that, are for such a good cause.
Yeah. When students walk into your classroom, most of your ceiling tiles are painted. Can you tell me a little bit about the meaning behind these?
Well, I used to coach, when I first started teaching here, I coached junior high and 9th grade basketball for, the first dozen years or so. And going down to the junior high, I saw that there were ceiling tiles painted in the hallway at the junior high, and I thought that would be a great way to decorate my room because, I'm not on Pinterest, so I don't have a lot of great ideas to decorate my room. And so I asked our principal at the time, Mr. Casella, if I could have students paint the ceiling tiles in my classroom, and he said, great idea, go for it. And so we've had 2 other principals since then, and I've never asked for permission again. But, I wanted it to be something psychology related and something creative, and that's kind of where it went. And it's turned out really well. We have a lot of really talented artists.
While you have a lot of priorities in the classroom to tackle, how do you spend your time outside of your classroom?
With my family. My daughters are both getting older now. They're 12 and 9, and so they're getting involved in sports. They're getting more involved in stuff that they're finding interesting, and so a lot of it revolves around them. And, just us spending time together. Mm-hmm.
So my last question for you, what is your favorite holiday dish your family makes every year?
Oh, gosh. I don't know. I'm a horrible person to ask about food because I like all kinds of food. The favorite holiday dish. My wife is Italian, so she makes the seven fishes. Classic. And I love that, right. I love that. We also, she's part Polish, so we have pierogies with dinner on Christmas Eve, and I love those. Everything. I don't know.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah, my kids have gotten into baking cookies now this year, and so like they've made a ton of cookies, and so I'm pretty excited for the next week on those.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna test your knowledge with a little trivia if you're up for it.
What's the topic?
Pittsburgh questions. All right. So your first question. What world-famous TV person known for being a good neighbor is from Pittsburgh?
Mr. Rogers. And no, I didn't get these answers ahead of time.
That's correct. Second one. What is one Pittsburgh East slang word?
Just one? Yins? Downtown?
Correct. All right. Can you name the 3 rivers that merge in Pittsburgh?
Yes. The Allegheny, the Mon, and Ohio.
3 for 3. Last question. True or false? The Penguins had a live mascot.
I think they did at one point. Have a live mascot, although it is live now because someone human is inside of it. But yes, they did at one point, yeah.
True.
And I don't know, is it true? I don't know if anyone just saw that there was a dog that pooped on the Philadelphia Flyers logo on their center ice. I don't know if the Pittsburgh Penguin ever pooped on our logo, so yet another way we're better than Philly.
Well, thank you for coming out today, Mr. Magnuson. If you'd like to make a donation in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH. Once again, that number is 412-471-9474. Now let's send it over to Jade with our next special guest.
Thanks, Tristan. Here with me now is Caitlin Schmidt, a former Plum High School student. How are you doing today, Caitlin?
I'm doing fantastic. It's been a crazy morning here,
Yep.
but can't complain.
Caitlin, you attend Teal College and are majoring in secondary education for math. Do you participate in any sports?
Yes, I am a member of the cheer team. I'm not going to lie, I was very hesitant to cheer in college. Didn't think I was going to do it, but then I talked to this teacher here at Plum High School. You guys might know him, Mr. Barat. He's like not a big deal or anything. And he really did persuade me into, leaving that possibility open because I do love cheerleading and I never really thought about continuing until I did talk to him. So this is the first time I'm actually telling him this. So thank you, Mr. Barat, if you're watching in the back, because I have truly made some of my best friends there and great memories so far.
Can you talk about your college cheer experience so far?
Of course. I have fallen in love with cheerleading again at Teal. The coaches, Coach Randy, Coach Tyler, Coach Caleb, they're amazing people. They've really advanced me as an athlete in just a short amount of time. I mean, I've only been in college for 1 semester, but they truly are great people, and they care about me outside of cheerleading. Yeah, we practice about, 4 days a week, 4 or 5 days a week, but, his office is always open to talk, and it doesn't have to be cheer-related, and that's so nice.
How do you balance your academic workload with practices and games?
Well, I learned a lot of time management in high school because I was in competitive dance. I cheered here for the high school, so that really helped me in college. I mean, I ended my first semester with all A's and a B, so I can't really complain. But I figured out how to, schedule time, doing homework, eating dinner, but it's also important to spend time with your friends and, de-stress.
How has the transition between high school and college been?
A lot better than I thought it was going to be. You always hear, college is so much harder than high school, and I was, pretty nervous. But I truly think that my time management has been my ace this semester because without it, I truly feel like I would not have done as well as I did. So, yeah.
Are there any exciting events at Teal College Cheer is participating in?
Yes. So, in fact, we've earned 2 bids to nationals for NCAA Nationals in Daytona, Florida in April. So we'll be competing there in the game day segment, if you guys know what that is. Basically, it consists of a cheer, a dance, and another chant. And it's the first time they're doing this, so we already won our regionals, so we are the queens of the East, if you would like to say it. So that's pretty cool. We're heading in, top 4 teams in the nation, which,
wow,
that's a big...
congratulations.
Thank you. But truly, this freshman class at Teal for cheerleading is a new era and is really going to advance and build the program over the next years.
And lastly, a holiday question for you. What is your funniest holiday memory?
Well, I know one year my grandma forgot to put sugar in the pie, and she still gets heckled about it to this day. But it's okay. The pie was still good, just not as sweet.
And then are you up for some telethon trivia?
Of course.
Okay, the first question is, how do you say Merry Christmas in Spanish?
Feliz Navidad.
Where does Santa Claus live?
He lives in the North Pole.
And then what is the most frequently performed Christmas ballet?
Ooh, the Nutcracker.
Yep. And then what words come after Silent Night in the song?
Holy Night.
Correct.
I was worried Mr. Magnuson's kind of set the bar high.
And then the last question. Who performs 200 times a year at Radio City Music Hall?
The Rockettes, of course.
Okay. Now, Caitlin, not to put you on the spot, but we're going to bring out last year's seniors for an interview that you will conduct. I will step aside and let's bring out for the second time today Zach Barat, Kaden McCrory, Evan Smith, Ryan Pizzani, and Garrett Susko.
Why, hello everybody. Thank you for coming back out again. So my first question is, where does everybody go to school and what are their majors?
I go to school at Waynesburg University and study sports information and business management with a minor in PR.
I'm a multimedia major at Point Park.
I got a Penn State major in business.
I'm a broadcast journalism major at Penn State University.
I go to Robert Morris University and study cybersecurity and sports communications.
Awesome, awesome. As we all know, this is an amazing program here at the high school. So how did Mr. Barat give you the building blocks to continue your education in this field?
Well, my dad's always been there by my side for the past 18 years, so he's always helped me, guide me through problems I've had, so he's always been there by my side when I've had difficulties, if it's college, school, sports, and etc., so he's always been there for me.
If I hadn't worked with Mr. Barat to do all the sports communication stuff and taken his class, I would probably have no idea what my major would be.
He taught us everything we needed to know about this class.
You can really tell who wrote that question, but for real though, back in middle school is when I kind of decided I wanted to try to go into broadcasting, and I kind of thought it was unrealistic, but then I came to the high school, and within my freshman year, Mr. Barat kind of showed me the program that he had here, and showed me like the real life aspect that I could actually pull this off.
Yeah, sort of like Evan. Definitely all the work experience, doing the football games, hockey games last year, even with the pandemic. A lot of work experience and a lot of things that are definitely going to help me in my major. So thanks to Mr. Barat for that.
I can definitely vouch and say that this was probably one of the coolest classes I've taken here at the high school. And in fact, I had to take a communications class this fall semester. And without this class, I probably would have been clueless. So thank you, Mr. Barat. So one final question. I'm going to ask you the same holiday question that I was asked. What is your funniest holiday memory?
My favorite holiday memory would probably be when my dog ate baby Jesus out of the manger.
A couple of years ago, I decided that my whole family should get matching tracksuits and go take pictures with Mall Santa, so we look like a bunch of Russian gangsters.
I'd say watching Christmas movies.
A few years back, my sister was bent on getting a bird for Christmas, and my Santa Claus ended up doing it, and the bird was upstairs. Evidently, the bird found its way out of the cage it was in, and my dog found its way to the bird. So we're opening our gifts. Our dog comes running down the stairs with a bird in his mouth. And after a bit of fighting with the dog, we ended up with an angry bird flying around our house for about 2 hours on Christmas morning.
I'd probably have to say my great-grandma would always bring a cake to Christmas, and no one would ever eat the cake, so just kind of cake that would just sit there. But it's always been like a family joke that there would be a snowman cake every year and no one's going to touch it.
Awesome, awesome. So thank you for your time today. But before we move on, I would like to announce the third place winner of the annual 11th period competition. For those of you who do not know, the 11th period competition is a challenge where all the classes in the high school raise money for Make-A-Wish, and the class donates the most money receives a pizza party or a field trip. The third place winner of this year's 11th period competition is Mrs. Dunn's class. So congratulations to them, and they will receive a pizza party. Now off to Parker for the next guest.
Thank you for a great interview, Jade and Caitlin. I'm now sitting here with one of my favorite talk show hosts, Chris Muller from 93.7 The Fan.
I'm now sitting here with one of my favorite Plum High School Make-A-Wish Telethon hosts, Parker.
You know what, Chris? I really appreciate that. You want to hop right into these?
Yeah, let's go here.
All right.
Let's not beat around the bush. Let's get right to the action here. Let's get to the questions, Parker.
All right. So 93.7 is one of the largest radio stations in the Pittsburgh area. What did it mean to you when they chose you to be one of the faces of the station?
I mean, I've been there since day one, so that would be, gosh, almost 12 years ago now.
Yeah.
February of 2010, and for me, it was like cool to just be doing 2 to 6 a.m. when it started out. I've been on drive time 2 to 6 p.m. Since 2013, early 2013. So to have been there this long in a business where there's usually a lot of turnover, it means a lot to still be there, that they have that faith in me to keep performing for them. And I love the job. Like, it's a dream job, and so I'm thrilled to be able to represent Pittsburgh, even if people tend to hate my opinions most of the time because I'm just honest.
People hate honesty sometimes, especially when it comes to sports.
You strike me as an honest guy, Parker.
I try to be an honest guy.
Great hair, by the way, buddy.
I appreciate that.
I mean,
it's
you
the
look
hockey hair. It's the hockey hair.
You look great.
You know, maybe one day it'll become like yours, but
hey, unbelievable. You don't want that, Parker. You don't want that. People love the head of lettuce.
So, back to your 12 years at the Fan. What makes you want to wake up and continue to go and talk about sports every day?
A mortgage, bills to pay. No, I mean, listen, like I've worked in real jobs. Like when I say real jobs, I mean not sports or something like that. So when you've worked in a job where it's just you're kind of grinding away, you're not doing something you love, you're doing something for the paycheck. I think just the knowledge of what else is out there and what a lot of people, the overwhelming majority of people are not fortunate or lucky enough to do, the fact that you get to do that job in and of itself is motivation. But the best thing about my job is you think about something where maybe you're working on spreadsheets or you're typing up basic reports, but they don't really change, right?
Yeah.
In sports, everything changes all the time. And Andrew Filipponi and I on the PM team, we work at the time of day. This is specific to being on in afternoons, where news is always breaking either right before or during our show. So there is always something to react to. So when you know that literally every day something is going to happen that's fresh, that's new, that's, I think, a hugely motivating factor, and it's kind of one of those reasons you get up excited to work every day.
So, touching on the PM fact that you're a host for the Fan and the PM, what does a typical day look like for you?
So I've got a 3-year-old son. Shout outs to my little guy Lennox. And I will usually get up if my wife, who's a nurse, isn't working. Then we kind of just all are hanging out for a couple hours. And then I would say around 10 o'clock, I'm starting to mentally get ready. I'm reading things. I'm subscribed to email lists. I'm subscribed to a lot of the athletic subscription-only websites. I mean, I'm reading a ton. So one of the things that people really don't necessarily understand about what we do is we do a lot of talking, in front of cameras now because we have that too. But we're doing twice as much reading on the back end. I mean, you've got to be well-read. You've got to be talking to people. You occasionally have somebody who's sort of a source or a contact who's texting you something. So it's a lot of reading in the early part of the day. Get in around 11:30. Andrew Filipponi is a maniacal worker, so he's usually in a little bit before me, maybe a half hour. And then we are kicking around ideas, sketching out where things should go, and then we just roll it, man. I mean, it is usually placing some sort of degenerate bet on a college basketball game that's happening at noon, teams we've never even heard of. But I'm basically getting paid to have fun from 11 a.m. on, so it's awesome.
Yeah. So over the years, being in Pittsburgh for a decent amount of time, I'd assume.
Born and raised, my friend.
Born and raised. So you've seen a bunch of highly talented athletes. You got Andrew McCutchen, Sidney Crosby, Ben Roethlisberger, Antonio Brown, just to name a few. Yep. Which Pittsburgh sports player do you believe was the most entertaining to cover, and why?
Most entertaining to cover is a heck of a question, man. And it's probably one I've never heard phrased that way. So I'll try to answer it as best I can. Crosby is the best relative to the rest of his sport at playing the sport. But almost any hockey person will tell you, a beat writer, hockey players, and I do not mean this negatively, buddy. Hockey hair guy. They are as interesting as a bag of sand to talk to. And it's because it's by design, though. In the NHL, you get to that level. How many guys you can count them on one hand who actually say interesting things? John Tortorella, and half the people hate him. Yeah. Sean Avery, when he played, everyone hated him. So it's very much ingrained in the hockey culture from an entertainment standpoint to be Biz Nasty. Everybody knows Biz.
Yeah.
He wasn't a very good hockey player. He was a heck of a talker, and so he's got a career in it. But most guys don't really say anything, right?
Yeah.
AB was completely off the map. He was also the greatest receiver I've seen outside of Randy Moss and Jerry Rice. He was interesting. He was entertaining. Believe it or not, the most entertaining one of the bunch, Andrew McCutchen, I would almost say kind of in a hockey sense, he didn't want to say too much because he's focused on getting the Pirates to respectability. When Ben Roethlisberger did a show with us, not my show, but when Andrew was on middays, and they did the Ben Roethlisberger show, that was from an entertainment standpoint, that was appointment listening every week because he would throw people under the bus with regularity, and you're just oh my God, this guy is actually saying this stuff right now. How is this happening? And from the entertainment standpoint, nothing topped the Roethlisberger show. and just the gold mine that it yielded us every week 16 times during the regular season.
He is a great quarterback, though. Can't argue that.
Are you saying
as much
is?
anymore.
Are you saying is or was? Because past tense is more appropriate there.
No, he's still slinging it around every once in a while. Waits till the fourth quarter, but he gets there. So next question for you. Throughout the pandemic last year, you were able to continue to host for the Fan. Did you go through any struggles trying to do that, or was it fairly normal?
It wasn't fairly normal for anybody. I would say, like, on my show, so we had a TV hit set up with KDKA TV at 4:15 where Andrew would go out and do a hit in, like, the hallway, our camera we have set up, sports hit. And so he had to be in the building. I was working from home. So one of the most famous things that happened during the pandemic was people found out that I have 2 dogs, that they're loud, and that they bark at very inopportune times. So that's why if you would tune into our show from like probably like early April of 2020 or late March through about May of this past year of 2021, you would just occasionally hear the Baja Men who let the dogs out, or you'd hear Snoop Dogg, because my dog's in the middle of me just trying to make a point, and that, like the delivery guy would come to my house, and that would throw the show off. So that was the major thing. But like with everything, we felt so fortunate to be on the air still and to be doing what we were doing. We just turned it into a big joke.
Which, through your personality, suited you very well.
You're learning, Parker. You're learning, Grasshopper.
I'm a quick learner. So, obviously the Pitt versus Penn State debate runs deep around here with fans from both sides.
You don't say.
I do say, actually.
Well, at Plum High School, aren't you supposed to throw West Virginia in there because of McAfee? Probably, huh? But this is a Pitt-Penn State question. Yeah. I'm sorry. This is your interview, Parker. What am I doing here?
So, do you have any horse in the race there? And do you think the NCAA is going to try to push more games between the two?
I mean, I would love for the NCAA, which doesn't have any say in the matter, to somehow just unilaterally say you're playing each other every year. This is ridiculous. It's a big money game. Penn State actually has like a good reason not to want to play it, because there's much less reward than there is like risk for them. I mean, they're just taking a big risk. In 2016, the first year they resumed the rivalry, that loss to Pitt kept Penn State out of the college football playoff. Like it did. That's a fact. Do I have a horse in the race? Yes. I went to Penn State and have never rooted for them a day in my life. I root for Pitt. I was a giant Nebraska football fan way before any of you were born in the mid-'90s. And I have always rooted for Pitt because I like identify with the lovable loser kind of mindset, which until this year was pretty steady for them.
Yeah. Until they got Kenny Pickett, and
who did the Kenny Pickett show on 93.7 The Fan and then finished third in the Heisman voting. Keaton Slovis, are you watching?
Should have been number 1, but so Kenny Pickett. Let's go to Big Ben, Steelers quarterback, who's probably going to retire at the end of this year. Do you think the future is on the Steelers with Haskins or Rudolph, or do you think we need to try to go in free agency or draft maybe even a Kenny Pickett?
I think you've got to go one of two things. One, I don't think the next quarterback of the future is currently on the roster. I don't believe in Rudolph at all. I don't believe in Haskins. As far as Pickett, I think he'll be the first quarterback off the board, which means I think he'll be gone before they pick. There are a couple intriguing players coming out next year. Phil Jerkovic, Pine Richland kid who went to Notre Dame then BC. Like, I would not be against them having a bridge year at quarterback if it resulted in a mediocre team that could maybe get one of these higher-rated guys in the 2023 draft.
So, building off that, Steelers are 7-6-1. Do you think they're going to try to make a run at the Super Bowl, especially with the tough next 3, or are they sort of just going for a draft pick now?
Have you ever seen any of, do you know who George Romero is, Parker?
The name sounds familiar.
Filmmaker. He was Pittsburgh filmmaker who did, the Night of the Living Dead movies, all that stuff, right? Okay. Yeah. In the Night of the Living Dead, the zombies are just, these staggering sort of faceless things that, just keep coming and they never stop. Even if you shoot them in the gut, you got to, take a headshot, right? The Steelers are like a staggering zombie right now. They're moving very slowly. They don't look particularly threatening. And yet they somehow win football games. They cannot, I'll say this right now, they cannot win the Super Bowl. They just can't. But they can make the playoffs, and given what everyone's expectations were for them before the season, pretty low. I said, they'd go 7-10. If they somehow drag themselves into the playoffs, I would have to give them credit for that.
The sports market has been a staple of Pittsburgh for the last several decades. Why do you think the residents of Pittsburgh care so much about our teams?
I think there's a lot of genuine civic pride here. I think when the steel industry collapsed in the 80s, you had people who stayed through that when a lot of people moved to other cities, which is why you see Pittsburgh bars everywhere, who are just fiercely proud. I think it's a very proud region. I think it's like not too big and too cosmopolitan where sports are just kind of a back burner thing. I think it's ingrained into the fabric, man. And you look at like high school football and how that translates to like carrying over to college to the pros and people loving it. I just think it's one of those things that's always going to be intertwined like in the fabric of the culture here. I would 100% agree with that. So we were talking a little bit before we started about fantasy. So do you do a lot of fantasy sports? I am the commissioner of my work league this year. That was a job bestowed on me. I didn't run for it. I was told to be the commissioner. I'm in another league that I'm also the commissioner of just because I'm the only person not too lazy to do it. And I'm in like dead last in that one. I just lost in the playoffs of my work league. Oh. They let me run a team and be commissioner. That was kind of weird. I am, however, still alive in one league that has a lot of money on the line, except I had Leonard Fournette. Bad news there. Bad news. I had, who else? I had like 3 guys that are pretty much out for the season, so I'm in deep trouble. But I do play fantasy football. Everything else, you play fantasy hockey, you play fantasy, even basketball. What are you doing? It's too much. There's too many numbers. Help! No, I play fantasy hockey. I feel like that's a little bit of a shot. You got to just set the lineup. What do you have to do, like Corsi and Fenwick and all that nonsense? Or is it goals, goals, assist, points, block saves? Shots. You get points block for saves. Shots? Block shots. Who cares about block shots? Blocks? You set your lineup every Monday when the week starts. You're good for the week. Parker, you're a better man than I for playing fantasy hockey, buddy. All right, Chris. One last question for you. It's a nice little Christmas question here. What's the ugliest Christmas sweater you've ever seen or worn? Oh, man. That is a good one. You know what I think is probably the ugliest and funniest one is before they became popular, one of my buddies just went to like the thrift store and found it was like a sweater your grandma would wear, right? And it just had like a very sincere looking reindeer on it. And I remember just like crying tears of laughter when we saw him show up to like a party with it on. Like it was a college party. So like people were still dressing nice. Yeah. He just shows up with this like granny sweater on that I'm sure somebody thought was like a really nice present for their Meemaw 20 years prior. And that to this day is the funniest one I've ever seen. Just a plain old reindeer that somebody wore very sincerely for a long time. I feel like there might be more entertaining ones than just a reindeer. They're all like, see, that's the problem with it now though. They found out that it was popular and then they're like, let's make Christmas sweaters the next big thing. The best ones are the authentic ones where like somebody actually bought this and said to themselves, I look good. Those are the ones that are funny. Like I have a couple ones that just got made in the last couple of years. It's not the same. The idea of a person wearing it and thinking it was a good decision, that is what makes ugly Christmas sweaters so funny. I can't say I've ever thought about it that way. But thank you for coming in today, Chris. I'm going to turn it over to you for a Q&A session with some of our seniors from last year. Again, thank you for talking to me and taking time out of your day for this. Parker, my pleasure, buddy. Who's next?
Hi, Chris.
Hello.
I have a Panthers-related question for you.
All right, they're wildcats that live mostly in Africa, I believe. They are known to be found in the mountains of California. What else do you have on Panthers?
Well, I was talking about the Pitt Panthers mainly. Now that Kenny Pickett has opted out of the Peach Bowl, what do you think the Panthers' chances are against the Spartans?
Well, Kenneth Walker, the third, I guess, for Michigan State, also opted out. He is their best player, running back, who was a serious Heisman contender. I think the line on this game, since we live in the sports betting world now, although you're all under 21, so the line is still pretty close because both teams have had their most important player go away. So I would tell you that they still have a chance, and I do think next year they're set up pretty well because their whole offensive line's coming back. Slovis is legitimate. I think he's got legitimate NFL talent. We'll see if the production matches. In this game, though, I think it's still almost a coin flip because each team has been deprived of their best player.
Hey, Chris. Recently, you've been really outspoken about Chase Claypool's specifically off-the-field issues. What do you think? What do you think the Steelers' options are going forward? Whether trying to get him to mature, and if he can't do that.
I mean, he's been really frustrating to watch. I mean, he was a character guy, supposedly coming out of Notre Dame, and I just think the maturity issues are omnipresent with him. He is not a first-round pick. So you don't have to make that third-year decision for a fifth-year option kind of thing. So I think he's a 4 years and done guy. I just think they look at him and say, We'll get the most that we can, get hopefully the best production, and then send you on your merry way. Here's a little fun fact. Only 2 receivers in Steelers history, recent history, I guess I should say, the last like 25 years, have gotten a second deal with the team. Hines is one, AB is the other. That's it. Deontay Johnson, to me, is the guy on this roster that's worth actually spending a second contract on.
All right, Chris, when's the earliest that you see the Pirates competing for a World Series?
Oh, no. Every year I get asked, and I think every year since 2015 I get really sad when I think about the answer. Compete for a World Series really just means be good enough to like get into the playoffs, because that's all they try to do. They don't build teams even when they're good. Neil Huntington didn't do this, that were quote-unquote World Series caliber. He built teams that could try to win 86 games and then get lucky in the postseason. I don't see them being in that spot till at least, I don't know, I'm just going to spitball an answer here, 2025, 2026. Most of you are going to be out of college unless you're on the Van Wilder plan by then.
Chris, I want to ask you about Devin Bush. The Steelers didn't re-sign his 5th contract. What do you think is going to happen between the Steelers and Devin Bush?
That's a mess right now. That's really – I think there's some sympathy there internally for him because they have a lot of emotion tied to the situation. And they picked him 10th, and they spent all that draft capital to move up and get him. But he doesn't look like physically he loves the contact. He doesn't look like physically he's a guy who wants to take on blockers. I don't think you can have that guy around long term. I think it's just going to go down right now as a draft bust unless something changes dramatically.
Hi, Chris. Baseball-related question. Ever since the last pitch of the World Series, the question has been, when will the lockout end between the MLBPA and the owners?
I don't think that they're necessarily going to get a full season in, because I think the MLBPA understands now that they got beaten so badly at the bargaining table last time. I think they're going to dig their heels in. I think it's a wildly messed up sport in terms of how it's run. And I'm not somebody that pushes for salary caps. Those big teams who have big pockets, they're doing what I think we'd all want our favorite team to do, which is spend money to try to win. It's not the Dodgers' fault there's 20 million people in LA and a huge TV contract. So I honestly believe this season could be gutted, at least in part, because I think that's how far apart the sides actually are.
Hey, Chris. Who are your all-time favorite offensive and defensive players on the Steelers?
All-time favorite? Favorite to watch, this is not a popular answer. Antonio Brown's the best Steelers offensive player I've ever seen. I hope you guys are able to understand, despite what a goofball he is and not a very good guy, you're not going to see somebody that size dominate people that much probably ever again. He was that good. He's a Hall of Famer, easy in my mind. So he was my favorite one to watch just because you knew you were watching all-time greatness. Defensively, the easy answer here is Troy, but you know what? I'm going to go off the board a little bit and kind of give some love to somebody that to me is going to fall just short of the Hall of Fame, but is in the Hall of Very Good and is an all-time good guy, and that's Cam Hayward. Cam Hayward wrecks people, you've got to understand. And he does it in a sort of a thankless position. He was kind of a late bloomer. That is a very physical spot on the field to play, and he's thriving in his mid-30s. So I love watching Hayward, and he's an awesome dude, so it makes him easier to cheer for.
Hey, Chris. What do you think the biggest problem for the Steelers has been so far this year?
They're not good? Oh, no, you wanted a more detailed answer than that? Okay, in all seriousness, they really do have a talent drain going on right now. One of my biggest pet peeves with them is if you look at their assistant coaches, it isn't exactly like a murderer's row of guys with new ideas, of those, the hot young assistant coaches who are head coaches in waiting. Seriously, when's the last time you remember a Steelers assistant coach being a candidate for a head coaching job? Crickets, right? Adrian Clem, who's terrible, is about to go leave for Oregon, where they're probably going to pay him more to do the same job. So I would say it's lack of talent and lack of innovation on the coaching staff. They're just not that good, and the quarterback who 5 years ago could make up for a lot of that can't now. And that's why you see them play maybe one good quarter out of every 6. So I know that sounds kind of harsh, but hey, you're not good enough. You're not good enough.
Chris, how has your career led you to meet new and interesting people, and who is your favorite to meet and why?
You always are going to be interviewing people, right? So you're always going to be talking on the phone to people, and I do think that that used to make me nervous. I think anybody that's in my field that would tell you, like, in their early days, talking to somebody very famous on the phone didn't make them nervous is lying. But that gets a lot easier over time. Like, we talked to Ryan Clark, who's a guy I grew up watching every week. It's like my 20 favorite minutes of the week because he's so good at what he does. You just meet people because you're around people. You start to treat it like more of a, hey, it's just I'm talking to this person, you know, human being to human being. You don't really get, at least I don't get like what I would call starstruck. Probably the most famous guy I've ever talked to, though, like world famous, not just Pittsburgh. Roy Jones Jr., who, if you guys know boxing at all, for several years was probably the pound-for-pound best fighter on the planet. At a previous radio stop right before The Fan, I interviewed him 3 or 4 times because he was training down in California, Pennsylvania for a fight. And he was an interesting character to talk to. My recorder, the first time I ever interviewed him, didn't record the interview the first time. So I had to go tail between my legs and ask him to do the whole interview again. Luckily, he was cool about it, even though I think he was really ticked off at first, and so was his manager. But I would say Roy Jones is probably the most famous person I've ever talked to, and that's been on multiple occasions. Oh, no, Mike Tyson. I mean, I talked to Mike Tyson, so that's kind of a surreal, wild experience, too.
Now, Chris, I also wanted to ask, what encouraged you to get into this line of work? Did you play any sports personally as a child?
Yes, contrary to the notion that the people who talk about sports can't actually play them. Like, I was an okay high school basketball player at North Catholic. Not great by any stretch, but I didn't embarrass myself out there. I played golf for North. I played baseball growing up and then stopped playing baseball when they started throwing curveballs. No, can't do that. Never played football, which in Pittsburgh is like, oh, my God, what are you doing? But I played like almost every sport you could imagine, you know, hockey in the driveway, like almost every kid around here. So played a ton of them. And I think like people who get into what we do played the sports and have that love affair with them. And you want to keep it going however you can, right? To like, you know, to stay close to them. I mean, my family used to say, hey, you better get a job in sports because we're sick of listening to you talk about them. And then my way to get into the business, though, was I won a contest. How many every year? 13 years ago, which is probably well-trodden ground by now, but you guys might not know it. But yeah, I won an open mic search to get my first gig. As you can tell, I'm really nervous in front of with a microphone in my hands, so just shuddering.
Hey, Chris, it's me again.
Hey, it's you again. How are you?
I'm good. I was wondering, do you think that T.J. Watt will actually win the Defensive Player of the Year award, or will the NFL rob him once again?
You ready for this? Dun, dun, dun! Unpopular opinion alert. I don't think he should win it. I warned you with dun, dun, dun! Unpopular opinion alert. I think Micah Parsons is the Defensive Player of the Year. There's only one rookie that's won Defensive Player of the Year and Defensive Rookie of the Year, and that's Lawrence Taylor in 1981. Go look at Parsons. They drafted him to play off-ball linebacker just like Devin Bush, and he's so good as a pass rusher, the guy has 12 sacks. Here's another fun fact. Impress your family at Christmas. There are only 6 teams since sacks were an official stat in 1982 to have a player with 10 picks on a team as well as a player with 10 sacks. Cowboys are one of them. Parsons has 12 sacks. Trevon Diggs has 10 picks. So I think Micah Parsons, and go look at the Cowboys last year. They were like 28th in the league in scoring defense. He has totally reshaped them with his presence. And he hasn't even been playing the position that he was drafted to play half the time. He, for me, is the Defensive Player of the Year.
Hey, Chris, it's me again.
Hi, it's you again. How are you again?
Good again. So I know you said earlier that you don't root for Penn State, but given the last year that season not going so well, how do you think the decisions they made this offseason, bringing back Sean Clifford, signing James Franklin, is going to affect them going forward?
That's interesting, isn't it, man? Isn't the James Franklin situation interesting? Like, he is the classic case of he got you back to being, like, knocking on the door, hitting your head on the ceiling, but I think there is every reason to question whether or not James Franklin can break through the ceiling at Penn State, because I think he leaves a lot to be desired as a game day coach. He can recruit the heck out of just about anywhere, and he has turned Penn State into a recruiting powerhouse, but that actually almost starts to work against you when you're not delivering the results on the field. And so I think that's going to be an interesting thing to watch. I think Penn State probably gets to the college football playoff, though, in the next several years, and why this maybe is a decent move by them is they're going to expand the college football playoff to 12 teams, and so James Franklin is going to have them in the top 12
more often than not. All right, I want to thank the Plum students for very intellectual questions there. Those tickled the old cerebellum here. I was thinking about my answers. As I switch sets, however, and step on wires, we have round 2 of the Oreo stack competition, folks. Who do we have here? Let's go with you, Hollister.
My name's Colin Slinsky. I'm ready to win.
Colin Slinsky? Yeah. All right. And you are?
Lucas Heath.
Lucas
Heath.
Heath. Can we get a Heath? Thank you. All right, boys. You know what we're doing here. Colin, Lucas, as I was standing in the wrong place, blocking you, Lucas. And, I mean, as a Heath guy, you should really be featured front and center here. All right. We are going to be doing an Oreo stack, folks. I'm going to be counting it down 3, 2, 1 when we get started here in a second. And then I'm going to be giving you a 10 count when we're almost at the end of the timer. So here we go. It's going to be a 30-second timer. Guys, are you ready?
Yes.
Start the clock and go. Oh, look at this. Man, look at this. Here we go. Heath. But also Solinsky. But no, really, Heath or Muth. Yeah. Muller. Barat. Sorry, that's an inside joke. Oh, come on. 5, 4, 3. I did a New York accent. 2, 1. Come on, Heath. Sorry. What are you doing, man? Colin. I'm a boxing guy. The winner and champion of the Oreo stacking contest, Colin Slinsky. Give it up for this guy. All right. That's right. Cheer this man up. All right, so the winner's Colin Slinsky, and if you would like to make a donation in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH, W-I-S-H. Once again, that number is 412-471-9474. Now let's send it over to McAfee with another special guest.
Thank you. Right beside me is Michael Caligiuri, a Plum School Board member and advisor of the newly established Plumboro Foundation for Educational Enhancement. How are you doing today?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Of course. Thank you for being here. How long have you been on Plum School Board, and what are some changes you've strived to make?
So I've just entered my 3rd year as a school board member, and I'm just one of a team of 10. So we're all working on a variety of changes, mostly focusing on adding supports for students. If I had to pick one thing I'm most proud of, my colleagues gave me the opportunity to take the lead on implementing the social workers and their positions into the program. And thanks to people like Mr. Devine and Mr. Pivik, who everybody knows, we were able to accomplish those tasks, and I'm very proud to be able to help students in that way.
That's very good. What made you decide to run for school board rather than any other position in the Plum community?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I have a background in helping children and families by running human service programs and raising money through development programs, and I thought with my 2 children being in the school district that I could offer something valuable to our entire community, but keeping a focus on really just supporting the students and the employees here in the district.
I'm sure the election process can be very stressful and time-consuming, and you have to come up with campaign strategies and methods leading up to Election Day. What campaign methods did you use?
Yeah, I think there were like 3 main things for me. So first of all, I had a great campaign staff led by my wife who kept me focused and is a great networker, and a couple of friends who are excellent at communications and helping me navigate social media. I think the second thing was I literally wore out a pair of tennis shoes walking around the neighborhoods to talk to people face to face. And I think the final thing was, as Mr. Janovich's foundation spreads this message, I tried to be positive and, not focus on negatives of candidates or current school board members who make a lot of really hard decisions. So that was my philosophy.
Yeah, those shirts are very well known throughout the community, so I'm glad to see one today. So what is the Plumboro Foundation for Educational Enhancement, and what plans do you have in store for the future?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. So I had the privilege of reinstating the Foundation for Educational Enhancement, and I've assembled 20 plus Board of Trustee members who are diverse in a variety of experiences and expertise. One of those is, by the way, Tristan Auth, who's our first ever student representative. They're going to guide us along a pathway to providing opportunities for students and our employees to make things better here in Plum. So that could be scholarships, that could be providing resources. And I should say we have a special focus with one of our committees is on mental health, safety, and equity and diversity, really. So it's going to be pretty diverse and pretty exciting.
Well, coming from a student, that sounds very good, and we're very excited for it. How do you believe the foundation will benefit the students of Plum?
Yeah, I think because we're going to listen to the students and the employees, we're going to have 5 members of the staff plus Tristan, plus members who are really involved in Plum Borough, listen to what the needs are, what will most benefit people, and then strategically raise dollars to support those efforts. So I think it's pretty exciting, and so far it's been very productive. I'm really looking forward to the future.
I'm glad to see good success with it. Lastly, how do you plan on spending your holiday break?
You know, I'm just going to spend time with family.
Yes.
That's my thing. I'm looking forward to Christmas morning. Kids are getting a little older, but there's nothing better than watching the kids on Christmas morning and just sitting back and enjoying them and my wife.
Thank you so much, Mr. Caligiuri, for coming in. I hope you have a wonderful holiday break. Let's send it to Carolyn and see who she's interviewing next.
Thanks again, McKaylee and Mr. Caligiuri. Joining me now are 2 more school board members, Mr. Michael Devine and Mr. Michelle Stepnick. How are you guys doing today?
Doing very well today. Thanks for having us.
Great. Thank you for having us.
Thanks for coming. Ms. Stepnick and Mr. Devine, what is your biggest accomplishment during your time on the school board?
I think two of our biggest accomplishments are the social workers that we were able to bring in as a board, and then the redoing of the football field, baseball field, and softball field. You know, our athletes are world-class athletes, and they deserve a world-class facility, and really proud of both of those things we've done.
I would have to echo what Mr. Devine had said, as well as all of you. Your successes show the work that we do and the decisions we make and the time and effort we put in. It shows and it reflects with our students and their successes.
We couldn't be successful without you guys. Michelle, what is your main priority on the school board?
I was recently appointed to a new committee, which is mostly a community outreach, which is reaching out to the business community, as well as the parent community, and trying to figure out how we work more closely together in a cohesive way to benefit our students and as well as our businesses within the community. So I'm looking forward to that goal, as well as one of my ultimate goals when I ran again for school board was I want to see full day kindergarten.
Michelle, outside of your responsibilities of being a school board member, what do you do in your free time?
Other than being a mom, which is a lot of time, I have a really cool job in the Dominican Republic, and I play paddle tennis at my country club, and that's sort of my stress relief.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Mike, how has your experience been being the president the last 2 years during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, anything during the COVID pandemic has been difficult. Being the president as a first-year member was really hard. You know, I had to learn how to be a member and the president at the same time, and I give a lot of credit to Mr. Caligiuri and the rest of the board. But as the vice president, Mr. Caligiuri and we get along very well, but people think we agree on everything, and we didn't. So, you know, anything I had to run, I would need to talk about, I would run through him because, you know, he kind of had the opposite opinion. So we could talk things out, and then just the support of the rest of the board made it very easy for that transition.
Michelle, you have been on the school board during a previous term. How has that been different from this term?
I think with each group of folks that are running and elected, you get a variety of talents and skills and personalities. So it does make every 2 years different, and the transition, if you could look at everybody's skills and talents that they bring to the table and they bring to the conversation and go into every meeting with an open mind, I think that the board will always be a success. So each time there's new folks elected, the board changes, but again, it also brings a great opportunity to expand your thoughts.
Mike, what are your goals for the remainder of the school year?
Goals for the remainder of the year. I just was put on the personnel committee as well as the intergovernmental committee. So for intergovernmental, one of the things we want to do is bring a student rep to the council, like we have on the school board today, so that the council can have the input from a student perspective. And then from a personnel standpoint, that's what I do for a living. I work for an HR solutioning firm, and I'm a consultant, so I want to work with Ms. Sedlak to make sure that she has all the support she needs to make sure that our employees have everything they need.
Okay, now a holiday question. What is the most special gift you guys have ever given or received?
So I think for me, like I don't want to sound cheesy because I'm a dad, but my one daughter and I, we play tic-tac-toe all the time, and she made a homemade tic-tac-toe set with little rocks, and I mean it didn't cost a lot of money, but I think from a special standpoint, it showed a lot of thought on her behalf, and something that she loves to play. Like I'll be working, she'll come into my office, she'll grab it and say, "Can we play one game?" And I'll jump down and say, "Sure, we'll play one."
That's so sweet.
Geez, my most special gift I've ever received, I don't know. I think the most special gift I ever have is being a mom. So that's an annual gift I get to enjoy, to see my son grow, and the excitement on Christmas morning, no matter what stage you're in. It's always very fun. And one of my favorite gifts to do every year is to come here. And Mr. Devine and I have a donation for you guys today to help hopefully we reach $1 million this year.
Thank you so much. We really
You're welcome.
appreciate that. Are you guys ready for some telethon trivia?
Oh, yeah, because Mr. Caligiuri couldn't do it, so we'll do it.
Which Marvel movie would you watch when watching them in chronological order from release date?
Say it again?
Which Marvel movie would you watch watching them in chronological order from release date?
Iron Man.
Yep. That's correct. What are the seven dwarves in Snow White?
Oh my.
Dopey.
Grumpy.
Bashful. Doc.
Sleepy. We're
Sneezy.
missing. Yep. And we're
Happy.
missing.
Happy.
Happy. Yeah, that's right. Is that right?
Good job. From which movie is the quote, "Life moves pretty fast. You don't stop and look around once in a while. You could miss it."
Ferris
Bueller's Day Off.
Wow, 3 for 3. What is the name of Andy's neighbor in Toy Story?
Sid. I watched that movie 100 times.
4 for 4. Thank you guys for coming today. Now I'm going to send it over to Cam with our next guest.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carolyn. Joining me today is back-to-back section championship volleyball coach Kelsey Bonk. How are you doing today?
I'm great. Thank you, Cam. Thank you for having me here today.
After making it to the Whitfield semifinals and PIA state playoffs, what would you say was your team's biggest key to success this year?
I think most importantly, just doing the fundamentals really well, and that's serving and passing at a high level. I think all year we kept pressure on the other team by serving really tough, and then we tried to pass at a high level, so it made our offense a lot easier to run. And I think in doing those two things, it allowed us the rest of the game to become a lot easier, which led to a lot of success.
Last year, you had a big graduating class, and it is always a big concern to lose a large number of players. What was your plan going into this year's season after being so successful last year?
You're right. It's very tough losing a big group of girls. I cannot lie. I was very nervous coming into this year, having lost so many players and so many players that made a big impact on our team. So coming into this year, I think it was really about just kind of being able to adjust who we are. Last year we had a lot of height, and pretty much all of that height graduated. So coming into this year, I think my tallest player was 5'10". So we kind of had to reform who we were as a team. We kind of had to look at things differently. Rather than having the size, maybe we need to be a little bit faster, get better at reading, play better defense. So I think it's just being able to adjust to, the group you have every year.
Despite losing those 8 seniors last year, your team was still able to play at a high level. What do you think that says about the depth of your program?
I think in any sport, you kind of have to have that next man up mentality. So we couldn't really dwell on the fact that they were gone because we can't change that. So you kind of just have to be able to look to the next group of girls and say, this is your time to step into these positions, and can you make the most of it, and can you kind of fill in this role and take our team to where we believe that we should be every year.
In 2018 and 2019, Plum Volleyball had 3 section wins, and in 2020 and 2021, they were able to win back-to-back section championship titles. How were you and your players able to turn this program around?
Yeah, those couple of years were very tough. But I think the biggest turnaround was, we were seeing growth every year. So that's what's important. If you're making that progress, putting the work in at practice, and kind of like we had talked about earlier, in that year that we had only won a couple section games, we had I think 6 5-set matches, and we lost all of them but one. So, it doesn't look it on the record sheet, but we were playing in a lot of close games. We were pushing teams to 5 sets, but we just weren't able to finish. So I think, coming into 2020 last year, we were finally able to kind of get over that hump and really make the most of all of these games, capitalize on, 5-set matches and get those wins.
Looking into the future, what can we expect from next year's team?
So we're actually losing another big group this year. We lost 8 last year. We'll be losing 7 this year. So, it's kind of the same mentality we had coming into this year. We need girls to step up. We need girls to fill in because we were losing a lot of bodies. So we'll just kind of have to look at, what do we have going into next year and how can we make the best with what we have and kind of fill in positions as needed, because that's kind of been the mentality the past couple of years.
To finish up the interview, what's your favorite kind of holiday cookie?
I gotta go with a classic, just a chocolate chip cookie, classic, nothing fancy.
You ready for some telethon trivia?
Absolutely.
What famous artist has their own museum in Pittsburgh?
Is it Andy Warhol?
Who is a famous entrepreneur born in Pittsburgh who owns the NBA Mavericks, is a television personality and stars
Mark
on Shark
Cuban.
Tank?
You don't have to finish that question. I already knew it. I got it.
Who is a famous actor born in Pittsburgh and starred in Jurassic Park, Thor, Independence Day, Glee, and more?
I have no idea. I'm not going to lie.
It was Jeff Goldblum.
I still don't know who that
I don't either, I'll be honest. Only 12 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, Kennywood Amusement Park has been a place of enjoyment for children. What is the name of their mascot?
Is it just Kenny?
Yeah, it's Kenny the Kangaroo.
Oh, yeah, it is the kangaroo. You're right.
What is the wedding tradition in Pittsburgh dealing with cookies?
Oh, like the big cookie table. Classic. Put some chocolate chips on those.
Congratulations on another successful season, and thank you for being a part of our telethon.
Thank you so much, Cam. I appreciate it.
Now over to Julia with another guest.
Thanks, Cam. I'm here with sports anchor Rich Walsh from K2K. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm pretty good, thank you. You have an extensive background in sports journalism. Throughout your career, you have had the opportunity to cover 4 Super Bowls, 2 Stanley Cup championships, 2 Winter Classics, 2 U.S. Opens, the Final Four, and the MLB All-Star Game. What was the most memorable sporting event you had the opportunity to cover?
I've done so much, actually, and some of that I think should be updated. I think I've covered 3 Stanley Cup championships now.
Wow. All
yeah,
right.
so
Well, 3 Stanley Cup
obviously you love the Super Bowls, right? And I'm a big golf fan, so I love covering the U.S. Open in Oakmont. I did that a couple times. It's coming back in 2025. But the Super Bowls and the ones that the Steelers won in 2005, then again in 2009, probably my favorite ones to be a part of. But I think my favorite day-to-day activity that I do is I get to travel with the Steelers. So, that's one of my favorite things to cover. It'd have to be Steelers, but I would say one of those Super Bowls. Now, if the Pirates could get to World Series, that would obviously be my favorite thing to cover. But I think they're a little way away from that one.
That's awesome that you get to ride with the Steelers, though.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, though.
Yeah, not the last 2 years because of COVID, but
Right.
I still travel, but we go independently on commercial planes. But
Okay.
During the season, I get to fly on their plane and go to the games as part of their group because we're CBS. So it's definitely interesting and fun, and it's one of the perks of the job, of course.
Yeah, I bet. That's
Yeah.
awesome. As a sports reporter in Pittsburgh, you are constantly working with athletes from Pirates, Penguins, and Steelers. Who has been the most inspirational athlete you have met because of your career?
One of my favorite athletes that I've ever dealt with is Jerome Bettis. We hosted a show together. He's just such a great guy. He's one of the best humans I've ever met. So he's one of my favorite players and inspirational and helped me out along the way. One of the most interesting guys, I think maybe my favorite interview was Michael Jordan. But I've had a chance to interview a lot of pretty talented athletes: Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, Mario Lemieux,
Wow, that's awesome.
and at the pinnacle of their career. So Michael Jordan was probably my favorite interview. One of my favorite athletes to be around was Jerome Bettis.
Nice, nice. During your time at the University of Pittsburgh, you were the captain of the cross-country and track teams. What was the most rewarding aspect of not only participating in Division I athletics, but being the leader of the team?
You know what? I think that was good for my career. It taught me a lot of structure. I think I'm on time a lot because of that. I don't know if Kelly would agree that I'm on time all the time, but I try not to be late for anything. So I think the best part of that was structure and, just being an athlete and competitiveness. Mm-hmm. I really miss those days, that I'm so far removed from it now. But, going back, being a part of a team, the team aspect, which I think really helps you in your career when you are in athletics or you play a sport. So I feel honored to have an opportunity like that in college, in high school, and I do miss it, of course, but I think it taught me a lot. And I would think the biggest things I could take away from that would be structure and being a part of a team.
As an athlete, I can totally agree with you on that one,
Yeah.
too. You were extremely active within the Pittsburgh community, serving on the boards for Leukemia and Lymphoma Society and University of Pittsburgh Varsity Athletics. Why do you believe it is so important to stay active within the community?
I'm a part of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society because my dad passed away in 2009. So that means something to me. Mm-hmm. And to help raise funds to help find a cure, that means something to me. To stay active and a part of the community, I want to do what I can to help out Pittsburgh, whatever I can do, which, is probably less than a lot of other people. But, I just really enjoy being a part of the community, being a part of Pittsburgh. Actually, we just moved to Plum. So I'm a part of this community now too.
To the
yeah,
community.
but no, I love being out there talking to people and meeting new people, and just in hearing their story of life.
Yeah, I agree with that. You were recognized as one of the Pittsburgh's 40 under 40 for raising more than $200,000 in memory of your father. What does it mean to you to be designated as one of the 40 individuals under the age of 40 who have enriched the city of Pittsburgh?
That was one of, I think, my biggest honors, I feel personally, and I feel almost like an accomplishment. We actually got up to close to $500,000 now.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
And it's all, we did this golf outing, and a lot of the funds came from that. My dad passed away of leukemia back in 2009, and so I wanted to make sure that other people don't go through with that, what he went through. So a lot of those funds, they went directly to patient care at West Penn Hospital because that's where he was for 5 months. So it was nice going in there and seeing what impact a small golf outing or some of the things that I've done in the community had on other people. Mm-hmm. They made their stays a lot better. We were able to buy new beds for everyone at West Penn on the 7th floor in the cancer unit, TVs in every room, iPads, and it paid for, helped pay for the renovations of certain wings. Mm-hmm. And we were able to bring in comedians to help, to help with their stay, because they're there for a month, sometimes more. My dad was there for 5 months. So at the time, when my dad was there, you'd sit in a chair. We were able to get new sofa beds, but the chairs would creak, and the TV was black and white, and there was a VCR there. So we used some of that money to fix all that. Mm-hmm. So I think it was more about not getting the award, but it was more about what I was able to, not just me, but what we were able to accomplish with the money and seeing people and how it helped people.
That is awesome, and my condolences to you and your family.
Thank you.
You were Rich, the Pittsburgh Steelers. What do they do in the draft?
That's a good question. I think that's a question everyone wants to know. Everyone, I think, wants a quarterback. I would imagine I'd put my money on this as Ben Roethlisberger's last year with the Steelers. So it depends on where they draft. If they finish these last 3 games, they won't have a high draft pick. They would probably be in the middle of the pack, and it would be hard to get a quarterback. I think they need so many positions that I don't think quarterback will be their main target in the first round this year, because they potentially need a left tackle. They need potentially another wide receiver on offense, maybe a tight end on defense, a linebacker, inside, defensive lineman, depending on what happens to the guys there. I think free agency will determine what they do, cornerback. But I would say right now that it wouldn't be a quarterback, that it would be another position that they would draft.
Okay.
I'm going to go with cornerback just right now.
Well, that's a good run. Can the Penguins make a serious run at another cup? What do you think they need, if anything?
Man, that would be fun. I would love that. I mean, I loved covering the two latest Stanley Cups back in 16 and 17. It was, it's every day. It's a grind, but what they need to do, if they can continue just to get points right now and get their stars back like Evgeny Malkin, and then maybe add another score late, then they have a shot, I think. As long as you have Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin and a good goaltending, they need to have consistent goaltending, then you have a shot to win something. Do I think that they will? I think that they will make the playoffs, but I don't know how far they would get in the playoffs. But it would be a lot of fun to get to cover another Stanley Cup because the window is shrinking right now with Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin. So maybe this could be their last year if they do it.
Maybe, hopefully. One last question for you, Rich. It's a fun one.
All right.
Do you prefer having apple cider, eggnog, or hot chocolate by the fire during the holiday season?
Hot chocolate. I don't like apple cider, and I don't think I've ever had eggnog, so
I can
we'll
agree
go
with
with
you
hot
on that one.
chocolate.
All right. Now we're going to put your test to the brain with some trivia.
Okay.
How many of Taylor Swift's ex-boyfriends are in the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
3.
Wow, was that a wild guess?
No.
Did you know them?
No, I didn't know. I just guessed. Yeah.
Well, they are Harry Styles, Tom Hiddleston.
I knew that she dated Harry Styles.
And the other one was Jake Gyllenhaal.
Gyllenhaal.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gyllenhaal.
Do not know how to pronounce that last name. Who was the oldest of the original Disney princesses?
The oldest of the Disney it's either going to be Cinderella or Snow White. I'm going to go with one of those two. Yes.
You got Cinderella.
There you go, Cinderella.
The other is
Maybe I
Tiana.
should just say like 5 things and that would get it right.
Yeah. The other one is Tiana. Which Broadway star voiced Elsa in Frozen 1 and 2?
I don't know how to pronounce her name, but I know it's Menzel or is that how you pronounce her name? Idina?
It's Idina Menzel.
Okay, yeah.
You got that right. How many Grinch movies are there?
Oh, my daughters love the Grinch movies. I'm going to go with 3. 3 Grinch movies.
Yep, you're correct. It was a pleasure getting to talk to you today, Rich.
By the way, I've been getting a little help from the audience on those trivia questions. So.
I hope you and your family have a happy and safe holiday.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I would now like to turn it over.
Job.
Thank you. I would now like to turn it over to Rich as we prepare to pie the teachers in 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place.
All right, this is the fun part. This is where I get to take over, right?
All right.
Not too often do kids get to pie their teachers, right? I wish I would have been able to do that in high school. We're over here now. Hey. All right, well, this is the fun part, right? Do you guys want me to move over? Right here? We looking at this camera? Awesome. So these are the 3 winners of the annual Make-A-Wish Pie a Teacher contest. Joining me today, unfortunately, I don't know your guys' names.
I'm Mr. Jasper.
Mr. Jasper, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Great.
Miss Fetterman.
Miss Fetterman, and right over here.
And Mr. Gillis.
Do you think, hey guys, do you think some of these students want to pie you? You of course, right? Have you? Yeah. So before this, what are your thoughts?
Who's behind? Oh no. Just watch the hair.
That's what I would say. Watch the hair, right? How about you?
I got the hair covered, so I'm not worried.
Just better be something good that tastes well.
You guys have to go back to your class today. Yes. Uh-oh. With the pie, right? Can you have an extra pie for me to do this too? All right, here we go. We're going to count you down. This is going to be fun, right? Everyone, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Do we have a winner? Do we get a winner? Just all day. You still have a little bit of pie left. Just finish them off. Well, this was fun. It was for a good cause, right?
Oh, it's in my nose.
Oh, that's not good. All right. So thank you to our wonderful teachers who participated in this year's Pie Teacher Contest. Stay tuned later today when 2 more Plum teachers will be pied. I think I'm going to come back for that one for sure. If you would like to make a donation in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH. And once again, that number is 412-471-9474. And we'll be back after this brief intermission.
and welcome back to the second half of the 21st Annual Make-A-Wish Telethon. Currently, I have with me Plum Senior High School's principal, Mr. Joe Fishel. Thanks for coming in today, Mr. Fishel. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me, Tristan.
So, how do you feel the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the high school over the past year and a half?
As far as the school goes, I really feel like it's made us appreciate what we have. So many times when students couldn't come into the building, I would hear the same thing. I wish I was in school. I wish we could be in person. So I think it's given us a new perspective, and it's made us appreciate what we have and the ability to come in every day, to learn in the classroom with a teacher in front of us. And I think it's very important also to have friends around you.
Yeah, definitely. So you're a busy man here at the high school, always on the go and checking in on students. Walk me through a typical day as a building principal.
Cool. Well, I got to tell you, that's one of the things I love about the high school so much. There really is no typical day. I started today very much differently than I started yesterday, and that's just the way it is. There's always something different going on. There's always new challenges. I love the interaction with the students in the hallway, and every day is a little different. Mm-hmm. So it's hard to say what a typical day is.
Yeah. If you were a teacher in the building instead of a principal, what subject or class would you like to teach and why?
When I grow up, I want to be Mr. Barat. I want to teach television production, and I think this is a great thing that you guys do, and it's exciting, and quite honestly, I think I'd do a pretty good job of it. I see what he does on a daily basis. I think I could do it. So.
I think so too.
Well, thank you.
So there have been a few changes to the building this year, such as a senior lounge in the lobby of the auditorium. Do you appreciate seeing the seniors sit here to socialize and collaborate throughout your day?
Appreciate, yeah, I do. I enjoy it. We spend a lot of energy chasing away the underclassmen, but every once in a while the stars align and we'll get a group of seniors, and Dr. Zarmac and myself and Mr. Lazera are able to walk out into the senior lounge, have conversation. We talk about whether we like hard-shelled tacos or soft-shelled tacos. We talk about the new Spider-Man movie. I feel like the senior lounge allows you guys as seniors the ability to be adults, to be trusted, and it gives us the opportunity to interact with you on a different level. So I'm crazy about it.
Yeah. After a year of limited students in school and limited spectators allowed at sporting events, what has it been like for you to be able to see all the students back together in school and at these events this year?
Oh, it's been fantastic. Again, socially and emotionally, I think we need others. I think we need to be involved in things. I think that we need to interact. And I know me personally, if I can share this personal experience, during the whole shutdown and not being here and remote learning, I missed everybody. And usually I'm in a pretty good mood during the day. I'm happy to see people, happy to interact. I know for myself, I felt a little down, a little depressed. And so seeing everybody coming back, being able to interact, being able to support each other, being able to talk about the challenges that we faced, being able to talk about the challenges our families have faced, and be there for each other has been tremendous.
Yeah, I know for me as a student, it was really nice to have everybody back in a classroom setting. Okay, so lastly, if you could be stuck in any holiday movie, what would it be and why?
I've been thinking about this. I would say to you that if I could be stuck in any holiday movie, it would probably be Four Christmases with Vince Vaughn. I'm a huge Vince Vaughn fan. I think the movie is hysterical. I laugh so hard every time when he swaddles the baby Jesus. And I love the movie, so that would be my pick.
That's a good pick. Well, thank you, Mr. Fishel, for taking time out of your day for an interview.
Before
we let you go, could you please reveal the second place winner of our annual 11th period competition? The winner will receive an educational field trip of their choice.
All right. And the second place winner is Mrs. Dessel. Yeah. Congratulations to Mrs. Dessel and her students. And now I'd like to send it over to Mike with a special guest.
Thank you, Mr. Fishel, and thank you, Tristan. I'm here as senior captain on the boys basketball team, Cameron Moss. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, Michael. Thank you.
It's good. A lot of big seniors left last year. Obviously, losing a lot of key players will hurt a team, regardless of the playing level, college, high school, How is the team stepping up and filling in their shoes?
I'd say we're doing pretty well. The one thing I'd say is we're definitely lacking experience this year. Just we didn't have a lot of guys who were a lot of dudes who started. There weren't a lot of guys who were getting a lot of playing time on the varsity level. So this year, to start the season off, we started off pretty hot. I'd say that all the younger guys have done a good job of filling in the shoes of the older classmen who have left.
You recently dropped 27 points on Brashear a few days ago, and going back to winning, you guys won the tip-off tournament. So what are some team goals you have, or are there any personal accolades you want to chase?
Team goals stay the same. I think the team goal is always to win. If that goes as far as playoffs, we want to make it to playoffs by winning and then keep winning in playoffs. Personal accolades, I just want to help lead the team and just win as many games as we can. And hopefully playoffs, then hopefully from there we can take it to the next level.
Selfless leader. Love it. Last year, the season was held without the majority of fans due to COVID. Tell me how the atmosphere has changed now that more people are allowed to watch your games.
It's been pretty phenomenal, I'd say. I think having parents back in the stands cheering on, we're all just student athletes, I think, trying to showcase what we do in practice every day. I think having parents back and even fans, students, your friends watching you, I think it's a wonderful atmosphere to have.
I couldn't agree more. You are a captain for the team. Tell me about your responsibility and what being a captain means to you.
I'd say definitely just a positive energy and just being positive in everything. With the younger team and just being a captain, you're going to have dudes make mistakes. That's all right. Mistakes are part of learning, I'd say. And I just keep going back to just being positive and just keeping energy up because they will learn from their mistakes.
Absolutely. You guys are currently sitting at 3-2 right now. What are your expectations for us this season? Are there any changes that need to be made to make a playoff push?
I'd say our section is definitely pretty competitive. So I think day in and day out, we know that going into our game, if it's a section game or even an out-of-section game, we're going to be fighting. So I'd say just keep fighting our section. I think we have a strong push for a section, maybe a playoff this year. So we will see. Just keep fighting every day, every game.
Well, I know the buzz around the school is we're all extremely excited to see what you guys can do, so definitely looking forward to some upcoming matches. Who or what was your main influence for playing basketball?
I would say my dad. As young as I could remember, I've been playing basketball. If that's the YMCA leagues I remember, with the little circles and all the defenders had to stay in the circles.
Yep.
So I would just say my dad for just bringing me into basketball at such a young age.
Absolutely. To wrap up this interview, what is your favorite Christmas movie and why?
I would have to say Home Alone. I watched it a couple days ago. I just don't think it gets better than Kevin McAllister. I think he's the man.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Cam. Good luck on the rest of the season. Now let's watch another Deck the Hall segment.
Thank you.
My name's Andrew Thompson, a junior at Plum Senior High, and I'm here with
Officer Locke from Plum Senior High.
Officer Locke, is it okay if I ask you a couple questions today?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. What's your favorite holiday movie and why?
My favorite holiday movie? Oh, jeez. That's a great question. I'm going to say it's probably a Christmas movie, something that I would enjoy with my kids, maybe Miracle on 34th Street.
Okay. Do you have any fun holiday traditions?
Just eating lots of food and probably sweets.
Sweets, lots of food. Okay. Would you rather have a Santa beard or elf ears?
Probably the beard.
Santa's beard?
Yeah, Santa's beard.
All right. Do you decorate your house for the holidays?
Yes, we have a Christmas tree that I put up, and then my family decorates the tree with gold and silver ornaments, glass ornaments.
All right. Thank you, Officer Locke, for answering my questions.
Thank you.
All right, let's get back to the studio.
Me too. Would you rather have a Santa beard or elf ears?
I'd rather have a Santa beard because with elf ears, you really can't fix them. But Santa beard, you can easily just chop it off.
Yeah, I feel that.
All right. Do you have any fun holiday traditions?
Gingerbread house, making gingerbread houses.
Okay. I like making gingerbread houses.
All right. What was your favorite holiday movie and why?
Home Alone, because I like how the dudes get beat up in the end.
Yeah, good movie. Hi, I'm Ben Pittman Jr. at Plum Senior High, and I'm here with
Emily Barat.
All right, Emily, is it cool if we ask you some questions?
Yes, of course.
Okay. What was your favorite holiday movie and why?
My favorite holiday movie is Christmas Vacation, and it's because it's pretty funny.
Funny movie. Do you have any fun holiday traditions?
On Christmas Day, me, my brother, and my other brother, we wake up our parents on Christmas Day.
Okay. Would you rather have Santa beard or elf ears and why?
Probably elf ears because it probably looks cuter than a Santa beard.
Okay. And the last one we got for you is, do you decorate your house for the holidays?
Yes, we do.
What do you put on your house?
We have a bunch of Christmas trees, and outside we have lights around our pillars.
Okay, well, thanks for the interview, Emily. Let's head back to the studio.
Thanks, Mike. Now joining me is Melissa Anderson and a member of the school board at Make-A-Wish and her daughter, Plum alumni, Alex. How are you guys doing today?
Great. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. How long have you been a part of Make-A-Wish, and how has your time been with them?
So I have been a board member for Make-A-Wish since May of 2019, so just about 2.5 years now. And my role, I'm a board member as well as on the finance committee.
Why did you become involved with the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and what is your role?
So became part of the Make-A-Wish Foundation as an executive of Highmark. We go into the community and work with various not-for-profit organizations. And for me, it was finding an organization that aligned with my personal goals, being impactful. I wanted to do something with kids. I was at the time where one of my terms in another organization was coming to the end, and I was looking for another opportunity. And a coworker recommended Make-A-Wish to me, and it was like the perfect match. So they contacted me, had an interview, sat down and talked about what their objectives were and the impact that they've made with, children that are, critically ill. And it just seemed to me the right fit. So I've been a board member, as I mentioned, as well as serving on the finance committee.
What do you consider to be your greatest achievements thus far, and why?
As far as achievements, I would say as a board member, you get to really see how the process works. Judy Stone, the executive director, and her staff are just absolutely amazing. The detail that they put into every single wish for every child is inspiring. Mm-hmm. And so, I think the greatest achievement is actually watching those wishes come to life, right? I have seen little girls come in to tell us about their time at Disney and visiting with the princesses and being in the parades. I've heard from other children about the swimming pools that we've been able to help them put into their home. And just seeing that come to life has been just one of the greatest accomplishments.
And then what do you love about being involved with Make-A-Wish?
I think working with the children and really seeing, as I mentioned, those wishes really come to fruition. I would also say that working with the staff there has been just a remarkable experience, and seeing how it transpires through that process. So I would say it's just been a rewarding experience, and the things that they do for those children is just amazing.
Mm-hmm. Alex, you graduated from Plum in 2020. Where do you go to school, and how has your college experience been?
I go to Duquesne University. I'm a sophomore, and I'm majoring in accounting. I'm also on the cheer team, and I'm in a business frat, which I love. Experience was rough last year for sure, especially coming in. Everything was high flex. It was hard to make friends and everything, but now that everything's opened up and back to normal, it's been a great experience.
Mm-hmm. As a floor director in the 2019 telethon, are there any valuable life lessons you can take away from the telethon or having Mr. Barat as a teacher?
Yeah, so the floor directors that are here know it's very chaotic. Everybody's running around. You're trying to fit schedules in, make sure everybody's here on time. So I definitely learned to take initiative and work on my toes, and you can't stress out. You just need to get things done. And I think from Mr. Barat, I've learned a lot about communication skills and how I hold myself when I speak. I've had lots of compliments when I've talked to professors and other people at school that I hold myself very well. So,
and then what's your favorite holiday memory that has stuck with you throughout your years?
I think my favorite holiday memory, every single year we make Christmas cookies with my aunt and my grandma. So doing that every year is just so much fun.
Well, thank you guys for taking the time out of your day to come and answer some of our questions. Now let's send it to Parker with another guest.
Jade, here sitting with me now is my varsity hockey coach here at Plum, Coach Phil Mans. How are you doing today, Coach?
Doing great, thanks, Parker.
So, let's get right into the first question. You've been a role model of mine since I started playing under you now 4 years ago. What's your biggest goal when it comes to helping your players succeed?
Well, thank you for that. That's the first time you've ever told me that. But biggest goal is just raising good young men or women, if it ever comes to that. It's about more than hockey. It's about making sure you guys are taking care of your responsibilities, off the ice as well. Raising good sons, good brothers, eventually good, workers in the workforce, good students, all that. So trying to make, well-rounded grown men, I think, is the ultimate goal.
I like to think you helped me get to close to that point at least so far.
I hope so. We're still working on it.
So, through your first 4 years here, because you started my freshman year, been 4 years, you've had the privilege of coaching a lot of different players so far and seeing them grow on and off the ice. Would you say that their growth rubs off on you as well?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Probably even more so. I continue to grow and learn. I don't know everything. I never will know everything. Each team is different. Each individual is different. I think you have to learn a lot from your players, your teams, and continue to evolve as a coach, as a person. You guys help me as a parent, all that. So, yeah, I think that's important. Definitely has had an impact for sure.
So we've had a rocky start to the first half of the season. We definitely could be a little better than we have been, but obviously we've had some injuries, some other circumstances that haven't really helped us too well. What do you think the second half is going to be, and how are we going to try to make a push for playoffs?
Well, getting healthy for sure. That's not an excuse. I think everybody has injuries. I think we've made a lot of strides, to be honest. Hockey's a game of bounces, game of inches sometimes. A couple 2-1 losses. If those go the other way, we're sitting in a pretty good spot. But I'm proud of the development that there's been. The injuries have given other guys an opportunity to step up, and I think they've done that. I think we're getting better. And when we do get healthy, hopefully we're in a position where it matters and we can make a push. I think 2022 is going to be a good year for us. So I'm excited for it.
I agree, especially once we get Zach, who's over sitting in the audience. Once we get him back, once we get Mason back, we'll be in a good spot. We just got to start stringing a few together. But so obviously you're one of the best coaches I've ever had the privilege of playing for, which I know. Again, still haven't told you that, but I
wrote this?
I can't let that all get to your head, Coach.
Don't.
Do you have any advice for anyone watching who might want to be a coach in the future?
A coach in the future? Yeah, definitely. I think for me, I played different sports, had a lot of different coaches, and I tried to learn from something from each of them. Whether it's a drill or how they handle certain situations, things like that. I don't know if I did that while I was playing or not, but when my playing career ended and it was time to move on I wanted to be around the game, and I think I realized that kind of picked up things from each team that I was on, each coach, whether it was good or bad. I think you can learn and kind of develop your own, thoughts and philosophies based on that. So, yeah, that would be my advice, I guess. Just soak up as much as you can. Each situation can be a learning situation. So.
Exactly. So before we ask you these last couple questions, we have a short video we'd like to play. Early in December, your friend Pat McAfee made a generous $2 million donation to the athletes in Plum, and my fellow classmate Maddie Nisley had the opportunity to interview him. So, guys, let's take it away.
Hi, my name is Maddie Nisley, and I'm joined today by Plum alumni Pat McAfee. How are you doing this evening?
Maddie, I'm fantastic. It is an honor to be chatting with you here back in a room that I've seen so many greats do incredible work, like Barat and all the classes that are up on the wall, like the friends of mine, and To chat with the next biggest superstar in wrestling, this is a dream come true.
Thank you. And you've done so much as well. It's amazing.
No, I'm just an old man now at this point. I've gotten to experience a lot of life because I'm very lucky. Ride the coattails of great people and enjoy the hell out of yourself. That's kind of what my life is.
Thank you for telling me that.
No, you're much more talented than I.
Definitely not.
Yeah, you are. You are.
Definitely not.
You're going to be the biggest star on earth, and that's an awesome thing.
No, I think you're the biggest star on earth.
No, not yet. You will be someday after me, maybe. Then we'll just two plum people take it over.
I like this. I like this idea.
Yeah, it's a plan.
Yes.
You got to live. I mean, you're going to do it. I'm going to have to hold up my end of the bargain with you, though. Listen, Barat told me you're the greatest interviewer that has ever come through Plum.
Thank you, Mr. Barat.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
Thank you.
Hey, no problem. You're doing great.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
After graduating from Plum in 2005, you became an all-pro NFL punter, created a podcast, and signed with WWE as a commentator for SmackDown. What inspired you to give back to Plum?
I think I'm very lucky to be from here, and I think if you're a kid that has walked through these halls, you understand something that not a lot of people do. I think Plum is a much different place than everywhere else.
Yeah,
I'm very lucky.
absolutely.
I'm still friends with my friends from Plum High School, and it's just, whenever you get a chance to give back to where you're from, especially a place that helped create me and mold me, I'm very, very lucky to do it. I'm lucky to be from here, and it seems like the only smart thing to do would be give back.
And absolutely, the athletic department did a lot for you. So that's really cool that you're able to kind of give back to that and help the kids that were in your position.
Absolutely. Maddie, you're crushing this. Thank
you. With the money donated to Plum, what would you like to see it used for?
Oh, just anything to make everybody's, the teams and the players' lives easier, better, and hopefully just level up. Plum has done an incredible job of flipping the fields and new turf and new lights. We just hope that this fund will be an additive. And we would like the teams and the athletes to kind of experience it. And it'll be a very quick turnover. And, just trying to streamline the entire process of taking care of the athletes of Plum High School is kind of what it's all about. So I hope whatever it is used for, I think it'll be for good, and I'm excited to watch.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. I know it's going to help a lot of athletes in this school district.
Hey, no problem. No problem at all.
Another question. Who is one person in particular from Plum that helped push you to chase your dreams?
I don't know, because there's a number of people. Like Keith Nonnenberg is now teaching, I think, first grade at Pivik. He was one of my high school coaches for volleyball of all sports, and he was also my gym teacher, and we had a great relationship. I think a lot of my friends have motivated me a lot, obviously my family. I was lucky to be born and raised in Holiday Park, in Hialeah. So I think there's a slew of people that I could give credit to, but if I missed out on anybody, I'd be upset about it. So I think everybody knows, and I'm still very much in touch with all those people.
That's absolutely awesome.
Yeah, I try to be. I think life can be much simpler whenever you just take care of your people, enjoy your life, and do your thing, and that's all we're trying to do.
That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you feel is your biggest accomplishment thus far?
I think this interview. I think this is it.
Okay.
This is cool. Because what just happened now we're airing this later, and this is classic pre-recording, the magic of Rick Barat and the PHS TV crew here. I just got done giving a speech basically to all the coaches and the boosters saying I would like to help out, and now I'm getting a chance to chat with, somebody who is much more successful and better, but somebody who was in similar position as me whenever I was younger. This is a very cool moment, and
awesome.
I think it is something I'll obviously, remember forever.
And thank you for basically putting me over.
Hey, no problem. You're crushing it, dude.
Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Barat often talks about how you once sat in the studio when you were my age. If you could tell your high school self one thing, what would it be?
Just keep going. There was a lot of times, this high school is an interesting place, and I think my friends were laughing back there. I don't know, it didn't feel like everybody necessarily in positions of power at this high school was pulling for my success whenever I was here.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that is an understatement of the year, and there was definitely times where I had to create and generate my own confidence and my own everything, and I was very lucky to have a great group of friends and teammates around me, and I just think the one thing I would say is keep going. I tell myself to keep shaving my legs, because they did look good whenever I was in high school, and basically that's it. Just keep going. It's going to
Mhm.
work out. Basically,
Yeah.
is all that matters.
And the kids in Plum are still great. They are very supportive people. So
Absolutely.
it's awesome that it's
And I would tell
continued
them,
like
by
that.
the way, just keep going. Like whatever, you're going to have a lot of people that have never accomplished anything in their life tell you that what you're thinking about doing isn't possible. Just because they don't think they could accomplish it doesn't mean anything to you.
Mhm.
So I think you should,
Absolutely.
like you, for instance,
Mhm.
like you're probably going to hear a lot of people that are potentially in positions that you think are smarter than you or something like that are
Mhm.
going to tell you like you might be crazy. You're not.
Mhm.
Like the belief that you can go do something
Yeah.
is paramount.
Mhm.
And I think you should always have confidence in yourself and just go
Mhm.
and get it because literally somebody has to.
Mhm.
So why not you?
Yeah. And thank you. That's very motivational.
No,
and
it's
I think
real.
a lot of kids after watching this are going to take that a lot
I
into
hope so. I hope so.
consideration.
Yeah, because there's a lot of bums out there that are going to try to tell you that because they stink, you stink. You
Mhm.
don't. You just got to keep going.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that is, I think you're a beautiful depiction of that. And I assume there's a lot of others in Plum High School. as
There
well.
are. There are.
It's awesome.
As someone who is a professional wrestler and interested in working for a company like WWE, what is working for WWE SmackDown like?
It's pretty cool, you know, like it was a dream. I grew up as a big fan of wrestling, which I assume you did as
Yes,
well.
absolutely.
It has kind of shaped my personality. I grew up in the Attitude Era when The Rock
Mhm.
and Stone Cold were kind of doing their
Yeah.
thing, and Vince McMahon was the super heel bad guy, which
Mhm.
he might be in real life. I'm not 100% sure, but the it was just a dream, you know,
Mhm.
and it was one of those things that was on the list of things that I would like to do.
Mhm.
Now that I get a chance to do it every single Friday night, it's I enjoy it. I
Yeah.
have a blast. There's a lot of drama with everything, and anytime business gets involved, obviously people, you know, get jaded or something like that. But I try to have the time of my life,
Mhm.
enjoy it, and remember why I'm there. And
Yeah.
that's because I'm a big fan.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome that you were able to chase your dreams and get to
Well, that
cool
goes back to what we were
places.
just talking about.
Mhm.
Like, just go get it.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
you might as well. And I think that is one thing that was kind of harbored for me in this school. And I think it's something that most people should never forget.
Mhm. That's awesome. Well, thank you for taking the time out of your extremely busy schedule to fly out to Pittsburgh and let us interview you. And on behalf of the Plumboro Television Production Department, I would like to thank you for coming in today. And it was an honor to talk with you. And I wish you a happy and safe holiday season.
You're the best. You too. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the honor
Thank
for the
you.
conversation.
Yeah.
Keep crushing it. It's incredibly cool to see what the PHS TV department has grown into and become and does and everything like that. You all should be incredibly proud about the baton that has been passed to you and what you
Mhm.
guys have continued to do with it. It's an honor to be here and thank you.
Thank you.
No problem. No problem at all. You did great with this.
Thank you.
No problem at all. It was awesome. Cheers, everybody. Hey, we're all Mustangs here. Let's go.
Great job, Maddie, and a huge thank you to Pat McAfee for the donation. So, Coach, obviously Pat McAfee is one of the most successful people to come out of Plum. Can you talk to me a little bit about your friendship and how he pushes you to be the best person you can be?
Yeah, sure. Pat and I have been friends since kindergarten, over at the old Holiday Park Elementary, and we carried that through all the way through college, and then was fortunate enough to get the opportunity to help him out with building that empire he's built out in Indianapolis. But yeah, I thank him probably not as often as I should, not only for the opportunity, but the things that he's taught me, that I tell him, things that you don't learn in business school or any kind of classroom, just like real life experiences, the way he, empowers people and trusts, people that he's, grown up with, and he's given me, the greatest job in the world. So I owe a lot to him. Probably don't thank him as often as I need to, but I'll take this opportunity to do that one more time. But yeah, it's been a fun ride the last 3 years or so with him, and looking forward to many more for sure.
He's probably doing a show now, but again, Pat, thank you for the
No,
donation.
we're off today. That's why I'm
Oh,
here.
you are?
See?
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, so even better for us.
Thank you
Okay.
for the off day.
So one more question for you, Coach. What kind of shopper are you? A Black Friday, a Christmas Eve, or a year-long shopper?
Christmas Eve for sure. Well, I guess the day before Christmas Eve because I got to finish up today. So.
You're going out all day?
Yeah, definitely last minute. I don't know. I think live life that way, kind of live in the moment. So I'm not really planning ahead or looking back, just kind of living day by day. So that's how it works out.
I mean, all my gifts are getting here today. So
there you
I'm
go.
really hoping none of them get delayed.
Nothing wrong with that.
All right. Thank you for joining me today, Coach. Now
Hey.
let's send it over to Garrett Susko with WTAE news anchor Mike Clark.
Thank you, Parker and Coach Mance, and good luck this hockey season. Joining me now is Mike Clark, award-winning news anchor from WTAE. Mike, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I always love coming back to Plum. I cannot believe that Mr. Barat asked me to come here 20 years ago, and I think I was 13 at the time. No, I'm kidding. I was much older than that. But it was. It's just so great to be back. I know that Christmas is near because of what you guys do here every year.
Absolutely. When did you start as a news anchor for WTAE, and how did you get started?
I started at WTAE in 1995. There was an opening for a morning news anchor. I came in March of that year, and there was snow on the ground. And I remember coming through from the airport, coming through the tunnel, and then seeing Pittsburgh, and it was just a magical feeling. And I really hoped and prayed that I got the job. And I came for the interview, and I was lucky enough to get hired. So that was back in 1995. And Pittsburgh has just been a great place to raise kids, and I'm just so happy that we're all here.
What goes into preparation for a news report each and every day?
That's a great question. Every day is different. If you watch the news every night, it's chock full of different kinds of stories. So I come in about 2:30 every day, and the producers and the reporters and the videographers are out gathering the stories of the day. So when I come in at 2:30, in preparing for the evening news, there are so many stories in the process of being told. The interviews are being shot, the stories are being edited. So I get a look at the rundown of what's going on that day. Then we have an editorial meeting at 3:30 to discuss what's going on at 6 and 11 o'clock. Those are the two shows that I anchor. We plan ahead for the 11 o'clock news. We talk about what still is developing in the stories and what events are happening at night. And then, of course, we always go cover breaking news whenever it happens. So it's always an exciting day that we don't know what we're going to face every day. So it starts at 2:30, and we have to jump on the air for breaking news whenever it happens. I do the 6, 7, and 11 o'clock news, so it's always different.
Well, that does sound like a very exciting and busy day,
yeah.
I'm sure. What do you find most challenging about being a news anchor?
There are a lot of things that are challenging. If you look, we're one of the professions that we don't take a day off. The news goes on 24/7. There really is no holiday. If you look, if you're home enjoying the 4th of July, you might flick on TV. We always have news always on. So to be ready and available to cover news every single day, that's a challenge. Unlike other professions where you can maybe take a break. So that's one of the biggest challenges. Second biggest challenge, I think, is the technology is always changing. When I started, there were 3-person crews. There was the camera was huge, and then the deck that carried the tapes. We had these big, thick tapes, and then sometimes there were sound engineers gathering sound. So it was very cumbersome. It was very clumsy. And nowadays, you can go out with a cell phone, and one person can shoot, write, edit, all at once. So I think keeping up with technology is also a big challenge.
I kind of relate to that when I went from Plum Sports Communications to Point Park. We had a little bit more stuff, a little bit newer, and all this new technology.
That's a great point. And I got to say to especially the kids who are watching this, you are so lucky and blessed to have this operation going on. Not every school district has this. And when I came in a couple of years ago, when you upgraded, I told Mr. Barat, this is better than my first television station that I worked for. You have more technology here. And for high school students to have the ability to learn how to use equipment, to learn how to be multimedia journalists, it's incredible. Anyone who wants to pursue this in college has an entire leg up on the competition. It's very competitive to get jobs. You'll go into college, as I'm sure you do, so well versed. You develop skills. You work on your skills here, and it's a great experience.
Oh, yeah, I definitely went into Point Park with a leg up on the rest. Who do you think has impacted you most in your career, and why?
I think two things. I think when you cover news, a variety of stories, if you look on our newscasts, you see sometimes really bad things happen. Not only do we report the bad things that happen, but we also examine what happens next. And as you've seen in Pittsburgh, whenever there is a tragedy, whenever there is something bad happens, you always see Pittsburghers come and try to help. And that's an important part of the story, because when something bad happens, that happens one day, but for the rest of the days that follow, there is always some kind of follow-up story to do. So to see the goodness in people, I think that's the biggest thing that I've seen, both on our newscasts and in the community. I love coming here because you think about it. This year, you're on the road to $1 million. It took a lot of planning for Mr. Barat 21 years ago to say, hey, let's make this commitment. And sure, you're learning skills in television production and putting stories together and, going live here on tape. But I'll be honest with you, you're also learning about how life works. You're learning about the human connection. And to think hundreds of kids, because of what you guys are doing in Plum that started 21 years ago, their wishes are coming true. You're making an indelible mark on the life of a child who is really struggling. You're taking this boy and girl and their family off on a magic carpet ride that Make-A-Wish provides. And it's a lifelong experience for them. They'll look back fondly on all of you guys every single year. My hope is that, and I've seen people who graduated from Plum 20 years ago, they'll see me at a Steeler game or they'll see me at the mall and say, hey, Mr. Clark, I met you 15 years ago, and this is what I'm doing. And so many people say, I still contribute to Make-A-Wish. I volunteer for Make-A-Wish. So my hope is that all of you guys will, as you go on to college, will look and say, what can I do to help other people? Because you may not have this situation in college. So I really encourage you all to look for ways that you can help, like you're helping the kids at Make-A-Wish.
If you were to give advice to anyone thinking of pursuing a career like you, what would you say?
I would start out by reading. I have to be honest with you. When I was your age, I wanted to be a sportscaster. I grew up in New York, so it was always the Mets or Yankees in town. It was always the Knicks or Nets in town. It was the Rangers or Islanders, the Jets and the Giants. So we always had something going on big in New York. And it was it's a big sports town. I did not know much about life. And in graduate school, I started pursuing television news. And I had to learn a lot. When you go interview somebody, you better know who the person is. And back then, we didn't have the internet. We had to look at newspapers and go to the library and look up old articles to try to get information. You guys have information at your fingertips. So I would say read, and read more. Go online and get news sources. Don't rely on one news source. It's tough to maneuver these days. So read multiple newspapers online, read multiple headlines, and try to understand what the world is all about. I think that's the first good step.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I don't think I would have made it through my finals week last week if not for the help of the internet and all the resources that can bring you.
Yeah.
Mike, Mr. Barat told me to ask you, what was it like for you during the attacks of September 11th, 2001?
I grew up in New York, so that was a very personal story for me. I was getting my hair cut that day, and someone popped his head in the barbershop and said, "You're going to be busy today." And I'm like, "Why?" And he said, "A plane crashed in one of the Twin Towers." And a couple of months before 9/11, there was a protester who jumped out of an airplane in a parachute and wrapped himself around the Statue of Liberty. So my first inkling was, it's probably one of those small planes that may have clipped the building. And it was really sad to think about that. Well, the guy came in about 10 minutes later and said, "You're really going to be busy today." A second plane went in. And once I heard that, I literally went right to the station. And we were busy for 11 days. Michelle Wright and Michelle was doing the evening news with me, and we went right out to Somerset County because by that time New York and Washington, D.C., everything was closed down. The roads were closed. So we went right out, and we were one of the first reporters who got to the scene of the crash of Flight 93. And that will always stay with me, being away from my family that week, doing reports for stations all over the United States. And it was almost like witnessing history as it was happening, So I'll never forget that. I'll never forget the people who ran out there to care for the families, because for the next several days, the families of the victims flew into Pittsburgh, and they visited the site, and we would see them every single day. And one of the most indelible marks that I remember was we were there to cover the news, updates from the FBI, updates from the Homeland Security, updates from the president. And I remember every time a family member came in a bus, everyone stopped, and all the officers in a line like this, honoring these family members whose loved ones really fought back on that plane and, saved, countless lives from, that plane going to Washington, D.C.
Yes, I always hear of these stories of people that they remember where they were that day that seems so ethereal, but I've never really heard it from the perspective of someone who had to cover it.
Yeah, it was hard, and I can tell you that so many people remember the coverage on Channel 4 because we just reported what was happening. It wasn't, people really wanted that information. People stayed home for days, glued to the TV, and we didn't take that lightly.
You've also been in Rome when the new pope was selected. Can you tell us about this trip and how it was impactful to you?
Yeah, it was at a time when a lot of the world, like now, wasn't getting along. And when Pope John Paul II died, they sent me and my videographer there. And to see things so peaceful, looking down, they put us up on a building, rooftop, and overlooking the scene. Literally every single president, prime minister of all the nations in the world were there to honor Pope John Paul's life. And, everyone looked and said, wow, if people can come together like this, enemies, our enemies were there. That was a moment I felt lucky, a reporter from Pittsburgh watching this unfold, remembering a man who really wanted to talk to everybody and communicate with everybody. He was big on communication. He traveled all over the world, and he left a message of lasting peace, and we should talk to people we don't get along with. I think that's a message that resonates today. I think we should all be talking to people we disagree with so we can have that common understanding,
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Especially now, and television can help amplify those messages of peace.
Yes, spread voices and get messages heard. Obviously, the COVID-19 pandemic changed everything. What changed for you as a news anchor?
Well, we suddenly had to report from home, and you guys are developing skills here to shoot video and to do it yourself and to edit, and that's what I had to do at home. I never learned how to do that. So we all used our cell phones to conduct Zoom interviews with people because we couldn't go in person, and I produced news stories from my basement. I talked to people from California to New York, from Florida to Chicago, and we did it all from our basements. And we were 2 weeks on in a station, separated, of course, and then 2 weeks in our basements or wherever we set up shop. So that was a big challenge for us. But again, it was information that people wanted to hear. And, I'm going to look back on that time where, again, television news especially, is vital to people's lives.
Yes, and again, thank God we have all this new technology, or this, new age wouldn't have been possible.
Yeah.
Mike, you've been here for the last 21 years participating in the Make-A-Wish Telethons. Can you tell us what Make-A-Wish means to you?
I think if anyone has ever seen a child receive the wish, that's always the focus. I remember when I was in Portland, Maine, that we facilitators, I was on the board of directors in Portland, Maine. And we got a wish from a kid from Moon Township. He wanted to come out to watch whales in the state of Maine. His mom always read him books about whales. And this Pittsburgh kid flew to Maine, and we covered a story. And he was wearing a Pittsburgh Pirate hat. And we got along well, but he was mad because it was really overcast the whole week he was there. So I interviewed him, and he said, "I didn't see one stinking whale." And he was 5 years old. And I said, "Well, what would you do with a whale anyway?" And he looked at me, took off his pirate hat, and he said, "I'd jump on his back and ride him like a bucking bronco." So I said, I have a humpback. I said, "You want to jump on my..." The next thing you know, he jumps up on a table, jumps on my back. I start running around. He's slapping my belly really hard. And he's like, "Whoo, giddy up, horsey." So we run around, and his parents are laughing in the background. We sit down, and he starts talking about all the great things he did. He fished for the first time. He caught a crab. He tasted lobster. So the parents were like just overjoyed that he had a great time. And I remember sending the story back to Pittsburgh. I was working in Portland at the time. And when I came here, one of my coworkers said, "I know you. You're the jerk that made me cry with that little boy." And I have to tell you, a few years ago at the Make-A-Wish dinner, for the National Honor Society, I told the story of little Brian Dwyer. He was 5 years old at the time. And I told the audience, and Mr. Barat was there, I said, I wish I could tell you that Brian grew up bigger than me. I wish I could tell you that he's strong and healthy. And I said, I could tell you that, but wouldn't you rather hear it from Brian himself? And just then, Brian was hidden in the audience. He stood up. He said, "Hi, everybody." And I just talked to Brian the other day, lifelong friend. And it was all through Make-A-Wish. So when you ask me what Make-A-Wish means to me, it's the magic of what that wish does for a family and the bonds it creates. And that's my hope, that you guys see these families. And I know in Plum, there are several families who have received wishes recently. I hope you have that forever bond so you can give that kid a high five when you see him at the mall or a Steeler game.
Man, I love that story. That's a great,
that great
story. That is a great story. Finally, I want to end with something festive. What is one thing you are grateful for this holiday season?
Oh, my gosh. Are you like Barbara Walters trying to make me cry? I think I'm grateful that for our health and our families. The fact that we can see our families during this pandemic, I think that's a gift. And I hope you guys don't take that for granted either. There are a lot of people in this country who have lost loved ones. A lot of people in this country who can't go home to see their loved ones because of COVID concerns. And I hope that, my wish is that you guys have a great holiday season, a great Christmas morning, and look around and be grateful for everything you have.
I will keep that in mind.
Great.
Thank you, Mike. I would like to let Mike take over this portion of the show for the finals of the Oreo stacking competition.
And I'm honored. I'm not a sportscaster, but boy, I hear that Colin and Landon may be among the best in the country at Oreo stacking.
Oh, for sure.
Have you heard the same thing?
Oh, man, they're the best.
I think I saw that on Channel 4 at some point. But let's go over and meet Landon and Colin. Oh, over here? Put the mic down? Okay. All right, so what do we got? You got to tell me your full name and what grade you're in.
I'm Landon Donick, and I'm a senior.
Landon Donick. All right, senior.
I'm Colin Selinsky. I'm a senior.
All right, let's get the audience involved in this. Let's hear it for these stacking champions. You heard me. I always wanted to work for ESPN. So this, I'm told, and I'm just getting this in my ear, this may be an Olympic sport in 2024. So what do you do to practice to be a stacker?
Oh, it just takes a lot of hard work, Just been practicing for weeks just to get to this point.
You think curls or push-ups? What do you think is the most important?
Both.
Okay. It doesn't look like either of you guys eat many Oreos. Are you just stacking and not eating and consuming?
No, you got to eat them too.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, you got to eat them. Is it a twist or do you bite or what do you do? The outside shell or the inside first?
I just take 2 bites.
2 bites.
2 bites.
How about you?
I'm an inside first kind of guy.
All right. I think we've talked this enough. I think the audience, just by round of applause, who wants to see the action? All right, here we go. All right. This segment of the Plum High School Telethon for Make-A-Wish is sponsored by WTAE News. Sorry, I had to say that. All right, we're going to start the clock at No, it's not the clock. It's the clock. We're going to start the clock at 30 seconds, I believe, right? Can we get 30 seconds on the board? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the stacking. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoa. That's a Pat McAfee move right there. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let go of your Oreos. Oh! We're going to roll this back. We're going to roll the videotape back and look at the last frame because there was a higher stack here, but
gone now though. I'm not seeing it now.
So, ladies and gentlemen, who do you think the winner is?
We can measure.
Let's have a round of applause for our second place finisher, Colin. Do you have any words to your competitor?
You got lucky.
I think it's going to be a rematch. What do you think?
We'll try again later. We'll see what happens.
Well, congratulations. I really appreciate being here. Way to go. Way to go. And now I'm going to throw it over to McKaylee.
Thank you. All right, right now I'm with Kyle Dawson, a former Plum TV student and the play-by-play announcer for the Washington Wild Things. How's your day going so far?
My day's going well. I'm back at Plum, which I always enjoy doing, and I don't know anybody here for the most part, so that's making me feel a little old, even though I'm 26, but here we are.
New faces. All right, what do you enjoy most about being a sports broadcaster?
Most. See, we're starting with the tough ones today. I think for me, it's probably just sharing time with the audience and the big moments. The big moments are always fun, obviously. But there's not really, I mean, I enjoy everything about it. There's not really anything that I don't enjoy, maybe other than when I get put in the second row of a press box. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Plum High School. But no, I enjoy pretty much everything. It's a great job if you enjoy sports. I mean, I thought of doing sportscasting pretty much every day since I was probably 2 or 3 years old. So it's not something that I really have anything to complain about, I guess.
Well, that's good. While you were a student here, what made you want to take the Plum TV course?
Well, I think a little bit of the fact that I knew that I wanted to do this at some point. I was eagerly waiting, I think, the chance to be in, when I was in 10th grade as a sophomore, to take Intro to TV with Mr. LaVarse, and then to be down here for a couple of years. Really wasn't ever a question to me. I know some people, when I was still in high school, I don't know if it's the case now, some people would take TV as a blow-off course because it was an easy grade if you did the work. I never really looked at it like that. I was always pretty excited to take it, and I really, really enjoyed my time when I was here taking it.
So how has the telethon changed since you've been a TV student?
The lights haven't changed, so that's good. Well, the green screens behind us, those have changed. Green on the wall instead of having to paint sets. If I told, maybe even everyone here might know, at some point we were painting the sets on these big canvases for years and years and years. And I remember when I produced as a senior, that was something we were extremely worried about, if those were going to be done on time. So thankfully, you don't have to worry about that. The equipment in the back is much nicer now. It's better than when I was in college at Waynesburg, so I'm a little jealous of that. If we had had this equipment when I was a junior and senior, that would have been really nice. But I think the base of it is pretty much the same. It's obviously a great cause. All you hosts do a great job every year. And Mr. Barat, obviously, there's a ton of work that goes into planning this thing, and that will never, ever change.
Definitely. What was the interview process for becoming the announcer for the Washington Wild Things?
I didn't really have one. So I was already working for the Wild Things in some capacity for 3 years before I got to the booth. So in 2015, I was doing some official scoring and some scoreboard work. I was an intern in 2016 as the on-field MC. And then in 2017, I was on full-time as a social media guy and handling all the in-game promotions, and then our broadcast position opened up. And I don't want to say I gave him an ultimatum, but I said, listen, if this broadcast position is given to someone else, I'm looking for other jobs. And I think that they knew the passion I had for it and the ability that I had to do it. Having already done a couple years with the Trib, at the time it was the MSA Sports Network. So there really wasn't an interview process, more or less just walking in there and saying, you're going to give me this job. And then thankfully it worked out because I've done it since 2018 now.
So what was it like calling the games for the Wild Things on their championship run?
Well, it was really fun until Game 5, and then we lost the championship series after being up 2-1 in a best-of-5. And I can tell you that having gone through that twice now, where we lose in Game 5 of a best-of-5 series, it is not fun either time. And I'm not even the one on the field. It didn't help that we gave up, I think it was 3 or 4 or 5 runs in the first 2 innings, so we kind of knew that it was already over 2 innings into the game. But the process of it is really fun. It's not just the day at the end of the season or the playoff games that lead you to it. Obviously, if anybody is a sports fan, you know that it takes the entire year. I mean, we were, I don't even remember what the record was. I think it was like 13-20 on July 4th, and we were way out of it at that point. At one point, had a 6-0 homestand to get back to 19-20. Had another perfect homestand later in the season. I mean, the team really turned it on. And every single night of a playoff race is so much fun because you're hanging on every single moment. Strikes and balls, outs and safe, big plays made in the field, walk-offs happen, and everything is so exciting on that path. And seeing the fans get into it, seeing the audience on a new channel that we were on get into it was a lot of fun.
So you're also a broadcaster for Trib High School Sports Network. What is the difference between announcing for high school versus professional sports?
Having to call the coaches and actually try to get info, because it may come as a surprise, but other than football, and I did a Plum football game this year, other than football, you can't really find anything. I mean, we've done volleyball, soccer, hockey, we've done baseball, softball. I mean, we do everything. But in the professional level, I have an 18-page set of game notes and a 22-page stat pack that I use on every single broadcast. In high school, I'm walking in, if I'm lucky, with the lineups and who's going to play and who we're going to see, the rosters, the standings, and what the team has done so far, if I don't talk to the coach. Fortunately, a lot of the coaches that we do interact with are pretty good with you. I've had football coaches give me 15, 20 minutes on the phone, everything from how's the season going and tell me about the team to I'm going to talk about every single player that I'm going to see. Like if it's basketball or in some cases football, like I talked to Matt Morgan about Sean Franzi, the quarterback, and Logan Brooks and other guys that are receivers, running backs. I talked to them about, what's their traits. It's just hard. Doing high school sports is way more difficult, but I will say high school sports can be when they're good, way more fun than professional sports, because you have the atmosphere and those big moments. You know that these kids are playing for the love of the game, and they've put in just as much work, maybe not as much, but they've put in a ton of work just like the professional has. So the big moments in high school are just as fun as the professional ones.
And what are you most grateful for this holiday season?
I'm probably most grateful for my friends and family. You know this, I don't know anybody on watching knows this. I was in a car accident 6 weeks ago, so I'm happy to be alive, first of all. But friends and family have been incredibly supportive through that time, and they've been incredibly supportive throughout my career. If I don't have them, if I don't have people that are helping me out along the way, I don't have 2 Broadcaster of the Year awards from the Frontier League, I don't have recognition that I've had from the Trib and the family that I have with that network. I don't have my Wild Things family. It's just everyone that supports you is obviously a huge deal to your success, both professionally and personally.
Well, I'm glad that you're looking and feeling better, and I hope that you have the rest of your speedy recovery. Thank you, Kyle. It's always good to see you back in the TV studio. I'm now going to hand the mic over to you and introduce a few members of our Holiday Park film crew.
Sounds like a plan. They said, "Do you want to look at this before?" I said, I talk for a living. I'll figure it out. Let's see. Well, thanks, McKaylee. Coming onto the set now, TV students. It would help to talk. Nick Lamia and Santino Saccone. How are you guys doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Let's start with Nick. Nick, what was it like filming at your former elementary school?
It was really cool getting to go and walk through the halls again and see a lot of my old teachers. And all, it was just a really fun experience.
Did you have the interception at the end of the Greensburg-Salem game?
Yes, I did.
I just read Nick Lamia, and now I remember things. Santino, how did your experiences with students at Holiday Park impact you?
What really impacted me was just how much money the kids raised and the school district raised for Make-A-Wish, and also like how much fun they had and how excited they were and everything during the whole experience.
All right. See? Nice and simple. Let's check out Nick Santino's work and the Holiday Park Film Crew's work with their video.
Hi, my name is Taylor Lorish, and I'm here with Luke. And Luke, what do you like about the Jogathon?
How it's raising money for people so that they can have a nice life and stuff.
Okay, nice. And how many laps have you done so far?
Only 3. So I'm still
3.
going.
All right, that's cool.
Yep.
All right, well, keep running.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Taylor Lorish, and I'm here with
Luca.
Hi, Luca. So, what do you like about the jogathon?
Running.
He likes running. And how many laps have you done so far?
4.
4 laps. Okay. Well, you better go do 5.
Yeah.
All right. Have fun.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye.
Hello, my name's Santana Sacone, and I'm with
Eminis and Riley Kursall.
Hello, guys. Do you know what the Make-A-Wish is for?
It's to help raise money for kids in need.
Yeah, it is. What's your favorite part about the jar?
Probably running with my friends and raising money.
Yeah, well, you better keep running.
Alexis Levski here with
Nathan Hickson.
What's your favorite part about the jogathon?
Just having fun and running around.
And how many laps have you done?
Yesterday I did 6, and today I'm on the 3rd lap.
Okay, well keep having fun out there.
Hi, I'm Nick Lamia, and I'm here with
Jason Lake.
Hi, Jason. So, do you know what Make-A-Wish is?
Yes, it's a fundraiser to help kids.
Yeah. What's your favorite part about the jogathon?
Having fun with my friends.
He likes having fun with his friends. So, how many laps have you done so far?
7.
7 laps. All right, well, keep having fun. We'll see you, Jason.
Hi, my name's Taylor Lorish, and I'm here with
Rocco Lamia.
Hi, Rocco. So, do you know what Make-A-Wish is?
It is a fundraiser for kids in need.
Yes, it is. And what's your favorite part about the Jogathon?
Definitely running.
Oh, he likes to run. He's an athlete. How many laps have you ran so?
9.
Oh, okay, that's high. You better get running with your friends. Have fun.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Nick Lamia here at Holiday Park Elementary School with
Xavier Bartow.
Hi, Xavier. So, I've been told that you're the vice president here at Holiday Park. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
That's awesome. So, do you know what Make-A-Wish is?
I know what Make-A-Wish is. It's an organization to help kids in need.
That is true. That is true. So, did you and your friends enjoy doing the Jogathon here?
Yeah, it was just a nice time you could talk with your friends while going around the track.
That's awesome. I'm happy you guys had fun. So, is there any other fundraisers that you have done at Holiday Park?
Other than the Jogathon, the teacher had a dress down day.
That's cool. That's cool. Thank you for your time and have a nice rest of your day.
You too.
From all of us here at Holiday Park Elementary,
we want to say thank you for helping so many kids and families by making their wishes a reality.
thank you for spreading hope to so many families.
On behalf of Holiday Park Elementary, we want to help spread joy this holiday season
By presenting you this check of $12,109.10
to make all wishes come true.
We would also like to wish everyone Happy Holidays!
A big thanks to Holiday Park Elementary for raising $12,111.10. Big total for Holiday Park. That brings the grand total, we're running out of room here on the temperature gauge, to $45,617.55. Let's hear it for that. Big congratulations and a thank you goes out to all the parents, the teachers, the students at Holiday Park. And please remember that if you would like to make a donation to Make-A-Wish under Plum's name, you can do it. And we're going to burn this number into your head like it's burned into my head for 10 years. 412-471-WISH. That's 412-471-9474. Now let's send it over to Carolyn Nichols.
Thank you, Kyle. I'm here now with Eddie Edwards Sr. and James Edwards. How are you guys doing?
Very good.
I'm great. Yeah, you can answer first. Yeah.
He'll give me the phone, so I'll take it over right now.
Doing very well. Happy to be here.
Yep. Eddie, you own WPTT Channel 22. Mr. Barat says you're the godfather of television in the Pittsburgh area. What was TV like 40 years ago?
Oh, it's a lot different than it is today. Let's put it that way. Back in the earlier days, we would run the old shows like Lucy and Leave It to Beaver, Bonanza, Gunsmoke, those type of shows that were really very popular back in their day.
What kind of television shows would you play on WPTT?
What kind of shows?
Yep.
Did we play?
Yeah.
Well, that's what we did, the reruns constantly. We did a lot of local programming too. I had a local show called Eddie's Digest back in the day. It was a lot of fun, putting that together with production staff and some of the writers. And basically, it was a community show. We featured people from within the community, talked about issues that were affecting the community. And it turned out to be a very popular local television show. So a lot of fun. I started out as talent in the business a long, long time ago. I was at NBC in Washington, D.C. and New York. I was a DJ back in those days. Had a lot of fun with that as a DJ, and it prepared me for opportunities in management and television. Learned a whole lot from my friends at NBC in Washington, D.C. I worked with people like Barbara Walters, David Brinkley, people like that, the big timers. And I was a young guy, but I just couldn't believe the people I was surrounded with who taught me so much about the business.
That sounds like a lot of fun. How have the FCC guidelines changed in the last 40 years?
A lot of changes. In the old days, you could only own 6 television stations. An owner could only own and operate 6 television stations, 6 radio stations, and 6 newspapers. You could only operate those. That was the maximum. Today, as you have witnessed, there are multiple owners owning, 30, 40, 50 television stations. As a matter of fact, one of my partners, they now own Sinclair Broadcast Group. I used to work with them. I used to be employed by them as well. And they're one of the largest Fox owned and operated stations in the country. I think David's he's got to be like 80 or 90 television stations scattered throughout the country. And I enjoyed working as an employee for them in my early years. And then ultimately I bought his station and then sold it to them when I got out the business.
That does sound like a huge change. When you look at this high school studio, what do you think of it? The studio here is an amazing resource center for high school students. What opportunities exist now for students in today's society?
This is fantastic. I mean, I even called your teacher, Rick, because I've witnessed this grow over the years. My grandson, James, here, he'll talk to you in a minute. He was involved in this program when he attended school here. And when I came in, I just couldn't believe it. And the city where I'm from, Cleveland, Ohio, after witnessing all this, I called your teacher and told him how impressed I was by what he has done and what the students have done here at Plum High School. And told him that I want to take something like this back to my home city, my old high school in Cleveland, Ohio, which they just rebuilt. It's brand new. And I would hope I could encourage him to come up to help us when we're ready. I thought we were ready to do it this year, but they're not quite ready. But to help us get something like this going in my old high school for today's new John F. Kennedy Senior High School.
I'm sure he would love to help you out.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, this is one of the best I have ever witnessed in a high school. Mm-hmm. And just look at all the people that have left this program, and look at where they are today. Yeah. I mean, they're extremely successful. You've got, well, I don't want to brag about my grandson, but he went on to the Air Force Academy from here. He played basketball here, went to the Air Force and played basketball there, and now he's an officer in the United States Air Force. You've got Pat McAfee and people like that who came through this school. And look at what Pat's doing. I mean, he's just an incredible guy, donates his time and money to schools like this. And you've got kids that have gone on to Harvard, and you've got young students that left here and are now employed in the broadcast business. And thanks to Rick, you know, teachers like him who guided these kids down the right path, those especially that wanted to pursue careers in broadcasting. I mean, I don't know if you're aware of the number of students that are employed as a result of this program in the broadcast business. I mean, they're everywhere now. So kudos to him and the staffing of this high school and the students who all make this work, It's just an incredible job, and I'll be glad one day when I can see it at my old high school, because I had a program similar to this, but we didn't have cameras. You know, we had the PA system, and we played DJ, you know, over the PA system. They let us do the announcements, and we had record players. We would hold the microphone up to the record player, you know, introduce the song and say, here's the Temptations, and boom, you know, there it went. So it's just an incredible program, incredible.
I completely agree. James, you recently graduated from the Air Force Academy. Why did you choose to join the Air Force?
So I really second-guessed myself going to the academy at first because I didn't know about the whole military lifestyle. But since I'm in it right now, like, military is great. It's a great way of life. What really drove me is, of course, playing basketball. A free education is nice, but, like, doing something bigger than yourself. I always wanted to do stuff that was different, so at first didn't want to be in the military, and then gave it a chance and it ended up working out for me.
You played basketball in the Air Force. How was this experience?
It was much different than high school. The pace, for any athletes in high school, the pace is so much faster. Players are better. Smack talking doesn't really happen as much, but it's a great experience. I'm glad that I played. Helped me become a leader in the military, being a leader like in basketball, so it was just a great experience overall.
Wow, it was 6 years ago you were in my position. What are some memories you have from your Make-A-Wish Telethon?
Well, I guess first is Mr. Barat making us come at 5 o'clock in the morning for some reason. Could have probably got here 30 minutes before and still would have had a great show, but just raising money for a great foundation. Like they at the academy, they do a Make-A-Wish event for a kid in the Make-A-Wish foundation, and he comes and just tours the academy and all that stuff, but it's a great cause.
Last question for you both. What is your favorite holiday food?
I would say anything he makes. Everything he makes is amazing, so I would say anything he makes.
I like it all. Turkey, all the trimmings, and especially ice cream and cake. So I've got to have it all. This is my favorite time of year. You know, I really enjoy the Christmas season and everything that surrounds it. Everything.
Thank you very much for your time, Eddie and James.
Hey, before I go, can I make a contribution?
Of course.
I want to. You want to hand it to her?
Thank you so much.
There's $1,000 there.
Thank you.
For you guys, and
We really appreciate that.
And again, I can't stress enough what you young people are doing. You're the leaders of tomorrow, and this counts a heck of a lot to the type of people you're going to turn out to be as adults. So, you know, all of you young people should be congratulated for your efforts. You really should.
Thank you so much. Now let's send it over to Cam with another guest.
Thanks, Carolyn. Our next guest is Officer Joe Locke, a school police officer here at Plum Borough. How are you doing today, Officer Locke?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Prior to working for the Plum Borough School District, you were an officer in New Kensington for 29 years. What made you want to become a police officer?
Well, it goes back a long way. I'm going to date myself. When I was a kid, there was a show on television. It was called Mannix, and the guy's name was Joe Mannix. It was a detective police show, and it was my favorite show when I was a little kid. And it kind of got the ball rolling. And ever since that, you know, I always wanted to do police work and help people. So that's that's how that went.
Since leaving New Kensington, what was your favorite part of being on the police force?
Favorite part of being on the police force in New Kensington was helping people, and even here, that's something that we try to do: be positive role models and help people.
What does an average day look like for you here at the high school?
Average day here at the high school is getting the students safely in the building, some traffic. Once they're done with that, I do a check of the building. I make sure all the doors are locked inside and out. Try to deal with staff issues or student issues. Like I said earlier, try to just be a positive role model for the students.
What would you say to someone who wants to be a police officer?
Absolutely. This badge is the backstage pass to everything. It doesn't get any better.
School safety is a big concern in today's day and age. What do you do to keep us safe on a daily basis?
Well, like I said, I try to interact with all the students. I want them to be able to approach me and tell me what's going on. Same with the staff. We check the doors, we check the building, we check everything that we possibly can. But the most important thing is the communication between me and the students and staff. That's what we strive for.
Finally, what is your New Year's resolution for 2022?
My New Year's resolution is, you ready? More donuts.
Thank you for spending some time with us today, Officer Locke. Happy holidays to you and your family.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Thanks, everybody.
Now over to Julia with our next guest.
Thanks, Cam. With me is newly elected Allegheny County Council Representative Michelle Nakarrati Chapkas. Ms. Chapkas, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm pretty good, thank you.
Good.
Running for an election is known for being a long and drawn-out process. What was the election process like for you personally?
Oh, personally for me, it was such a rewarding experience. I had an opportunity for months on end to spend so much time meeting people across 17 municipalities in Allegheny County. That's District 8, the district that I'm elected to represent. And so between sitting at council meetings and talking with individuals who are running boroughs and townships, to attending community events and festivals and hearing from residents and having opportunities to have conversations and learn from them and see what some of their interests are and their concerns and where we might be able to support them. It was absolutely fabulous because, you know, there are a lot of wonderful people in the world who are really excited about providing input and making a difference.
Right, that's awesome. Most people run to be a representative because they want to make a positive change. Why did you choose to run for representative of Allegheny County Council?
Well, I would say that would be that was my goal as well, certainly in my intent. I actually grew up in the east suburbs, so I was born and raised in the east suburbs of Allegheny County and haven't left. It's my home, and it's the place that I know. And so as a result of that, I had such deep roots in the community and so many people that I've stayed connected to over the years that I thought, you know, it was a wonderful opportunity to really give back. Now is my time to give back as my youngest is a senior in high school. Perhaps, you know, I won't be going to volleyball games and soccer games anymore. And so as a result, I knew I had opportunity to have time to invest in the community in which I love.
Well, that is awesome. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
Like we said before, the election process can be stressful. What preparations did you make leading up to the election to make it more smoothly?
Well, you know, there are a lot of rules and regulations you have to follow whenever you're running for office and to maintain those as an elected official. And so the first thing I did was research. I wanted to really understand what those rules were that I needed to abide by.
Right.
And then there were some training sessions actually offered by local nonprofits. And so I attended some of those training sessions online via Zoom. And in addition to that, you know, I also really spent time, as I had mentioned with the first question, getting out to the community and spending time meeting with individuals. And, you know, during the pandemic, sometimes that was a little bit hard to do. You know, as an example, many folks don't know that you actually have to collect signatures to get on a ballot to run.
Wow.
And so I needed to have 200 signatures from voters across the district. And so it was really interesting to be out in the municipalities, knocking on doors, you know, behind a mask, saying, "May I have your signature and support?" But there was a lot of preparation, and certainly, you know, the current council members reached out to me. They offered support. People who run campaigns provided some counsel. So I was very blessed and fortunate to have people surround me who knew this space and who were really willing to help and support me throughout the process.
Well, that's awesome. Please tell me a little bit about what the job of Allegheny County Council entails.
So Allegheny County Council has 15 members on it, and 13 represent municipalities all across the county, serving 1.25 million people. And in addition to that, there are 2 at-large members. And so the council has a couple of different things that they're tasked with doing. One is to pass legislation. So for instance, last year, the council unanimously passed a Paid Sick Leave Act, which means that now employees across the county have up to 40 hours of paid sick leave time that they can use so that they don't have to go to work when they're ill. They can stay home and recover and rest. In addition to that, they provide permits for county land. They also adopt annually a balanced budget. And then there are many county appointments that need to be made for various agencies and authorities, and so they make those appointments as well.
Okay, well, that sounds awesome. You are a wife, mom of 3 kids, and you have your primary job. It is amazing that you juggle all those priorities at once. Outside of being representative, what do you do for a living?
Oh, so I run a nonprofit organization. I've been in the nonprofit field my entire career, and this nonprofit organization is called Women for a Healthy Environment. And we focus on all of those environmental exposures that impact public health. And so as a result, we have a Healthy Homes program, for example, and we have community health workers who go into people's homes and they do an assessment to look at the home for health and safety, looking at those environmental triggers. You know, what causes and triggers are there for asthma and allergy, and where could they be exposed, for instance, to lead. So they point out some of those things. They offer solutions. They provide healthy home kits as leave-behind materials. They connect residents with social service agencies that they might need, like weatherization programs. We also have a Healthy Schools program, and that program provides training and resources and technical assistance to all school personnel. And in addition to that, it has programs in the classroom so that students can learn about environmental health topics. And then we also have a child care initiative, the Early Learning Program. And again, that's support to center directors and child care centers. So we provide, in the course of the pandemic, we've been really busy looking at ways that we can help support those learning spaces, right, to making them healthy and safe, as you all have experienced throughout your days. And so we provided cleaning and disinfecting products that were healthy and safe, but very effective. We passed out air purifiers to childcare centers to really focus on and pay attention to ventilation systems and improving air quality in indoor learning environments. So we've been very active. It's a wonderful organization. We have a lead coalition as well, so that we work across the county to reducing exposures to lead. And then lastly, we have a program called 1,000 Hours. And so Plum and many other schools have participated in that to have funding to both test and remediate learning environments for lead and radon, which we know are environmental exposures, but we can fix them. And so we spend time, really focused on solutions in communities.
Well, that sounds amazing and a very beneficial organization.
Thank you.
One more question for you, Ms. Chapkis. Would you rather shop in person or shop online for holiday gifts?
Well, I would like to shop in person because, we really, as a community, have an obligation to invest in our community. I was those were one of the things that I had heard very strongly when meeting with individuals all across neighborhoods is that we've got wonderful businesses, and I was able to spend so much time visiting those businesses. And so shopping in person is a way to support local. And certainly this time of year, as well as throughout the 12 months of a year, we really need to think about how we can support the local businesses that are in our own backyards.
Right, I agree. Before we let you go, would you participate in some telephone trivia?
Oh, yes, but I think I forgot. I neglected to tell you at the very beginning when you talked about the preparations. So it was a family-wide effort. And so when you're running for office, your family gets dragged into it. And so I just wanted to say to my family members who were so supportive throughout the process that I love them dearly and couldn't have done it without them.
Aw, that is awesome. Are you ready for some trivia?
Okay, trivia. Let's try it.
What material is most commonly used to make Christmas ornaments?
Glass.
Yep, it was plastic or glass.
Okay.
Where is the Christmas tree that about 125 million people visit each year?
Rockefeller Plaza?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
What do naughty kids get in their stockings?
Oh, coal.
I bet Julia gets a lot of that one.
Only once.
What do people hang on their doors at Christmas time?
Wreaths.
Yep, you're almost 4 for 4.
Okay.
Name one of the 2 most common days people begin listening to Christmas music.
Well, if they're anything like me, they'll turn into the radio that I have set in my car now every day from the day after Thanksgiving all the way through Christmas, 24/7 Christmas music.
Yep, or it was December 1st, but we'll count that one. Thank you so much for joining us today, Ms. Chappa.
Thank you for having me.
It's always nice to see you.
Happy holidays to you,
You too.
and your family. Thank you.
Now let's send it over. No, we're going to look at our last Deck the Hall segment.
Hi, my name is Andrew Thompson, a junior at Plum Senior High, and I'm here with
Zachary Fulton.
All right, Zach. Can I ask you a few questions today?
Of course.
All right. What are your favorite Christmas decorations?
Ooh, I would say ornaments, some tinsel around my wreath, my favorite wreath that we always hang out. That's probably my top 3 right there.
Top three. I love that. Do you go anywhere for the holidays, or do you stay home?
We usually go over my aunt's house every Christmas after we open up our gifts. We just chill. I usually stay in my PJs like all day, so I don't really go that like far out. But that's usually where I go to my aunt's house.
All right, I feel that. Staying in the PJs all day. Who is your favorite reindeer out of all of Santa's reindeer?
Oh my gosh, Rudolph.
Rudolph. Really, Rudolph? That's everyone's
Come on
answer.
now, he's underrated. I haven't really heard about what's it, Vincent, all the others, but Rudolph, he has a backstory. It goes deep. Rudolph's my guy.
We mess with Rudolph. So now here's the big question. Would you rather have Thanksgiving food or holiday food?
Okay, so the thing is with my family, we basically have Thanksgiving food on Christmas, but just like mac and cheese, we have that. Like turkey, we have that. But Thanksgiving is gonna be my go-to. That my mom's pretzel salad, some apple pie. It just does the job. So I'm gonna say Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving food. Thank you.
All right. What is your favorite one of Santa's reindeer?
I would say Dasher. He sounds fast.
Yeah. All right. That's a new one. Do you go anywhere for the holidays, or do you stay home?
We usually have Christmas in my house, so I'll just be staying home.
All right.
What's your favorite holiday decoration?
Definitely the Christmas lights.
Christmas lights?
Yeah.
All right.
Would you rather have Thanksgiving food or Christmas presents, and why?
I'm gonna go with Thanksgiving food because my grandpa makes these really good raviolis, and they're awesome. They're great.
All right. Thank you for answering our questions, Ryan, and let's head back to the studio.
Welcome back. I'm here with Pirates play-by-play announcer Greg Brown. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, Mike. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
Good.
So to start off, you've been the Pirates play-by-play announcer for 26 years now, but before you got your big break announcing with the Pirates, you were an intern with them for 10 years, as well as doing a stint in Buffalo doing some announcing. What was your mindset like when your career was just starting to take off?
Well, in terms of broadcasting, I spent some time in the Pirate front office in the marketing and promotions department, kind of not certain of what I wanted to do, and then the opportunity came along to go to the minor leagues. I'd been in the big leagues for a number of years, so I kind of did the opposite of climbing the ladder. I went back down with no safety net underneath. It was kind of a leap of faith, and I went to Buffalo to kind of learn to become a broadcaster. I did minor league baseball. I ended up parlaying that into doing some sports talk, news talk, became a Buffalo Bills color commentator. Did that for 5 years, and then the chance to come back to Pittsburgh, this time as a broadcaster, which was kind of a lifelong dream of mine. I grew up in central Pennsylvania, always initially dreaming of being a major league baseball player, and found out quickly that I was not nearly athletic enough to even consider that. And when I realized that, I thought, oh, the next best thing would be cool to be in the front office, anything to do with the Pirates in Pittsburgh. And then getting a chance to meet the broadcasters, learn the business. I thought, wow, how cool would that be someday to be a Major League Baseball broadcaster? And so it kind of came full circle. So my mindset was that it's a cliche, but I really did realize a lifelong dream when I became a broadcaster. First in Buffalo, again in the minor leagues and the NFL, and then a Major League Baseball broadcaster for the team I grew up rooting for. It's, I still, to a degree, pinch myself every day thinking that I really did realize a dream.
Well, what you're kind of saying is your career started off kind of a bit rocky. Was there any part that you wanted to quit, or what kind of made you keep going?
Every day, Mike, I want to consider quitting. No, that's not true at all. I in terms of rocky, meaning the team, the way the team. See, people ask that all the time. How do you do it? The Pirates for so long, we went through. Oops, sorry, water. Went through. I don't know how many years, while I was there of losing before we finally made it to the playoffs. We had 3 straight years of winning in the playoffs, 13, 14, 15, which was great. And now we're kind of been in a little bit of a rut. Now we're heading back up again. But my mindset is never one of, my job is not reliant on whether my team wins or loses. My job is to go out there and do the best I can to describe the action as enthusiastically as I can, as sincerely, as passionately as I can, and whatever happens, happens. It's almost like winning is a bonus. So I don't have never thought, when I come to the broadcast booth every day, wow, we've just lost 5 in a row, 10 of 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years in a row. I go into the broadcast booth thinking, okay, I've got a game to do here. There are all kinds of storylines to get involved with, and realize that there are a lot of passionate fans out there that want to hear the game and not me moan about whether we're winning or losing.
Absolutely, yeah. When I think of the Pirates, the first memory that comes to my mind is the infamous Cueto game during the 2013 wildcard playoff game between the Pirates and Reds. Can you describe your reaction to this and what the atmosphere in the stadium was like?
Well, I've said it forever. I said it as a fan growing up in central Pennsylvania. I said it as a broadcaster. I've said it to friends and fans and on the air, off the air. People wonder about this town. I said, this is as good a baseball town as any in the country. And it's almost blasphemy to say it, but having lived it in Buffalo with the Buffalo Bills, I can tell you that they are as passionate a football town there as they are the Steelers here. But I also know that when you lose, and the Bills did for a while, that wanes. And it wanes when the Steelers, they've not lost, thankfully, for a while. But when they do, I've been around long enough, people just like winners. And so that's just kind of my mindset, that you go to the ballpark every day, you do the best you can, and if they win, that's great. And that Cueto game was kind of the pinnacle. I'd said forever it's a great baseball town. Lo and behold, they were lined up hours before the game. I made it a point, Mike, to go out high atop, as high as you can, at PNC Park along the runway, like 4 hours before the game even started, because the atmosphere was unlike anything I'd seen in a long time, where the streets were lined up with people wearing black and gold. They were chanting, "Let's go Bucks." They're raising Jolly Roger flags before the gates opened. And then Cueto drops the ball, and then Martin hits the home run, and they win the ball game, and they go on to play the Cardinals. It was, something I had dreamed about for a long time, and it was really, really cool.
I really hope we can experience that.
We will, no doubt.
The last time the Pirates made the playoffs was back in 2016, and recently the Pirates have been struggling. How are you able to stay positive on the air and keep the listeners engaged despite these recent struggles?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the point. That, and I guess, I say that I grew up in central Pennsylvania, where all my buddies were either Eagles fans, some Steeler fans. It's more Philly country where I grew up. It was like 2 hours from Philadelphia, 4 hours from Pittsburgh. But somehow, as a kid, I grew up a Chicago Bears fanatic. I know, it's crazy, and it just happens. And I just loved the Chicago Bears. And back then, Mike, they were now they're not good now, but they were horrible back then. They would lose every week. They went through seasons where they won 3-4 games maybe. But it did not matter to me whether they lost on one Sunday. I would try and tune in to this radio station in Chicago on a clear afternoon, WBBM, a 50,000-watt station. As the sun set, you could oftentimes, way before, of course, the internet, way before you had smartphones or anything else, you can click on your device and get anything around the world, where you had to tune into a radio and try and get the tune it in properly. And anything I could do just to listen to anything they were talking about that night of the Chicago Bears, win or lose. And again, most times they would lose. And I could not wait until the following Sunday. Even though the game was meaningless, I could not wait until the Bears played again. And to me, that defines what a fan is. A fan isn't somebody that, when your team wins, I love that team. Oh, that's a bandwagon jumper, and we got a lot of those.
Yep.
And they exist today. I get it. Again, people love winners in life. But for me, a true fan is one that just holds. And when the Bears finally did win a Super Bowl many years later, I felt like I was more part of the team than those bandwagon jumpers, because I had invested myself in this team. And now they win it, and I can speak better than anybody about how great this team is. You don't talk. You jumped on the team now because they win.
Yeah.
I have been with this team for years, and I felt, again, truly invested, and it was more enjoyable for me. And so that's the way I feel about the Pirates, too. Every day, go to the ballpark, hope they win, but if they don't, my job is to just do the game. And the other thing, too, is I get to know these players and the team and the man. So, and I'm there every day. How can you not root for them, win or lose? I think they're good guys. They're fun to watch. And again, I'm realizing a dream, too. That's the other thing, too.
Yeah. Having a few rough seasons usually mean that a rebuild is imminent or already in process. The Pirates have been very active in the trading market as well as getting high picks in the draft. What do you think the next few years will look like for the organization?
Well, I think they brought in new management 3 years ago. They didn't like the direction the team was going, so it was a total overhaul from the top down. President, GM, manager, and coaches and players, and it's what happens when in any business you bring in somebody new, a new CEO. He's not there just to status quo. They bring in a new guy. Usually, guy gets fired because things aren't going well. And so they bring somebody else in, a new management, and they are going to clean house. And it takes a while. And they've gotten to that point now where I think that the worst is behind us. And now I see the talent in the organization. A little over a year ago, Baseball America, which is kind of like the quintessential Bible of prospects, it rated the Pirates farm system, I think, 18th of 30 teams, so the bottom half.
Yeah.
And in less than a year, they are now the top team in the National League in terms of talent in their farm system. So they've built it up now, the new GM, Ben Cherington. And, I'm not suggesting that they're going to win the division in 2022.
Yeah.
I kind of think it's almost like the 2011 season in terms of how you could tell the guys like Andrew McCutcheon and Pedro Alvarez and Neil Walker were kind of coming up through the organization, and that talent was just getting there, and I see that now. So I don't think they're going to necessarily win a division, but I think it's closer than it has been in years, and I think by next year, 2023, I think they're going to be knocking on the door.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah,
I hope
I'm
so.
looking forward to it.
Throughout your years with the Pirates, you have some trademark phrases you like to use, like Cannonball Coming and Raise the Jolly Roger. Did you plan these out, or are they just off the top of your head?
So the Raise the Jolly Roger, I mentioned, Mike, I was in the front office for a while, and I was an intern initially, and I big fan, and I know that in Chicago, the Cubs, when they win a ball game, they raise on Wrigley Field a white flag with a blue W indicating a win. And I thought that it'd be kind of neat, being Pirates, that when Pirates capture ships on the high seas, they always hoist their skull and crossbones. So I thought it'd be cool at Three River Stadium, way before PNC Park, that if the Pirates won a ball game on the road or at home, how cool would it be to have a big, gigantic skull and crossbones flag atop Three River Stadium so that people that go to work the next day, again, I'm going back to the days where there's no internet.
Yep.
If the Pirates are on the West Coast, the only way to know whether they won or lost wasn't even the newspaper. It was too late. So you'd have to tune into the radio and hope to hear a report. But I thought it'd be cool. People in Pittsburgh go to work the next day, look across the river and look at Three River Stadium. If they see that big skull and crossbones, Pirates won last night. So I went to our executive vice president one day, who, again, I was an intern. I was kind of shy and meek, and I kind of lightly tapped on his door, and he had this big, gigantic desk, and he's a kind of intimidating guy, and I was a little bit frightened even to go in and see him. Who am I? And he goes, what do you want? And I said, do you have just a few minutes, Mr. O'Toole. Sit down. What do you want? I told him the story. I said, I was just thinking it'd be a good idea. And he goes, we don't run a circus around here. Get in my office. So I thought about that for over the years. And then Bob Walk, as we were moving into PNC Park, he kept on me. He said, every announcer in baseball has a catchphrase. Way back in the day, Bob Prince, a former Pirate broadcaster, would say, we had them all the way, whether it was a close game or not. Lanny Fratteri would say, there is no doubt about it, whether it was a close game or not. Marty Brenneman in Cincinnati, this one belongs to the Reds. The guy in Washington now says, put a curly W on that one. Anyway, he said, you got to have a call. And I went back and forth with him. I said, I'm not like that, and it's got to be good. I don't want it to be contrived. And he goes, what about, we almost simultaneously, I mentioned when I was an intern, my thought, and he goes, they call that the Jolly Roger. That's, the skull and crossbones. He goes, how about hoist the Jolly Roger? I said, that's not bad. But then I, again, worked with it, and I said, let's make it so you don't have to hoist so formal. Let's raise the Jolly Roger. And it stuck. Interestingly enough, Mike, I was doing it years before we started winning, and nobody talked about it. And then in 13, it was like in the front page of the Post-Gazette, like, this call, raise the Jolly Roger. I'm telling people I've been doing this for a long time, but nobody paid attention. The cannonball coming. A buddy of mine called me once. I think I was in San Diego, 3 hours time difference. He called me. He was having a little party at his house with his parents and uncles and stuff, and I think he had a few beverages, and he said, we got one for you. He goes, clear the deck, cannonball coming. Not bad. I'll try it out. I tried it out on occasion, would do it, and not much was said. But one day during batting practice, I'm in the dugout, and some of the pitchers are taking BP, and they didn't know I was there. I was well back in the well, just kind of watching. And A.J. Burnett hits a ball to deep left field during batting practice, and he yells, clear the deck, cannonball coming. And I thought, wow, if Burnett, the starting pitcher, if he yells it, he likes it, then it's stuck.
It's
since.
sticking. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. During your 26-year period announcing for the Pirates, who was a non-Pirate player that stood out and impressed you, and why did they stand out?
Oh, wow, a non-Pirate player that has stood over the years. Oh, man, lots of them. My gosh. One of my guys I've rooted for over the years, a guy named Curtis Granderson, a veteran outfielder who retired about 4 years ago. He spent time with the Tigers. That's where he came up. Marlins, a handful of other teams. I got a chance to meet him one day. Just such a neat human being. I love the way he played the game, played it hard, total pro. Love him. Joey Votto currently plays for the Cincinnati Reds. I'm fascinated by him because of his mannerisms. He's so goofy. What he does at the plate, when he does at first base, he'll get a foul ball. He'll pick it up in foul territory, and he'll fake to the kids and the fans like he's going to throw a ball out there and then not do it and get booed, and he likes it. So he's crazy, and I don't mean that literally, but borderline. He's just fun to watch, and I think he's a total, again, professional. So currently, that's probably the one guy that I really enjoy watching. There are a lot of them, but non-Pirates over the years, he's been there a long time. I've said that I think Votto belongs in the Hall of Fame. I've said that for a few years, and people are now starting to talk about it. So he would be probably the guy that stands out currently.
Sounds like the personality of the player, too, definitely stands out more than the play itself sometimes, probably, I assume.
Yeah, I think so. If you get to, again, this kind of goes back to the Pirates. If you get to know the guys, how can you not root for them? They're good guys.
Yeah.
I root for good people. I'm not a fan. I'm the old man on the lawn. That I don't like the idea. You got every time you hit a home run, you got to point to the sky and beat your chest. And I don't like it in any sport. I way prefer. I think it's way cooler when a guy does something really good and just puts his head down and goes, because to me, that guy's got such confidence. That's almost, in this day and age, like, wow, that's saying something. That's more of a statement than you pointing to yourself.
Yeah, you're right. It is kind of rare. You're absolutely right. And finally, do you have any big plans or New Year's resolutions for 2022?
No, none. Absolutely nothing. You and I off mic talked about. You said you get all your Christmas shopping done.
Yep.
I don't have much to shop for. I've got my wife and my son, dog, mother-in-law, and a cat. And my wife has some horses. But I will do like I do every year, Mike. I do my Christmas shopping Christmas Eve, just before like the dollar store closes. I'm in there. You get some great deals. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
This has been another Pittsburgh icon, Greg Brown. I wish you and your family a happy, healthy holiday.
Thank you, Mike.
Now Greg will take the reins as he interviews the O-Block film crew.
She's not here.
I won't say how you ladies doing.
It's just me.
We're live right now? See, that's the thing about live television. You know, you're playing it really cool, and I'm like studying the notes, and I'm going to act like I haven't just met Maya, and I know all this going on. Thanks for being so kind, by the way. We're on. Really appreciate that, and sorry to do that too. But we're with Maya Nichols right now. Maya, what are some of the fundraisers O-Block held for Make-A-Wish?
Well, one of them was a pie teacher fundraiser, where they got to put money in a bucket to have a chance to pie one of their teachers, and they also had a penny fundraiser during their lunch periods where they could just put change into a container and raise money.
Now, Maya, going back to a former school always brings back a sense of nostalgia. So what is one of your fondest memories from middle school?
I think my fondest memory from middle school was definitely being a hall runner, because you got to just walk around, help out some teachers, and just like walk around and talk to your friends.
How much fun is this, though, doing this, and the numbers that you guys are putting up? This is so cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Maya, thank you so much. And thanks for being a bigger pro than I am, by the way. Thanks, Maya. And we appreciate it. Happy holidays. And now let's take a look at some of the highlights from O-Block Junior High.
report, should we ask the crowd, or are you ready to pick? Do you want to get to the crowd? Do you want to get the crowd to help you? Okay, Avery's going to have the crowd help. All right, everybody? Very good. Okay. If anybody wants Mr. Hartman, make some noise. Okay. Mrs. Barker, make some noise. That wasn't too good. Mrs. Prokovic. Mr. Skelvis. Mr. Ansel. Mr. Hartnett. Dr. Boyers. Mr. DePew. Mr. Del Vecchio. All right, I think the crowd has chosen Mr. Del Vecchio. You look much more prepared this time, Mr. Del Vecchio. Blueberry pie. Okay. This is going to be the nicest pie you get all day, Mr. Del Vecchio. All right, everybody. 3, 2, 1. Zoe, congratulations. Mr. Ansel, what kind of pie would you like? Any pie. He said thank you. Mr. Baker. Oh, heavy on the whipped cream on that one. All right, everybody. 3, 2, 1. Oh, they're getting better at this. Ooh, it's like dripping. All right, everybody, ready for the countdown? 3, 2, 1. Oh, that was so nice. All right. Who is it you're going to pie today? Mr. November. Welcome back to the seat. All right, countdown. 3, 2, 1. All right, Adam. Who is it you're going to pie today? Mr. Del Vecchio. Mr. Del Vecchio. Now, why is it you're pieing Mr. Del Vecchio? Because he made me do yoga. All right. No more yoga. Special pie for you, Adam. Get back in that seat, Mr. Del Vecchio.
Today we're here with the Gator Gang and we're going to be asking them some questions. So, what makes it feel like Christmas?
I mean, probably just like decorating, putting on all the lights, seeing the snow outside. It's just really nice.
What was your favorite part of Spirit Week?
My favorite part was Hawaiian Day.
And what do you guys all want for Christmas?
Jolly Ranchers.
New basketball shoes.
Thank you guys for your time.
Gator Gang out.
Today I'm here with the pretty princesses and we're going to be asking them some questions. What's you guys' favorite holiday treat?
Sugar cookies.
Sugar cookies.
Sugar cookies.
Sugar cookies. Okay, what's you guys' favorite holiday song?
All I want for Christmas is you.
All I want for Christmas is you.
All I want for Christmas is you.
All I want for Christmas. Okay. And what inspired you guys' outfits?
Minnie Mouse.
Ava Cummings.
Party City.
My old dance competition. Thank you guys for your time.
I don't know this crowd's COVID approved.
Hello, today I'm here with
Mrs. Shuckert.
and I'm going to be asking her some questions about the Make-A-Wish fundraising events. Mrs. Shuckert, what was the energy like from the students and staff about the events?
I think since some of the students here at O-Block never really got to experience any of the fundraising because of COVID, that there was a lot of bottled up anticipation. I think people were really eager to do something. So when we started advertising for the fundraising, I think the kids had a lot of questions and they really wanted to get involved.
Thank you. What was the most participated event and why do you think so?
Most participated was the Penny Wars. They put like jugs out in every lunch period, and they were competing for like a movie day before holiday break. So people were bringing in, bags and bags of pennies from their house, and I think that was our biggest fundraiser. It raised over $1,000 in just a couple of days.
And what was your favorite event?
My favorite event was I got to host the PIA teacher. And I was a little nervous, obviously, getting on the microphone, but we did it kind of like a game show and like spun a wheel, and kids got selected from the audience. And of course, seeing my colleagues getting a pie in the face is fun to see. So that was probably my favorite event.
Well, thank you so much, Mrs. Shuckert.
It is our pleasure here at O-Block to award the Make-A-Wish the money that we have raised here.
Thank you so much.
Great job, O-Block, for raising $12,111.10. That brings our total to $49,062.82. Big congratulations. Thank you to all the students. Please remember, if you would like to donate to the Make-A-Wish, you can do it now through Plum's name. Please call 412-47-WISH. That's 412-471-9474. Now let's send it over to Tristan with our next guest.
Thank you, Greg. Today with me I have head football coach for the Plum Mustangs, Coach Matt Morgan. Hi, Coach Morgan. How are you doing today?
Very well. And you?
I'm doing well. So, what are your initial thoughts and feelings on the Plum football season this year?
Initially, we kind of struggled a bit throughout the beginning part of the season. Then I thought we turned it on pretty well towards the end. We started kind of figuring ourselves out as a team. Played some really good football at the end of the season. Pushed an undefeated team at the end of the year in a playoff game. We lost by 1 point, but like I said, I like the progress our young team made and look forward to the future.
Yep. So how did you become Plum's head football coach, and did you coach anywhere prior?
I was always wanting to be the head football coach at Plum. I'm from here, played here. I coached at Penn Hills for 2 years and Gateway for 3 years, and the opportunity came up 9 years ago to be the head coach at Plum, so kind of took it and ran with it.
Well, we're happy to have you. So how does the team physically prepare in the summer and throughout the offseason to be ready to compete on game day?
Obviously, there's a lot of work that goes into it, whether it's lifting weights, running, or going over game plans and your positional drills and whatnot. But it starts actually after the break here. We'll start lifting with the guys that are not in another sport, and they'll start lifting and running a little bit and getting themselves prepared.
So the Mustangs had a remarkable season last year. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, most fans were not able to attend games. How did this make you feel as a coach?
Yeah, I felt bad for the fans. Like a lot of the aunts, uncles, friends of the players and whatnot couldn't attend the games, but it kind of created like a more family-type environment for us, is seeing the parents get there, and I had cheerleaders' parents, band parents were able to still come to the games, and our families got to come. I know last year, I think the first game of the season was the first game my wife missed in 14 years, and she was pretty upset about it. But, we ended up being able to get some of those guys, to our games, and it was a special year, and it was a shame, I guess, that the fans didn't get to enjoy it. But, again, it created a more family environment for us.
Of course. So who were some of the team's biggest rivals this season, and what was your strategy to compete against them?
I'd say probably Hyland's was our biggest rival during the football season. They don't like us, we don't like them, so it really wasn't that much motivational type stuff for us to get our guys up. But we played a heck of a game early in the year against them, and we came out on top.
So what was it like to experience an entire stadium full of family, friends, and students this year?
It was nice to actually get everybody back out there, getting the community involved, and being excited about the team again, and hopefully we continue to build it up the rest of the way.
Yeah. So what was your favorite moment or play from this season?
I would have to say beating. I mean, us winning Hyland's and the way the kids performed towards the end of the season. I mean, we preach a lot of stuff to the boys, and they finally started buying into it. And to see us perform at the end of the year was fun to sit back and watch. And that Greensburg-Salem game was a do-or-die game. You either win or you don't get in the playoffs. And our kids came out on top, overcame a ton of adversity, and I really enjoyed that moment. It was a great moment for us and for me and the team and all the coaches.
Yeah, the boys did an awesome job. So lastly, what is your favorite holiday movie to watch with your family?
There's a bunch of them, but everybody in my family will actually sit down and watch Elf, except for my daughter. She's a teenager now, and she doesn't want to hang out with us, so she's hanging out in the room. But the two little ones will watch Elf with me and my wife. So
yeah, that's a classic. All right, are you up for a little telethon trivia?
Always.
All right, your first question. A news station from Pittsburgh was the first to be broadcasted in the world. What is it?
A news station. A news station? News station. I'm going to go with, I'm just going to put a guess out there. CBS. KDK, whatever it is. Yeah. Is that right? No?
KDKA, but...
KDK. It's CBS. You didn't see Rich's shirt earlier today?
Second question. The first emoji was created by a Carnegie Mellon University computer scientist. What emoji was it?
Oh, I don't know. Thumbs up?
It was actually the
smiley face. I don't do emojis.
What is one of the many colleges in Pittsburgh?
One college in Pittsburgh, University of Pittsburgh.
That's correct. What is the name of the transportation system that lifts people up and down from Mount Washington and now is a tourist attraction?
The incline. Whichever one. There's a bunch of them.
That is correct. How much is a round trip on the Duquesne Incline?
I don't know, $2? I don't know, $5. Is that right?
$5.
Who goes on the incline anymore if you live in Pittsburgh?
Great job. Well, thank you, Coach Morgan, for coming out. Now let's send it to Jade with our lead floor director, Julia Chapkis, and student producer, Matthew Diss.
Thanks, Tristan. Today with me, I have Julia Chapkis and Matt Diss, the students running the show behind the scenes today. How are you guys today?
We are holding on. We're doing good. We're doing good, Jade. Thank you.
Matt, Julia, you guys take on a bigger role in the telethon than others. Why did Mr. Barat select you to be the student producer and lead floor director?
So Mr. Barat's been doing this for over 20 years. He clearly knows what students he wants where beforehand, ahead of time. And he knows that Matt and I would take on the responsibility and take it seriously and stay committed throughout.
Yeah, Mr. Barat hinted that we were both very highly organized and willing to put in the extra hours needed to get the show done and for everything to run smoothly.
As Mr. Barat told us this morning, the telethon has an extremely involved planning process. What did you guys have to do outside of class to ensure the process of the show?
So it all starts with the script. We had that first host meeting for 4 hours, starting to build it, and we get those interview questions in, and that's all done outside of class. There's really not enough time during the class period to get it done. It's a lot of outside planning, and it takes hours to build.
Yeah, so we spent, I would say probably close to 10 hours between, all three of us spent 10 hours on the script over Thanksgiving break, just putting together all the different questions, because we basically get a whole bunch of different questions from every single host. We have to put those together. We do the order of the show. We deal with all the timings, and then we put together the production outline, and then finally we run the rehearsals in the weeks leading up.
Mm-hmm. While you both have similar responsibilities leading up to the show, you both have different jobs for the show itself. Julia, what is your primary job during the show?
So I am the lead floor director for the show, and that is basically making sure everyone is staying quiet during the interviews. It needs to be dead silent in here. If there's any problems that Matt and I need to go over that come up during the telethon, Matt and I have to handle that. Everything really has to run smoothly. I have to be able to communicate with Matt in the back. We're wearing the headsets along with the camera operators and making sure that Oreos get set up, pie gets set up, everyone's here on time, stuff like that.
And Matt, what is your primary job during the telethon?
So like Julie said, I'm in the back with the control room, so I'm basically coordinating with the cameras and the people running audio and titles and the switcher. So I just make sure that everyone's on the same page. And we found out today we had, I think, was it 3 people cancel last minute today? So poor Sam Pine, he's out there somewhere. He's been queued up for an interview at least 4 times today. Your day might come, your time might come today. But yeah, we have to find people last minute to throw in for an interview. We've been ahead of schedule. We've been behind schedule today. We've really had it all today. Mm-hmm. And me and Joy are basically the first people that Mr. Barat talks to after he figures out an issue has appeared, and we come up with a solution with him.
All right, last question. What is your guys' favorite holiday movie?
My favorite holiday movie is Elf.
And my favorite holiday movie is The National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Now, are you guys up for some telethon trivia?
Of course.
Okay. The first question is, true or false? Ho, ho, ho is the zip code to send letters to Santa.
True.
Yeah.
True.
You're correct. In America, do more people have real Christmas trees or artificial ones?
Artificial, for sure.
Yep. What creature was not stirring in 'Twas the Night Before Christmas?
I have no clue.
A mouse?
Yep. Many people do not eat gingerbread houses. True or false? You can eat a gingerbread house.
True.
Oh, true.
Yep. Now, I would like to turn this portion of the telethon over to Matt and Julia.
We're going to get pie today. So we have Mrs. Probosi and Mr. Vigaitis. How are you guys feeling?
Great. Always wonderful.
All right. 1 second. I got to upset this one. All right. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, that was a little aggressive. I'm so sorry.
All right, so how's everyone doing after that? How's it taste? All right, thank you to the wonderful teachers who participated in this year's Pie Teacher Contest. Remember, if you'd like to make a donation in Plum's name, please call 412-471-WISH. Again, that number is 412-471-9474. I'm now going to send it over to Michaela Taylor with one of the amazing members of the Plum Borough School District Technology Department.
All right, thank you, Matt and Julia. Let's welcome Plum Borough School District's Technology Support Assistant, Miss Cassie Smith. How are you doing today, Miss Smith?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Good, thank you. As one of the district's technology support assistants, what are some of your main responsibilities?
My main responsibilities with the district is maintaining our district technology. I also manage our social media outlets and our website. And then I also assist our director and our technicians with our ticketing system, our one-to-one program, the Chromebooks, our teachers' technology devices, the badge system, workflow, and our inventory.
Very nice. Okay, so where did you attend college and what did you receive your degree in?
I went to St. Vincent College, and my bachelor's degree was in communication, multimedia technology, and public relations. Then I got an internship with the Ligonier Valley School District maintaining their district website. And there they paid for my master's degree at St. Vincent again, doing their, in education with majoring in with instructional design and technology.
I would like to say our district is extremely tech savvy. Prior to the pandemic, you assisted the district with one-to-one devices for students. How do you believe technology enhances the educational experience?
I think educational technology gives a great baseline. It gives a baseline for anybody in the future that is going to work with technology. With technology evolving, I think that we give out a great opportunity to manage with technology and how to work and function in the real world.
What are some of the technology resources the district provides for students and family?
We provide a lot of technology for the district. We provide the computers, we provide the networking system, we provide the wireless, our telephones, the Voxcast, which we're doing live right now. We do the Chromebooks, the badge system to get into the doors of the building, the security system, anything that blinks or clicks. I always like to say that is what we manage. The only thing I know we do not manage is the clocks.
You guys really do it all.
We really do it all. If there's anything that you don't know, we basically do it.
So without the technology department, we would be unable to live stream this event for everyone. Leading up to the telethon, how did you assist preparing the studio for the telethon?
I did set up the Boxcast with our department, so that is how we were able to live stream. I also pushed out the advertisement on our social media pages, our district website, and then this morning I also came in to make sure everything was up and running.
Perfect. One last question for you. What is one thing you're grateful for this holiday season?
Well, I'm extremely grateful for my family. Last year during Christmas, my grandfather was in the hospital with COVID, and they let us know that he was probably not going to make it. He fortunately pulled through, and I'm really happy to have him this holiday season and my rest of my family. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, Mrs. Smith. Would you like to play some telethon trivia?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Who did the Pittsburgh Penguins beat in their first Stanley Cup championship?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm going to go with Dallas. I am not sure. I didn't think so.
It was the Minnesota North Stars.
Okay.
All right. Which Batman movie was filmed in Pittsburgh?
I do not know. Yeah, let's just give me that. Thank you.
The Dark Knight Rises.
The Dark Knight Rises. I am not good with Batman.
Penguins have the record for the most